Eric? Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, resuming consideration of a privilege motion on the failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada and on the sub-amendment standing in the name of Mr. Muse.
The honourable member from Portage-Lisgar has 20 minutes, followed by 10 minutes questions and answer. The honourable member from Portage-Lisgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just before I start, I would like to seek unanimous consent from members to move up a few rows so we could properly have the backdrop of those that knew who I'm about to speak about.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. We'll give the honourable member a couple of seconds to find his new place. The honourable member from Portage-Lisgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am privileged yet saddened to rise to honour my former boss, my mentor, and my friend, Robert Sopak. And I thank all of my colleagues for allowing the indulgence in honouring this great Canadian, the former Member of Parliament for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa. Robert, or Bob as he was known by his many, many friends, passed away suddenly but peacefully last week in his home near Lake Audie, Manitoba. He is survived by his beloved wife, Carolyn, 2 children, Tony and his wife, Lainey, his daughter, Marcia, and husband, Graham, and 3 grandchildren that he simply loved to teach about the outdoors, Eden, Senan, and Esme. By his sister, Joyce, and brother, Tim, by many nieces and nephews, and by so many other loved ones across the country that simply cherished Bob. I want to offer, on behalf of the Conservative Party, our appreciation to Bob's family for sharing him with us. Particularly his beloved wife, who we often refer to so proudly as the inestimable Carolyn. His love for you serves as an inspiration for all of us that have been lucky enough to witness it. Mr. Speaker, today I hope to do justice to a great parliamentarian, a great man, and I apologize in advance. I may get emotional. Well, I have some family with us today. My wife and I were married, but we had our big wedding celebration on Saturday where we were expecting Bob and Carolyn to be with us. Back in 2016, I was hired by Bob after a very robust interview process where I went to his office and we talked about life and politics for about 2 hours over a scotch.
Yep.
He cared about the person, not the resume. And little did I know at that time the profound impact that he would have on my life. Bob was described by a newspaper that he surely never read, the Toronto Star, as the right-wing environmentalist, which is actually a very good way to describe him. But he wasn't an environmentalist, Mr. Speaker. He was a conservationist. He believed that those who live, work, and play on the land are our best conservationists and the true environmentalists. He recognized the value of modern agriculture, of ranching, of natural resource development, and all of the rural communities that those industries support. And he was an avid outdoorsman, a true conservationist himself, and perhaps the strongest advocate that hunters, anglers, and trappers in Canada have ever had. Bob was born to parents of Eastern European descent and immigration, and while he was raised in the city, he spent his summers in the Whiteshell, where he learned his love of the outdoors. He caught his first fish at the age of 4 with his father, which kicked off a life of outdoor pursuits. Bob went on to receive an honors degree in science from the University of Manitoba, and then a master's of fishery science from Ivy League school, Cornell University, with a particular focus on rainbow trout. And from there, he held a wide variety of careers in land, water, and wildlife conservation. He worked as a fisheries biologist at both the provincial and federal levels before he decided he wanted to purchase a beautiful, sprawling piece of farmland near Lake Oddie, just south of his beloved national park, Riding Mountain National Park, where he went on to, with his own hands, build a beautiful, secluded log home. He spent a lot of time in the Arctic, did a lot of work in the Arctic, focusing on Arctic char research, and had so many amazing stories and such respect for the people that he had the chance to live with, the Inuit. He did some of the earliest environmental impact research on the long-proposed Mackenzie Valley Pipeline, and I think one of his greatest regrets is that pipeline never came to fruition. He was a farmer. He was a guide. He was an outfitter. He was former Premier of Manitoba, Gary Filmon's environmental advisor. He went on to be the environmental director at the Pine Falls paper plant, improving water quality quantitatively. He worked for Delta Waterfowl, and after retiring from this place, returned as a board member there. He did environmental monitoring in the oil sands. He understood policy because his boots were on the ground. He often joked when somebody would introduce him to do a speech, reasonable to think, can't this guy keep a job? But those jobs and those experiences formed his views on conservation, on natural resource development, and the rural way of life. And I list this depth of careers because it highlights that he earned his stripes, that allowed him to be an incredible advocate and an even better member of Parliament. Bob was a brilliant communicator, and he knew how important effective communications were, that words matter. And he was brilliant not because he was suave, some fast-talking salesman type guy, because he was authentic. He was honest, he was thoughtful, he was direct, he was articulate, and had a heck of a vocabulary on him. He was wicked smart, and he always preferred to stand up for the little guy. He wasn't willing to just lay down to the mobs, to the loud minority that want to shout down views like his at times. It was an inspiration when he so proudly and so frequently stood up and boldly said, bluntly, what needed to be said. And he's been doing it for decades, Mr. Speaker. Starting back in 2001, Bob wrote a regular column with the Winnipeg Free Press where he refused to shy away from issues like hunting and angling in Canada. Those essays beautifully articulated the spirituality and connection to family and nature that so many millions of Canadians enjoy today. And he explained why so many of us feel that it is vital to protect the rights of those people and their ability to take part in those traditional heritage activities. He went on to compile these essays into a wonderful book, A Life Outdoors, which, looking back when I was reading it last night, I think is an unintentional biography, listing his story since he was catching that first fish with his dad at 4, throughout his life as that avid outdoorsman. And it's a wonderful book. I would encourage anybody to pick it up, particularly if you enjoy outdoor activities, and has some just phenomenal recipes for wild game that I can assure you I've tasted and are very, very good. Bob had the chance to elevate those communication skills and decided to run for office back in 2010. And he ran because he knew that he had something to offer. He wanted to make a difference. He wanted to fight for what he believed in, and that's what he did in this place every single day of his 9 years as the Member of Parliament. Bob had an incredible understanding that I was so lucky to have witnessed as to what this job is. The first is obviously to represent our local communities, to fight for them, to advocate for them, and try to get things done for them, something that each and every one of us in this House works to do. But the second is to do what's right for Canada, the big picture country that has diverse views and many challenges at times, but to fight for what is right and to fight with that same level of passion that he did for the communities that he so proudly represented. He knew his constituents. He knew their way of life, their values, their struggles, their challenges, their hopes, their dreams, and their aspirations. He had the benefit that he had worked in politics in his early days with the Manitoba government, as had his wife, Carolyn, which allowed him to be all the more effective. He knew when to be loud, when it made sense to pick a fight, to do it publicly, to try to move the needle on something, or when it made more sense to keep it behind the scenes, to try to quietly get things done. He knew to keep it on the ice, and that's why he was so respected and liked by colleagues from across party lines. Locally, he was so proud to have helped deliver Highway 10 through Riding Mountain National Park paved. And anybody that knows or lives in the area and commutes through there knows how important that was. And anybody that has the chance to go and visit that beautiful national park is a benefactor of the work he did lobbying to get that done. As have anyone that has benefited from funding through the Recreational Fisheries Conservation Partnership Program. Now, the program was launched back in 2013 and supported fisheries habitat restoration projects led by recreational angling groups, by fisheries groups, by conservation groups. There are lakes across Canada right now where spawning habitat has been restored, where aerators have been installed, and anglers will reap the benefits today, tomorrow, and for the years ahead. And just as Bob wanted, it was done with the people that care so much about the natural world, that will get in hip waders, will get in the water, and want to make meaningful impacts on our fishery stocks. He knew that those were the best people. They wanted to get things done. They didn't just want to talk about doing things. They put their money where their mouth is. Now, through perseverance, persuasion, and perhaps just sheer stubbornness, he was able to convince former Finance Minister Flaherty and Prime Minister Harper to enable this plan, and is a forever lasting legacy for the projects that it undertook. It would never have happened without Bob Sopak, and I would go so far as to argue that Bob Sopak has actually saved more fish in this country than anybody else single-handedly ever has. And throughout his career, he was an effective, a long-time member of the Fisheries Committee and loved every minute of it. And I think his colleagues appreciated him there too. That committee was always, and I think still always is, rather cordial with many unanimous reports. But he was also on the Environment Committee, which at times is a little less polite. Bob was a pit bull. Given his Ivy League education, his immense series of careers prior to being elected, not many people were going to best him at any topic at those two committees. And that included the bureaucrats who I remember once telling Bob, whenever you're there, we know that we have to be on our toes. And he was so very proud of that. And he just reveled in the opportunity to rip apart some pompous executive who thought they could get away with saying things that weren't actual answers when he knew, and he would fight to get them, and he would run circles around them. Now I'm a proud member of the Environment Committee. And the lessons I've learned could not be more clear. And I think some of those officials now know where I learned it from. And I have to mention the Fisheries Act specifically, because Bob wrote a paper back in 2001 entitled The Federalization of Prairie Freshwater, which was the policy framework used by the Harper government when making important changes to the Fisheries Act. It was 10 years after he wrote it that the catalyst for those changes finally happened. It was overland flooding in Saskatchewan. It was the Craven Country Jamboree threatened due to excess rain, a campground that was unable to be pumped because DFO declared that, well, there's water there now, so clearly fish could be there, there's habitat, so we have to prevent that. Normal person logic says, well, that's not really fish habitat, it's a campground, but it was the definition of fish habitat in the Act that was the problem. Bob knew it, identified it years earlier, and he went on to lead the charge drafting that legislation to make those important changes to stop ridiculous overreach from the Department of Fisheries and Oceans that had real impact on rural Canadians and our prosperity. He understood that unaccountable bureaucrats had to be checked, that they didn't understand our way of life, that he had to be involved in educating them on that. Bob was the founder of our Conservative Hunting and Angling Caucus with the help of his close friend, the member for Red Deer Lacombe. That member has carried the torch ever since, and I know for a fact he will not only keep Bob's legacy alive, but he will be the steadfast advocate that that community needs and will continue to work on their behalf. And he's joined by so many of my Conservative colleagues such as the member for North Okanagan Shuswap, who are dedicated to protecting these communities. And there are so many more, and you know who you are, and it is appreciated. There are millions of firearms owners in this country, of hunters, of anglers, of people who contribute directly to enhancing our wildlife populations. And as Bob would always say, are the environment's best friends. Now, you wouldn't think that communities like this necessarily need protecting, but unfortunately they do. And for the most part, rural Canadians don't really care what happens in big cities. They just kind of want to be left alone. But for some reason, many of those radical environmental and animal rights activists living in their concrete jungles have a real keen interest in what happens on our private landscapes. We need great MPs like Bob, like my colleagues, to continue to stand up for that, now in his honor. Now, I'm proud to join those efforts and will continue to take part in any of those future fights. And when I think back some of the fights, he reveled a good fight. One I remember he led the charge on, which was important. It was Bill C-246. It was an animal rights bill that would transfer animal rights, human rights to animals. And what it was going to do, it was going to destroy modern agriculture, animal livestock agriculture. It was going to destroy hunting and angling in this community. And he led with the help of across party lines, using those relationships that he'd built by being the guy that he was to kill that legislation. I remember when the RCMP decided to try to appease those animal rights activists and get rid of the iconic muskrat hat for Mounties. Bob was having none of that. He wanted to protect the livelihood of those trappers across the country and the warmth of our frontline police officers serving in our northern communities. He walked the walk, and he was a true friend of the trapping community. And many of you may remember him strutting around here with a fur-laden jacket, with his own muskrat hat, and these big old skunk mitts. He was the real deal. And Bob was always on the lookout for government overreach or efforts that would impact the people that he was sent here to represent, which is why he was great, because he wasn't just about defending. He was vocal in supporting and promoting, proactively working to set the stage, to communicate with the average person that otherwise might not think about these issues or even realize they care about them. In many cases, urban audiences, like when he was writing for the Winnipeg Free Press. What might be less known is the impact that he's had on so many people directly, personally, individually, and particularly the young people. And I think it's important to highlight the legacy that leaves behind. Bob freely shared his wisdom, his wealth of knowledge with young people around him, understanding that it's not just about today, that it's about tomorrow, and anything he could do to nurture the next generation, he was willing to do. He was a mentor to so many of us, to those that worked directly for him, and to our friends that he just got to know, that he would spend time with, that he would give generously his time of. And each and every one of us loved him. He gave so much time just sitting down. He would answer questions candidly, provided advice when asked and sometimes when not asked. He would share his life experiences and those incredible stories that he'd amassed over that wonderful life of his. He treated us like part of the team, or the family, which is why I think he was referred to by Uncle Bob by so many people. He made us believe that we actually had something to contribute, that we mattered. I know I'm going to miss some names from the list, but I want to give a bit of a scale of some that have been impacted. I think of Duncan, Brett, Michael, Blake, Olivier, and the Sims boys, just to name a few. Just like him, he wanted us to be authentic and to be humble. He wanted us to be proud of where we were, what we were doing, and where we were going, and what it meant. Simply put, he wanted each one of us to believe in ourselves and made that a little bit easier. He loved telling stories, and he had so many profound statements. I don't know what to call them other than Bobisms. And I can think back of a couple, one of which was, I quote, "I take the view that if you give up fat, sugar, and alcohol too, you may not live longer, it will just feel that way." But on a more serious note, the quote was, "Life is about chapters. You have to turn the page on one before you can start the next. And nothing lasts forever, and nothing stays the same." He lived in the now. He wasn't one for birthdays or arbitrary reasons to celebrate. He preferred milestones and achievements. He espoused sharing stories of the past, not living them, of looking to the future, but not dwelling on it, to enjoy the moment and to be proud and happy with where you are, to be rational, to be thoughtful, to ask questions, and to act with purpose, and to recognize that the best way to achieve success was to do it with passion, to embrace the challenge in front of you, and to find the opportunity within it. When Bob retired, our relationship didn't just stop like you'd expect with many bosses and their employees. He called in regularly to catch up. I'd go visit Bob and Carolyn at the farm. He was the first to pledge a donation when I called him with the crazy idea I was going to run for politics. He was the one I had introduced me at my nomination campaign launch. He's been by my side since the day we met, and I will forever appreciate his friendship like I know so many others do. And the best part is I'm not unique. There are so many others. I'm part of a massive group of people whom he has meant more to than he could ever know. Bob, I'm going to miss you. I thought we had more calls. I thought we had more business at the farm ahead of us. But I will be forever grateful for all you've done for me. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to share a quote from one of Bob's favorite writers, Henry David Thoreau. I went to the woods because I wished to live deliberately, to front only the essential facts of life and see if I could not learn from what it had to teach, and not, when I came to die, discover that I had not lived. You lived, Bob, and you lived well. You were a great Canadian, and you will live on in all of us that had the privilege to know you. I can't think of any higher achievement, any higher recognition of a life well lived than having those who know you proudly say, after you're gone, we lost one of the good ones, but I'm happy I knew him. You achieved that, Bob. We will miss you, and we will never forget you. Davis.
Before we move to questions and comments, I think it would be appropriate to say that when I was a new MP, I was thoroughly impressed with Bob Sopuck's quick smile, those ruddy cheeks that framed by that silver white beard, and a firm handshake and a welcome to Parliament Hill. And as the honourable member said so well, he will be missed. The honourable leader of the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to be very brief, Bob Sopuck, I didn't know before the actual by-election in which he was successful in getting elected. Him and I were elected at the same time, and shortly thereafter. He does have a very strong personality, a personality that kind of sticks with you, the manner in which he conveys his thoughts. And I always thought of him as a great outdoorsman, someone that truly understood the benefits of having a healthy environment and the benefits of that, whether it's nature of the land or our waters. And I had a deep amount of respect for the fact that he was, from my perspective, I would classify him as a true conservative, but a conservative that could really express himself in such a way in which you respect the gentleman that he is and just his attitude. I did want to give my condolences to Carolyn and the family, and know that he will be dearly missed, and in the prayers of many of his former constituents and Manitobans, families, and friends. I was really touched by the members' comments in regards to Bob, and I just want to take the opportunity just to wish the family and friends well and give them our prayers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Portage Lisgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the kind words, and I will pass those wishes along to the family who I suspect might be watching right now too, and it is appreciated. And then you touched on something that I do find quite interesting. Bob always talked about the fact that conservation and conservative are obviously the same root word, and he was the biggest believer and defender of the fact that conservatives have nothing to be ashamed for when it comes to the environment, that the greenest prime minister in Canadian history has voted was Brian Mulroney. His focus was always on outcomes, though. It's not process. I think it drove him up a wall when there was more of a concern on how do we get to where we're going rather than actually getting to where we're going. That focus on outcomes, I think, would serve us all well in our lives, but more broadly in government. Government's this big behemoth that often, as Bob always said, doesn't understand many of the facets of our way of life. And that's why it's so vital that we step up and defend them and fight as true environmentalists for a better, healthier planet based on metrics of improved biodiversity, of wetland habitat, of fishery stocks. That's what I'm going to continue to fight for, and I thank the honourable member.
Then I have
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to congratulate the member for Portage Lisgar for his touching homage. I think we were all touched by his words today, and offer to him and to the friends and family of Mr. Robert Sopuck our most sincere condolences on behalf of Quebecers and all the people that we represent. Certainly all of our condolences. I didn't have the privilege of knowing Mr. Sopuck as I was only elected in 2019, but from what I've understood this morning, I think I really would have liked to have met him. He seems to have been a good model of engagement. You know, he's been talked about as being an environmentalist of the right. That's not something we hear about every day. I think we need more people like him, people who have a sense of duty, as I heard from the words of the member for Portage Lisgar, defending those who have less influence. I certainly agree with that. The role of an MP is to fight for their people, to represent them with pride, and, you know, I certainly agree with that, and to lead battles and to know how to choose, Mr. Speaker. And this is a challenge that I think that all 338 members of the House of Commons have to face every day, of knowing how to discern between the battle you have to lead in public and the work you have to do in private. And I think that certainly a lot of work can be done behind the scenes, and it can lead to results. I think I would have really appreciated knowing Mr. Sopuck. And, you know, I'm a blockist from Quebec, and I'm talking about a Conservative member from Manitoba, and I've just found a number of points in common. So let's always be aware, Mr. Speaker, that we have much more in common than we might think most of the time. And I would invite all of us to work together to advance files and improve things for society, for the common good, and I'm persuaded that my colleague from Portage Lisgar will agree with me on that. And once again, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois and of all of our elected members and all the people we represent, our sincere condolences. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Portage Lisgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the well wishes. Bob would have agreed with you. In particular, he had a fondness for Quebec, actually, because Quebec has a very high rate of firearms ownership. They have a love of the outdoors, of quadding, of sledding, of doing all the modern and traditional heritage activities. And he always felt, I think, a strong connection with many people in Quebec. And I think that that's why he was focused on Canada broadly and on so many individuals that share his views. I could not be more proud, and I could only aim and hope to achieve half of what that man ever has. And I thank you once again.
the honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his speech today. It was very touching to hear the words that he had from about his former colleague. And while I didn't have the pleasure of working with the late Mr. Sopuck, I have heard many things from my colleagues within the lobby. Many people have very, very funny stories about their time working with him. And I do have to acknowledge that I think there were very few times that the late Mr. Sopuck and the NDP saw eye to eye. But I think one of the things that New Democrats appreciated about Mr. Sopuck was the fact that he was an avid outdoor enthusiast who championed the rural way of life. As part of his enthusiasm, he was also a dedicated conservationist. As someone who comes to this place on the heels of Linda Duncan, another important conservationist in this House, I know that was very important to the New Democrats. That devotion to a rural way of life endeared him to many across party lines. And so on behalf of the New Democratic Party, I'd like to extend my condolences to his family, to his friends, and I'd like to ask the member to share some more stories of this late member. Thank you.
The honourable member from Portage, Lisker.
Thank you for the kind words. And yeah, Bob probably didn't get along with every NDP MP, and certainly would happily disagree on many policy issues. But I will give an example of one that wasn't the case. Is former MP Finn Donnelly, who I had the privilege of joining on occasion with the two of them for a scotch and a across the lines political, candid, Chatham House Rules conversation, because that was the type of guy Bob was. You couldn't understand necessarily why they got there, but you should probably sit down and ask them to understand why people feel the way they do. And that's what made him a brilliant communicator for different audiences, particularly those urban audiences that he worked with during his time with the Free Press. And I know Bob will regret, I think he still owed Finn a couple of bottles of scotch from a couple of bets that did not go his way. So I think he will hopefully be forgiven for that, but I know I enjoyed many opportunities with some of your former colleagues.
An honourable member who knew him well, the honourable member from Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague and friend from Portage, Lisgar. You know, it's just kind of funny as an Alberta MP that's been here for quite some time. Two of my best friends in the time that I've been here have actually been Bob Sopak and Candice Bergen, the MP that my colleague has just replaced. I guess people back home might be questioning my Alberta credentials right now, but don't worry about that. Those are still intact. But, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I look back on, and I of course express my condolences to Caroline and the entire family, but Bob and I actually spent a lot of time here together, and he did put the meat on the bones of the Conservative Hunting and Angling Caucus. He actually came here and galvanized that. I was here a little bit before him, and we became instant friends because of our like-minded views of the world. I grew up on a beef ranch in Alberta, loved hunting and fishing. I spent my time as an outdoorsman as well, as a conservation officer, as a national park warden, as a fisheries technician for Alberta Fish and Wildlife, working on walleye. We just became fast friends, and I was able to spend a little bit of time in his riding. He was able to spend a little bit of time in my riding. We did a little bit of hunting and fishing together, and the Sims boys were there for one of the best duck hunts I've ever been on in my life was with Bob Sopak, and oh my God, these canvasbacks were coming in. They were going 100 miles an hour, jinking all over the place. We couldn't hit anything. I'll openly admit that. I think we probably fired 100 rounds of shotgun shells. I think we came back with 3 ducks. So, but we had a lot of fun, and he was a great guy. And I'm beside myself. I'm gonna miss Bob, because we stayed in touch on a regular basis. He didn't just come and go and did his thing and left, but he cared. He still cared. And I was so, Mr. Speaker, I was so angry when he left, because I kind of felt like I lost half of the duo, right? But I'm so glad that he did now, because you never know how much time you're going to have. And I'm glad that he actually was able to spend those years back on that beautiful log house on the farm, and with Caroline, and spend that time there. But one of the things I loved about Bob was he would always find a way to defend rural folk. And as a guy that grew up on a cow-calf operation, he would defend beef farmers as some of the best environmentalists that we have. They're often under attack, and I'm wondering if my colleague would elaborate on just how well Mr. Sopak would defend cattle ranchers in this great country.
The honourable member from Portage, Lisker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Red Deer Lacombe. You guys were you can get here. And you are a true Albertan, but I think Manitobans appreciate having you in our back pocket a little bit here. You know, Bob cherished those hunts, those days on the lake with you and with so many other people. That's where he was happy. And on that beautiful sprawling farm that he had, he managed the landscape. He was a gardener of his little piece of earth. And that was the way he thought. He wanted more ducks, maybe a hippocorn next time, but he wanted more available at very least. And he took action to do so. When I was working for him, we made a video called If You Care About the Environment, Eat Canadian Beef. It didn't seem that controversial, but did get a bit of a pushback. I guess it was the first time I really learned that many animal rights activists are kind of sociopath. He kind of warned me about that. But a lot of the comments of death threats and suggestions of ways he should go die online that I had to, with pre-advanced current tools of hiding, were telling. But he did it with such pride. He knew that ranchers are our best boots on the ground, that they're important to maintaining our natural ground and our rural communities. I couldn't tell you how many of those types of groups I would argue that he is the best friend that they could have ever had, from hunters, anglers, trappers, ranchers, every other type of agricultural producer, and so many others. But it was always grounded by his belief in the rural way of life, in protecting it, maintaining it, fighting for it, and he was one of the best there ever could be at it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank all members for participating in touching a tribute to a former member and one who touched so many people here. And we wish Carolyn and his family and all his friends the solace of having so many memories with him. Resuming debate, the honourable member from Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and what a privilege to be sitting here as I'm preparing to do this speech in a completely different direction and have the opportunity to reflect on a colleague that I got a chance to serve with for many years in the House of Commons, Bob Sopak, and just, again, such a privilege to listen to my honourable colleague's fantastic speech and reflection. And thoughts are as everybody else's with the family. Moving to the issue that we have been discussing for quite some time now, and will potentially discuss for quite some time, I would imagine, until there's a resolution. I think the best way to start my comments today is to read from the opposition motion that precipitated the conversation that we're having right now. This was back in June, and I believe that this opposition motion passed in the House on June 10th, which is a key date in terms, as you'll hear as I read from the motion. So the opposition motion that passed with the support of all of the opposition parties, at least the NDP in the House, and Conservatives, of course, was that the House order the government, Sustainable Development Technology Canada, and the Auditor General of Canada each to deposit with the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council within 14 days of the adoption of this order. So within 14 days, the order was adopted, I believe, on June 10th. So within 14 days of the adoption of this order, the following documents created or dated since January 1st, 2017, which are in its or her possession, custody, or control. A, all files, documents, briefing notes, memoranda, emails, or any other correspondence exchanged among government officials regarding SDTC. B, contribution and funding agreements to which SDTC is a party. C, records detailing financial information of companies in which past or present directors or officers of SDTC had ownership, management, or other financial interests. D, SDTC conflict of interest declarations. E, minutes of SDTC's Board of Directors and Project Review Committee. And B and F, all briefing notes, memoranda, emails, or any other correspondence exchanged between SDTC directors and SDTC management, provided that G, the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council shall promptly thereafter, the Speaker, whether each entity produce documents as ordered, and the Speaker in turn shall forthwith inform the House of the notice of the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council, but if the House stands adjourned, which it was, the Speaker shall lay the notice upon the table pursuant to Standing Order 32.1. And H, the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council shall provide forthwith any documents received by him pursuant to this order to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police for its independent determination of whether to investigate potential offenses under the Criminal Code or any other act of Parliament. And so, Mr. Speaker, we're sitting here 5 months later, and we're continuing to debate this because the conditions that were in this opposition motion passed by this House have not been met. And of course, as soon as the House came back, our House leader raised a point of privilege. That point of privilege was debated on at length. It was interesting, actually, in your ruling, Mr. Speaker, that you referenced the adoption date on June 10th. We get a chance in the speech that you made when you made your ruling to talk about some of the issues, but I noticed as I was preparing for this and taking the time to read some of the comments that you made, I noticed that, you know, having sat here and listened to opposition members, or government members, I guess future opposition members, hopefully in the near future, having heard them raise some of the concerns, it's interesting that those concerns I didn't realize because I wasn't here for the debate about the as we were raising the point of privilege in the first place. I didn't realize that those concerns had been raised, and you articulated them, you dealt with them, and made the ruling that you made regardless. So kind of interesting to note that. I will note that in your ruling, you said the chair cannot come to any other conclusion but to find that a prima facie question of privilege has been established. You did go on to say many other things, but you did point out, even as you were making some of the points that the government has pointed to in their comments, in their questions, in their debate, you did say that it is ultimately for the House to decide how it wishes to proceed in the face of such objections, Mr. Speaker. It is ultimately for the House to decide on how it wishes to proceed. And here we are today as a House continuing to fight this situation. And Mr. Speaker, taking a look at some of the sort of background of this, again, for folks that might be tuning in for the first time, I think many people have heard about this, what we refer to as the Green Slush Fund, but you could refer to it with many different terms, all of which probably would properly focus on the scandalous nature of the situation. When you take a look at this, it goes back to the Auditor General of Canada finding that the Prime Minister has turned SDTC Canada, SDTC, into this slush fund for Liberal insiders. And this is the point that we've made over and over again. You've got a senior civil servant, a recording of a senior civil servant talking about, quote, outright incompetence of this Liberal government, giving $390 million worth of contracts out inappropriately. $390 million, Mr. Speaker, at a time when the government is racking up unprecedented isn't a strong enough word for it, levels of spending and deficits and racking up debt. We're spending more today on interest on our debt racked up by this government than we're spending on transfers to the provinces for health care right now. That's unheard. I think it's incomprehensible for most Canadians, and it's understandable that people would be infuriated by what they're hearing and that they would want answers. And that's what we're doing here as the official opposition, you know, holding this place hopefully temporarily as His Majesty's official opposition as we get prepared to clean up the mess that this government has created, this Liberal government has created. And we're standing here on behalf of our voters. I get the opportunity to stand here, the privilege to stand here on behalf of the voters of Edmonton-Wetaskiwin, who at every turn are asking me to level some form of accountability using the power I have with the seat that I have in this House to fight for some form of accountability from the government for the unbelievably and devastatingly wasteful spending that we've seen. So in this case, we're talking about $390 million. The Auditor General found that SDTC gave $58 million, Mr. Speaker, to 10 ineligible projects that on occasions they couldn't demonstrate any environmental benefit at all or development of green technology at all. Mr. Speaker, we're talking $334 million from 186 cases to projects where board members held a conflict of interest. $58 million to projects without ensuring contribution agreements were met. And so I believe the Auditor General also made it very clear that the responsibility for this falls on the Liberal government and the Liberal minister responsible. And so we're here to get answers. We moved a motion so that information could be made available to the appropriate authorities. I have to make it really clear that nowhere in this motion does the House order the RCMP to conduct an investigation. This is something that the Liberals have said over and over and over again. The House simply asking that documents be provided and that they have the opportunity to be scrutinized. The whistleblower that was at the Public Accounts Committee had this to say, quote, "Just as I was always confident that the Auditor General would confirm the financial mismanagement at SDTC, I remain equally confident that the RCMP will substantiate the criminal activities that occurred within the organization," unquote. And you know, we trust the whistleblower, and we believe that if the documents are provided, we have faith in the RCMP to decide what to do with them. I do want to say that just for history's sake, the note that the Auditor General did give a clean bill of health to SDTC back in 2017. So it's important to kind of understand the timeline that you have a government that chose Liberal insiders as board members since then, and we've seen. I'm sorry, Liberal members had lots of time to speak on this topic and make some of the arguments that he's made. But it was only after 2017 that we saw the fund voting itself these tax dollars that the Auditor General is referring to. And it's interesting because the Honourable Liberal consultant lead member in the House team of the Liberals that stands up so often in this place that just heckled me, you know, he can go into caucus every Wednesday and he can make the argument, if he wants to make the argument, to have these documents produced so that Canadians can make their assessment. He can make the argument. Surely if his argument is correct, the documents will bear that out, and then he can stand up in this House and point to those documents. Now, I'm not sure, first of all, I'm not sure whether he's can get on the list to actually speak in the caucus meetings from what we've heard. I'm not sure what that process is. It might be easier to get up on this because I'm certainly sure that they'll be looking for anybody to get up and talk about anything other than whether their leader should step down right now. So maybe this is the time, and I'd give some advice if he's willing to take it, some advice that maybe this is his opportunity to make the argument for the release of these documents so that his arguments can be borne out. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you why Canadians are concerned. I'll tell you, you know, I host roundtables in my constituency, constituent roundtables. We do something a little bit unique. We'll bring in 16 constituents on a rotating basis. We'll do 40 or 50 two-hour roundtables where people can come in and we'll go around the table and everybody gets a chance to speak. So that might be a little bit foreign to Liberal members. But everybody gets a chance to speak and raise their issues. And then we'll have a really good discussion of the issues. And I'll tell you what people are talking about at these roundtables right now is they're trying to live their lives, you know, under the unbelievable crises, or within the context of the unbelievable crises on multiple fronts that have been caused by this Liberal government. You know, they are bringing up issues around housing. I'm having more and more people showing up at my roundtables, and this is in Alberta where the cost of housing is relatively less expensive as than it is in other parts of the world, and still constituents are talking about housing challenges. And the thing that I've noticed more than at any other time that I've been hosting these roundtables, and I've been hosting them for 19 years as a member of Parliament, I'm seeing 18 and 19 and 20-year-olds coming to roundtables, talking about the fact that they are having trouble finding work, and then when they find work and they start working full-time, they don't believe that they're ever going to be able to afford a down payment for a house. And in some cases, they're worried that they can't even afford rent for a house. So this is, again, it's not something that I've seen before. And I've seen this actually as I've traveled the country and spoken on other things that I've spoken on, speaking to university students, the same kind of concerns brought up. Another thing that we're hearing a lot about is crime and safety. And I'm hearing it more from young people who are going to university who don't feel safe on public transit anymore. Just an absolute, common concern brought up by constituents at my roundtables. Certainly hearing a lot about budget balance and fiscal responsibility and who's going to pay for this massive bill that's been incurred by this Liberal government. It's interesting, I don't even want to say with a lack of results. Certainly there's been a lack of results corresponding to the spending, but the worst thing about the situation is that the more this government spends, the worse the results are. Our outcomes are going down on almost every front that you can measure. And the Liberal response in the House of Commons day in and day out is to say, why won't you support our ever-increasing spending? So they'll introduce a new program. It's probably, probably good that we're having this prolonged debate right now, in the sense that, yes, we want to get an outcome of having some accountability, but at the same time, while we're having this conversation, the Liberals can't introduce a new 10 or 20 or $30 billion program that they've cooked up with the NDP in partnership to spend to drive us even further in debt. Because every day in and day out, that's the answer, is why won't you spend more? Why won't you support us to spend even more money? Well, Mr. Speaker, when you take a look at the numbers, over $300 million in this case, it's no wonder that Canadians don't trust this government to spend their money. And Mr. Speaker, I have to say, I got elected in 2006, in January of 2006. When I got elected, I replaced someone that had sat on the Liberal side for 4 straight elections. And the context of that time was, the main issue was a sponsorship scandal. The sponsorship scandal didn't even come close to touching the numbers that we're talking about now. We talked at that point about the long gun registry that had been brought in by that Liberal government at that time. This seems like ancient history, but we're seeing history repeating itself over and over again. So now we've got a gun buyback, which is, quite just a complete misnomer, because the government never owned the firearms in the first place. So government's talking about spending billions of dollars buying firearms from law-abiding Canadians, while we have record levels of firearms being smuggled into our country, illegal firearms being used by criminals on the street right now, and the government's doing nothing about it. Of course, back in those days, we also had the HRSDC boondoggle at the time, and irresponsible spending. But at that time, those were huge issues that brought down a minority Liberal government. But the context is so much different today. Today, we've spent hundreds of billions of dollars more in deficit spending over the years, and our fiscal situation is on the brink of disaster. We haven't seen it this tough since the Trudeau years of the 70s and 80s. That Trudeau legacy of the 70s and 80s that was so difficult for subsequent governments to dig out of. In fact, it was, as I often remind my Liberal colleague across the way, it was the Martin Chrétien Liberal government that had to cut record levels in spending for healthcare and social services and education. 32% cut, absolute cut, from the spending, the transfer in 1995 for healthcare, social services, and education cut because of the policies of the Trudeau government of the 70s and 80s. And that legacy obviously has continued and worsened today. We're in a worse situation today because of subsequent governments within that same legacy. I believe out of 25 budgets, I think 24 deficits. And so that is something that when you're looking at the context of what we're discussing today, it's intolerable. We need to get to the bottom of this. As we work to get to the bottom of this, I think the one thing that would help right now at this point in time is quite honestly, if the government, if the Prime Minister finally had a realization, if maybe he listened to some of his caucus colleagues who are speaking out, and decided to, if there's a lot of confidence over there, maybe we'll hear it in their questions, declarations of confidence in the approach to things. If they're so confident in their approach, maybe we could have an election. Maybe this would be time. It's the longest serving minority parliament in history because of the support the NDP has given the Liberals to prop it up. Maybe it's time that we have an election, take it to the people. If the honourable member over there and his colleagues are so confident in that, surely their fortunes will turn around and they would be confident having an election based on the policies of this government, of course, a carbon tax election that so many Canadians are calling for. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we've been witnessing is an ongoing game that the Conservative Party continues to play at a significant expense, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to use an example of foreign interference. This is an issue that affects us all. All Canadians are concerned about foreign interference. I care passionately about our Sikh community and our Indo-Canadian community and the impact that foreign interference is having there. Everything from extortion to assassinations to allegations of the Conservative leadership being manipulated through foreign interference to parliamentarians involved in foreign interference. Yet when the issue comes, Mr. Speaker, every other leader inside the House of Commons except for the Conservative leader actually has had the security clearance. It's not good for the Conservative Party to put their personal interest ahead of the national interest. Can the member explain why it is that the leader of the Conservative Party refuses to get a security clearance when so many Canadians are concerned about international foreign interference in Canada today?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, that member has asked me a lot of questions over the years. This might be the first good question he's asked, first relevant question that he's asked in many, many years. I mean, the reality is that our leader, the future Prime Minister, our leader said in the House of Commons the other day when asked about this, that he's not going to be gagged by the Liberal government. He's had the support of the person that was in charge of, when we were in government, holding us to account as opposition leader. Tom Mulcair has said the same thing. He would not do it if he was our leader either, because he wouldn't be able to. The Liberals would like nothing more than our leader to take a briefing that he can't talk about, so that he can't ask the questions that he's asking in those comments, because those are super uncomfortable for the Liberals, right? This whole issue is connected to that, right? It's all about government censorship, about government controlling information Canadians get. I wonder, hopefully this member will take to heart the question that he's just asked, go into caucus again Wednesday. Hopefully he can fight for a spot at the mic and demand that his government release the names of everybody affected, impacted by foreign interference in this House.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm glad I caught your eye as I had risen before to be able to ask the member this question. During the last few weeks of this debate, where the government has paralyzed the House of Commons and now we are unable to continue on with the work of reviewing private members' bills, motions, and to do legislative review here on the House of Commons floor. I wanted to ask the member this particular question. In the past, all opposition parties were always united in opposing government corruption, especially Liberal government corruption, which we've seen over the past many decades. Whenever they've been in government, it eventually leads to the point where it paralyzes Parliament in some way. But typically, the opposition parties have always held together to hold the government accountable and make sure that they produce the documents that are being demanded by a motion like this. I wonder if the member could reflect on that and ask, is it perhaps time, and is it perhaps showing now that other opposition parties are going to break away in the coming weeks and not hold the government accountable for the corruption that it has allowed within this one particular fund in this situation that has led to this awful situation where it's come apart? Thank you, Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
That's another great question. And again, I referenced 2006. Of course, the election in January 2006 was precipitated by the sponsorship scandal. It was a minority Liberal government at the time that had been supported by the NDP. And what we saw at that point in time is eventually the NDP, it got to a point where the scandal was bad enough and the information coming out was bad enough that no one with a conscience serving in opposition could possibly prop up a government in that circumstance. And as I mentioned earlier, the situation we're facing today is infinitely worse than the situation in 2005. And I think Canadians find it absolutely abhorrent that members from the NDP particularly and the Bloc from time to time are finding ways to twist themselves into pretzels to support a government that is so clearly on the wrong path for Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been intently listening to the debate, and I think it's fascinating to hear the information coming out of the member for the Conservative Party. I am born and raised in the Waterloo region. I am proud to be born Canadian. I did not choose the community I was born in. I did not choose my citizenship, but I will always pick Canada first. And I find it interesting because a lot of what the member responded to actually is not accurate. And just listening to the reports coming out this weekend, the commissioner of the RCMP stated very clearly that they cannot take this information because there are privileges that Canadians have. And, people wear their poppy with pride. These are hard-fought rights and freedoms. So I would like to ask the member, is there anyone in this chamber who is opposing this question of privilege? Why not let the steps unfold so that committee can do their work? We know that the first wave of information that's gone to the RCMP, they cannot look at because we have to respect the Canadian Charter on Rights and Freedoms. The rights and freedoms of Canadians matter. I asked the member, is there anyone in this chamber opposed to this question of privilege? I asked that member, when will his party start basing their decisions based on evidence, not ideology? Does he support the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
I think it's interesting, Mr. Speaker, to listen carefully to that question. The assertion that the member makes at the start of the question is that I've said something that's incorrect, but nowhere in her question does she actually itemize anything that I said that was incorrect. Not one piece of evidence. She talks about evidence, not one piece of evidence that anything I said was incorrect. The fact of the matter is, she talks about the privilege motion, but I think it's important to go back to the motion that was passed, the Opposition Day motion for the production of papers that was passed. The House voted in favor of that motion. The Liberals voted against that motion, but the House voted in favor of that motion. And we're here today because the government clearly has not complied with that motion. So if she gets another chance, I would love to hear what she would deem incorrect that I had to say in my speech, because I assert that there's nothing, and she knows there's nothing, and this is just part of the debate that we've seen week in and week out since we came back in September.
Yes, I have a point of order. The honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you. I am basing on the assumption that the leader of the official opposition...
First, let me hear something first. The honourable member for Waterloo,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm basing that comment on the point that the leader of the official opposition would be gagged. There is no such thing.
Okay, no, that's just fallen into debate. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. And just a comment on the previous question. Debating whether or not the House of Commons should have voted for the original opposition motion is the old debate. They are debating something that has already been pronounced on by this House. What we are debating now is the actual issue of the breach of privilege, and But in his speech, this member talked about the accusation that that the opposition is paralyzing Parliament. Well, it's the government that could just table the documents and have this debate over with. We'd rather deal with the actual problem than studying it. But furthermore, I mean, I agree with the member. I don't want to debate new government bills that are going to continue on the same agenda that has wrought so much destruction to the Canadian economy. Does he agree?
The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
I absolutely agree with that. I think anything that this Liberal NDP partnership from continuing to destroy the economics of our country is important. But I also want to point out that the reason we're having this debate is because the Liberals continue to do exactly what the honourable member said. They continue to relitigate a debate that they already lost a vote on, which was the Opposition Day motion.
Who has advised both Liberal and Conservative governments on national security issues, said the Tory leader is knowingly misleading the public by claiming he doesn't need the clearance because his Chief of Staff has received briefings. The leader's idea that it is sufficient for his Chief of Staff to be briefed for him and for his Chief of Staff to share that information with him is complete nonsense. There is no gag that would be imposed on the leader of the Conservative Party. Why will the leader of the Conservative Party not do the honourable thing and get the security clearance and show to Canadians that he's going to put the nation ahead of his party?
The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, it is, again, the honourable member stands up, makes an assertion that I'm incorrect in what I said, and then doesn't actually reference what I said. Yes, our leader would be restricted. Very clear, you could gagged whatever word we use. He would be restricted in his ability to say things that he learns in the briefing. Right? People might have different opinions on everything that's going on. This foreign is one of the most important, foreign interference scandal is one of the most important issues facing our country today. We need the government to name the names. We've been very clear that we want the government to name the names, and then we can decide where we go from there to protect our country.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, members opposite may think that we are here to talk about the production of documents, something that has engaged this House for weeks now. I suspect that they have set themselves to tune out any words I say. Perhaps instead they are watching cat videos on their phones. The documents in question are really not the issue here, and the government knows that. What it doesn't know is for its own Liberal members to understand what the issues are. It wants them to keep watching cat videos in the hopes that they will not realize just how much contempt their leader and their ministers have been for them and for this House. The Speaker has ruled that the Liberals have violated an order by this House to turn evidence to the police for a criminal investigation into the latest Liberal $400 million scandal. In essence, the government is telling us that they know best, and the will of the House can be ignored no matter what the Speaker and the members say. As the Prime Minister said in his mandate letter to the previous government House leader, I quote, "Canadians expect us to work hard, speak truthfully, and be committed to advancing their interests and aspirations. When we make mistakes, as we all will, Canadians expect us to acknowledge them and, most importantly, to learn from them." End quote. It is time for this government to speak truthfully. They don't want these documents released, not because they are concerned about the legal process, but because they are embarrassed. The Auditor General has found that the Liberal appointees gave $400 million tax dollars to their own, involving 186 conflicts of interest. The government is concerned that providing the documents will reveal even more corruption. This is about $400 million wasted or stolen tax dollars while Canadians cannot afford to eat, heat, and house themselves. Their embarrassment is understandable. The implication is what so far has been revealed is that these are Liberals illegally benefiting Liberals, advancing their own interests and aspirations instead of the country's best interest. What was supposed to be a way of fighting climate change instead was a way of lining the pockets of those with Liberal connections. After 9 years of this government, Canadians are not surprised by this climate hypocrisy. But there is no reason for them to accept it. The Prime Minister has apparently forgotten his own words about admitting to mistakes and learning from them. Or maybe he thinks he and his government are so perfect that mistakes are impossible, so there's nothing to acknowledge and nothing to learn. The government seems to think there's a problem with the opposition parties in this matter. The work of this House is being tied up, they say, and if the opposition would just allow a committee to deal with the matter, then we could get on with more important business. But we can't. Why can't the opposition see that? When Liberal cabinet ministers make statements like that, they seem to have checked their collective brains at the door. What is more important for this House than to establish that the government does not dictate to the elected members? When the House makes an order and the Speaker affirms the orders, the government doesn't get to say no. I realize it would be more convenient for the Liberals if the opposition doesn't exist or didn't exist. That may be why their first idea at the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic was to suggest that they've been given free rein to act without parliamentary oversight. They wanted the opposition parties to go home and allow the government to work without oversight. That is not the way parliamentary democracy is supposed to work. I would hope that those government MPs who were here at that time look back on that period with a certain amount of embarrassment. They were persuaded to agree to such thing. This was, after all, supposed to be the most open and transparent government in Canadian history. In 2013, the newly elected Liberal leader, today's Prime Minister, said, and I quote, "Political leadership is about on openness and transparency," end quote. 11 years later, this government has a reputation for secrecy. He won't release the documents. What is he trying to hide? The Prime Minister seems to have forgotten his own words. Or maybe he was just saying something he didn't believe in order to get elected. Canadians believe him when he said, I quote, "For me, transparency isn't just a slogan or a tactic. It's a way of doing business," end quote. In 2024, Canadians doubt the truth of that statement. Obviously, it was a slogan and a tactic designed to fool the public. Canadians are no longer fooled. If the Prime Minister and his government believe in transparency, there would be no need for me to be speaking today. They would have been releasing the documents already. Instead, they look like a criminal with something to hide. This supposedly open and transparent government is defying the will of the House. Their actions show how hollow their idealistic words here. If the Liberals want to work with this House forward, something we all would like to see, then the path forward is simple. Obey the will of the House, accept the ruling of the Speaker, and provide the documents. What happens to those documents is not their concern. They are not the law clerk. They are not the RCMP. It is not the governments that should be telling others what to do with the material. They have already shown that cover-up is their preference. The Liberals must end the cover-up and hand over the evidence to the police so Parliament can get back to working for Canadians. Why do they continue to defy the will of the House and the ruling of their own Speaker? It is probably worth mentioning again why this is an issue. The Auditor General of Canada found that this government, led by a Prime Minister who boasted about transparency, has turned Sustainable Development Canada, Technology Canada, the SDTC, into a slush fund for Liberal insiders. A recording of senior civil servant slammed the outright incompetence of the Liberal government, which gave $390 million worth of contracts inappropriately. The Auditor General also found that SDTC gave, first, $58 million to 10 ineligible projects that on occasions couldn't demonstrate an environmental benefit or development of a green technology. Two, $334 million over 186 cases to projects in which board members held a conflict of interest. $58 million to projects without ensuring contribution agreement terms were met. The Auditor General made it clear that the blame for this scandal falls on the industry minister, who did not sufficiently monitor the contracts they were given to Liberal insiders. By not complying with the Speaker's ruling, the Liberals have paralyzed Parliament, making it impossible for anyone here to address issues like the doubling housing costs, Liberal food inflation, and crime and chaos. Given the Liberal record, I wonder if that is their plan, with the level of incompetence they have displayed over the past 9 years. I wouldn't want to talk about housing, crime, or the economy either, but maybe we should. After all, after 9 years of Liberal government, Canadians have never been less safe. Insane catch-and-release policies are putting dangerous, repeat violent offenders back onto our streets. The reckless experiment of taxpayer-funded harder drugs have created crime, chaos, and disorders across Canada. Statistics Canada has revealed that since 2015, violent crime is up by nearly 50%. Homicides are up 28%, while sexual assaults, auto theft, and extortion are up 74%, 45%, and 350%, respectively. Meanwhile, the Liberals' failed experiment funding harder drugs with taxpayer dollars has increased drug deaths by 184% since 2015. In London, Ontario, the Chief of the Police Service has been clear about the disaster that has unfolded, saying diverted safe supply is being resold into our community. It's being trafficked into other communities, and it is being used as currency in exchange for fentanyl, fueling the drug trade, end quote. In British Columbia, the Vancouver Police Department said that around 50% of all hydromorphine seizures were diverted from the Prime Minister's taxpayer-funded harder drugs program. Since 2015, nearly 45,000 Canadians have died from drug overdoses. It seems everyone except the government, or this government, can see the problem. When it comes to housing, the Liberals know they created a problem. They just don't know how to fix it. Housing has become unaffordable in Canada because we are failing to build enough homes for Canadians. This was confirmed by a recent report from the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, CMHC, showing that Canada is still building fewer homes than we did in the 1970s, when Canada had half the population it does now. Across Canada, housing starts declined 13% nationally between August 2023 and August 2024. Ontario has seen a 25% drop in housing starts. In Toronto, housing starts in August 2024 witnessed a massive 48% decline over 2023, while Vancouver saw a drop of 34% year over year. But the Liberals' housing hell isn't limited to Toronto or Vancouver. Across British Columbia, housing starts dropped by 31%, and in Victoria saw their housing starts decline by 33%. Manitoba and Saskatchewan have seen housing starts drop by 14% and 12% respectively during the first 8 months of this year compared to the same period of 2023. And Winnipeg's housing starts are down 16% over the same period, while Ottawa saw 17% fewer new houses projects. Housing remains unaffordable in Canada in spite of the Liberals giving billions of dollars to the same gatekeepers who caused the housing crisis in first place. Since last year, food prices in Canada risen overall by 3.9%, with meat up by 9.5%, margarine up by 9.9%, and baby food seeing an increase of 5%. These price increases hit seniors and low-income Canadian families the hardest. According to a recent poll by Angus Street Institute, more than one-third of Canadians have struggled to afford enough food to feed their families. This is not acceptable. Our food prices are an afterthought for the Liberal government. While inflation may have slowed, food prices aren't going down, and the Liberals' carbon tax further restricts producers' competitiveness through added transportation costs. It is fair to say that Canada's food security is at tipping point. No, these are definitely not topics that the government wants to address. Since they have no plans to fix anything, they instead tie up the work of this House, hoping that Canadians won't notice. They try to pretend that they are standing on principle instead of being open and transparent. They are trying to convince Canadians that covering up wrongdoing is a virtue. Canadians don't believe them. They say it is all the opposition's fault as they continue to do the wrong thing, as they ignore the will of the House of Commons and the authority of the Speaker. Instead, they try and deflect the issue and pretend the order is somehow improper. What could be more proper than the House of Commons demanding accountability from the government? We have 800 years of constitutional tradition backing them up. The Prime Minister may not like it, but we are not here to do what he likes. We are here to do what is right. The government's House leader has said that this debate is, and I quote, something every single Canadian should be extremely alarmed about. End quote. I agree. Canadians should be alarmed, concerned by a government that thinks it is above the law. Canadians should be alarmed by a government whose ministers don't seem to understand what constitutes a conflict of interest. Canadians should be alarmed by a government that illegally rewards its friends. Canadians should be alarmed by a government that tries to cover things up while claiming to be open and transparent. Parliaments need to be respected by this government. The documents must be released. It isn't the government's responsibility to consider what happens when the documents are released. Let the law clerk and the RCMP worry about that. It is not the Liberals' job. The Liberals' duty is to release the documents and stop their contempt of Parliament and the democratic system that they claim to uphold. When a party that claims to be the most transparent government in Canadian history refuses to respect the will of the House of Commons, Canadians are right in wondering what they are trying to hide. We know there's something questionable about the $400 million. How much more is there? Canadians deserve to know the truth, no matter how much the Liberals wants to cover it. We all know why we are here. The Liberals' selective amnesia isn't fooling Canadians. The Auditor General found evidence of serious mismanagement at STDC, maybe even criminal activity. The Liberals' response to this, as with so many other things, is to cover it up, to pretend there is no problem. And maybe, from their perspective, there is no problem. After all, apparently the funds in question went to those with Liberal connections. How can anyone see a conflict of interest in awarding contracts to a few friends? Mr. Speaker, the Liberals need to remember that this is not their money. The Liberals need to remember that this is not their money we are talking about. The $400 million did not come from the Liberal Party. It came from ordinary Canadians who are struggling to put food on the table as they are being carbon taxed to death. They deserve better. The Prime Minister is fond of telling the media and this House that Canadians will forgive him for not taking direction from the Conservatives or any members of subjects. His ministers frequently use the same line. It makes for a nice media clip. However, the Prime Minister and his ministers really should take directions from Conservatives on respect for Parliament, ethics and transparency, not to mention crime, housing, taxation, and balancing the budget. And no, I don't think Canadians are going to forgive him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I'll emphasize that this is nothing more than a political game that the Conservatives are playing at a very expensive cost. Mr. Speaker, I want to pick up on the member's quote when he says, "to do what is right." And that's what it is that we are asking for the Conservative leader of Canada to do. To do what is right. To take another quote from the member, he says, Canadians deserve it. And he again is right. Canadians deserve to know why it is that the Conservative leader today is refusing to get the security clearance. Why is he putting his political party ahead of the interests of the nation, Mr. Speaker? That is a legitimate question, and we have yet to hear any argument as to why and how the leader of the Conservative Party is justifying that behavior by refusing. When you have the Bloc, you have the Greens, you have the NDP, and obviously the Prime Minister that all have that security clearance. What is the Conservative Party scared of, Mr. Speaker? They owe an answer, a credible answer to Canadians. What is it?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
The ask, Mr. Speaker, is mutual. This government has to be responsible, have to answer questions, have to tell the truth, has to uncover what they're trying to cover up of scandals of $400 million of taxpayers. This member is a symptom of a government that expects everybody to do their dirty work. This is a government that does hide every day, and the government of secrecy since day one. They step as a majority government in this House, and they continue to do that with the NDP government. This is a political gain. They're talking about the political gain. Mr. Speaker, there's no government in Canadian history that wants to always look for opportunity to do political gains by ID politics, by everything they've done so far. So shame on them to question us about this and to change the topic. Let's answer the question, where is the $400 million?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, it's kind of surreal, sometimes what happens in this Parliament when I hear the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister accuse the opposition of owing answers to Canadians. But, all we've been talking about for weeks, Mr. Speaker, is for the government to provide unredacted documents to Parliament in full transparency. So the question is for the government. The question is for the government, Mr. Speaker. So my question to the member of the opposition is, when are we going to vote on this? Listen, we're ready to vote. We know that we have a majority on this side as the opposition. When are we going to force the government to do this? When are we going to vote? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning. Well, thank you very much to my colleague from the Parti Québécois for this important question.
Amazing question. The government, before they start asking the opposition parties to do something, they should ask themselves to do what is their duty that requested and expected by Canadians. That is the first thing. They have to look in the mirror and ask themselves to do this. And that's what we are expecting out of this debate. And as soon as they do this, and they really show that the level of transparency expected, then we do have a resolution to this crisis that they created, this fire that they put, and they want to think that they will send the fire department to put it down. This is the government that we're dealing with until they find themselves responsible enough and transparent enough to do what's right. Then we have a problem solved here.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think my question is very similar to that of my friend from the bloc. I've been here for 5 years, and I think this is the first time that I've seen the House in violent agreement with the content of a motion and yet refusing to vote on that motion so that a committee can do the work that is called for in the motion. If I was a Canadian sitting up in the gallery, I'd be rightly confused by this little game that's being played. The reality, of course, is that the Conservatives are simply holding up the business of the House as a way to try to force the production of these documents, something which, incidentally, isn't called for in the content of the motion being debated. So my question to my friend from the Conservative Party is why he feels that it's appropriate for the business of the House to be held up for so long when what he's calling for and what he just spoke to isn't actually in the content of the motion his party has put forward.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thanks for the member from the NDP. The NDP been prompting this government for the last 2 years on good and bad to get to this stage. So the government felt so comfortable to do whatever this government wished to do, of course supported heavily by the NDP. So the question is, the NDP should ask this government that they were so partners. They had kind of 2 years plus of marriage, and they're still working together to basically do the right thing, release the documents, and tell the truth, and that will solve the problem.
And comments? The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Edmonton Manning for his excellent speech. You know, I've been listening to this debate for a long time now, and you know, the reality is the Auditor General found that money had been funneled from Liberal appointees at the Green Slush Fund to themselves. And all we're asking for is that the evidence of this crime be released by the government. You would think that that would be a natural thing, that they would want to cooperate with the police and get to the bottom of this crime. So my question to the honourable member is, what does he think it is that is in these documents that must be so damning against the government that they would allow Parliament to be paralyzed for weeks on end?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thanks for my honourable colleague for this question. There's $400 million here, and there could be more, and that's what what the government is fearful of, releasing any source of information on this, hiding behind certain things that they believe that they can convince the Canadian of. The first responsibility to decision makers, to policymakers, to representatives of Canadians is to tell the truth, because we're supposed to be holding on the money and the wealth of Canadians to manage it properly and not to waste it on friends, on people who support certain party. And this government is in this position hiding everything. Shame. So Canadians don't know the truth. So if they're really transparent, they should do that. And I believe the $400 million unfortunately could not be enough. There could be some more stuff. There's a lot of stuff that they've been hiding, and Canadians deserve the truth.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I asked a legitimate question of the member, and he chose to completely ignore the question. That doesn't make the question disappear. It doesn't make the issue disappear. Canadians do have a right to know why it is that the Conservative leader of Canada has chosen to put his party ahead of the nation. Can the member across the way explain from his perspective why it is that the leader of the Conservative Party is not coming clean with Canadians and getting the security clearance, and if he continues to refuse to do so, to explain the real reason why? Is there something in his background that Canadians should know about?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
I think Canadians deserve to know the truth about the $400 million and the waste of money and the mismanagement of their wealth, of their tax that they work hard to pay to the government. That's what Canadians expect. So this government can try to change the channel as much as they want. Is it going to happen? We know exactly what they're looking for. We know what they're hiding. Canadians are not fooled by this government, and hopefully the truth will come out and the sun will come out to uncover the scandal that is deep-rooted in this government.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, still no answer. Let me get something a little bit more relevant that in his mind, and that is at the end of the day, the most corrupt Prime Minister that actually, let me rephrase that. The only Prime Minister in the history of Canada to ever be held in contempt of Parliament was Stephen Harper. The Parliamentary Secretary at that time was today's leader of the Conservative Party. I could argue that he is once again being in contempt of Parliament by not doing what's in the nation's best interest. Again, why is this leader of the Conservative Party so much driven not to get that security clearance? What is it that's in his past that's preventing him from doing the honourable thing, putting the nation ahead of his political party?
Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning with their 50
With
seconds.
this multi-billion-dollar scandal government, I don't know how much they have of a face to ask others to do something that they don't do themselves at first place. It's very unfortunate, but knowing the nature of this government, by this member that goes every time try to ask the same question over and over, the answer is simple. Be transparent. Tell Canadians what you're hiding, that $400 million. Come with lots of truth about what have you done, what have this government done, and then we will have a chance to discuss other things. Otherwise, they have done multi-billion dollars of scandals that Canadians are fed up.
Time's up. Question, what was that? Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just verifying that my it is an approved headset. Just making sure that the volume is correct in the House, sir.
Yeah, you know, it sounds okay on our side. I'll interrupt you if we need to make any changes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honored to rise in the House once again, I should say, and before I speak to the motion of privilege, I just, if the House will indulge me, tomorrow will be 1 year of passing of Mom and missing of her cookies, but we smile and we celebrate her life. Today, I know that she watched me speak many, many times in the House, and as we've all kind of hit, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I'm honored to represent the wonderful people of Essex and to address the House today. As my colleague and friend from Oshawa pointed out last week during his speech on this very topic, we are once again proud to stand this evening on behalf of the constituents of our ridings to hold the government accountable for its liberal corruption. However, we do not take any pleasure in this. Returning to our ridings, trying to explain how the government has undermined our institutions and corrupted the way government operates, it's truly a disheartening example of governance. I want to highlight the government's mishandling of the Sustainable Development Technology Canada, SDTC, often called the Green Slush Fund. This program was created in 2001 to support innovation and sustainable technologies and ran smoothly under both Liberal and Conservative governments until the current Prime Minister took office. And Mr. Speaker, I know a thing or two about clean technology. It is unacceptable that the Liberals are refusing to hand over all the documents related to to the Prime Minister's Green Slush Fund to the RCMP within the required days. My colleagues on the Public Accounts Committee received a report from the auditor.
Order. Just want to, the honourable member did use a proper name for I think the Prime Minister. So I just want to just underline that. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Speaker, and I do apologize. I did correct myself. My colleagues on the Public Accounts Committee received a report from the Auditor General last June when she found that the Liberal government had turned the once legitimate Sustainable Development Technology Canada into a slush fund for Liberal insiders. The Auditor General found that the Liberal-appointed SDTC board members who voted to give out that money had a conflict of interest. I'm tired of this lack of transparency, which only deepens distrust and frustrations amongst Canadians. After nearly a decade in power, we have yet more evidence that the NDP Liberals are not worth the cost in terms of both financial resources and the increasing crime and corruption that has plagued this government. Their inability to be transparent about their actions is unacceptable. The Speaker has ruled that the NDP Liberals have violated a House order to turn over evidence to the police regarding a criminal investigation into their latest $400 million scandal. This blatant disregard for accountability shows their ongoing refusal to be open and honest with Canadians. The Speaker's ruling, coupled with the NDP Liberals' stubbornness, has effectively paralyzed Parliament. This inaction makes it impossible for us to address pressing issues like skyrocketing house costs, rampant food inflation, and the rise of crime and chaos in our communities. We cannot move forward while they hide behind their secrecy. While it used to be normal for working class young people to buy homes, now 80% of Canadians tell posters home ownership is only for the very rich and definitely out of their reach. After 9 years of NDP Liberals, the situation is so bad that there are now 1,400 homeless encampments in Ontario alone. In Ontario and British Columbia, government charges account for more than 30% for the cost of a new home. The federal government takes the biggest share. In Ontario, about 39% of total taxes on a new home go to politicians and bureaucrats in Ottawa. The GST alone adds $50,000 in cost to a $1 million home. In my great riding of Essex, people are struggling. According to the Windsor-Essex County Association of Realtors September market update, the average sales price was up 8.2% to $579,290. At a time when many Canadians are struggling to make ends meet with rising housing and food costs, it is incredibly disappointing that we find ourselves still discussing the Liberal government's $400 million Green Slush Fund scandal. The Auditor General has clearly stated that the responsibility for this scandal lies directly with the former Liberal industry minister, as well as the current one, who failed to adequately oversee the contracts awarded to Liberal insiders. This lack of oversight has contributed to a serious breach of public trust at a moment when transparency and accountability are more important than ever. At the heart of this issue is the Auditor General's finding that Liberal appointees allocating $400 million of taxpayers' money to their own companies, resulting in 186 conflicts of interest. This is not just a scandal. It's a betrayal of the trust that Canadians placed in their government, and it underscores the urgent need for transparency. This money could have gone back into the pockets of hardworking Canadians or toward beneficial programs that help our communities. This money may have been used to support neighborhood projects, support the growth of small enterprises, or lessen the financial strain on families dealing with growing expenses. It's a lost chance that may have had a significant impact on the lives of regular people. We're talking about $400 million in taxpayer money that may have been wasted or stolen while everyday Canadians struggle to afford food, heating, and housing. This situation is intolerable, especially when so many are suffering due to the government's lack of accountability. The NDP Liberals must put an end to their cover-up and hand over the evidence to the police. Only then can Parliament get back to its critical work of serving the interests of Canadians. Their continued obstruction is unacceptable. The division between those in government and regular Canadians who must deal with the fallout from such carelessness is widened by this incident. Why won't the NDP Liberals stop hiding behind the Green Slush Fund and release the required documentation so that Canadians can have the openness and accountability they deserve? Only our sensible Conservative colleagues will put an end to the turmoil and corruption and figure out what happened to the $400 billion. Now, Mr. Speaker, to know where you're going, you must know where you come from, where you came from. And I really think it's important to speak about the timeline, the scandal timeline, dating back all the way to late 2018, when then former Liberal Industry Minister Nagdeep Bains expressed concerns regarding the Harper area chair of the SDTC, Jim Balsillie, given his public criticism of the government's privacy legislation. Minister Bains then proposed two alternative chairs to the CEO of SDTC as replacements in a phone call. One of the candidates proposed is Annette Verschuren, an entrepreneur who was receiving SDTC funds through one of her companies. Then the minister, PMO, and PCO are warned of the risks associated with appointing a conflict chair and are told that up until this point, the fund has never had a chair with interest in companies. Then it goes on into June 2019, so another full year later, and Minister Bains decides to proceed with the appointment of Annette Verschuren, despite repeated warnings expressed to his office. Then the new chair goes on to create an environment where conflict of interests are tolerated and quote-unquote managed. Minister Bain goes on to appoint two other controversial board members who engage in unethical behavior in a breach of conflict of interest. Now we're all the way to June of 2024. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, I just skipped over 5 or 6 other points I could have made. Now we're all the way to June. In June of 24, the Auditor General report is released finding severe governance failures of the SEDC. So our colleagues take it to, the House takes it, but our colleagues ask a whole bunch of questions, very direct, pointed questions in committee. And I'd like to just put into the hands of here, one of the SDC testimony was, just as I was always confident that the Auditor General would confirm the financial mismanagement of SDTC, I remain equally confident that the RCMP will substantiate the criminal activities that occur within the organization. Another says, the true failure of the situation stands at the feet of our current government, whose decision to protect wrongdoers and cover up their findings over the last 12 months is a serious indictment of how our democratic systems and institutions are being corrupt by political interference. It should never have taken 2 years for the issues to reach this point, and what should have been a straightforward process turned into a bureaucratic nightmare that allowed the SDTC to continue wasting millions of taxpayers' dollars and abusing countless employees over the last year. Mr. Speaker, when we really look at the overview, so those folks that are so busy trying to run their businesses, folks that are working overtime to try to make ends meet, those young adults that are trying desperately to figure out how they're going to afford a home, if they can afford a home, those folks standing at food banks, they don't have time and or the energy to watch the House of Commons. They're very, very busy trying to get their lives back in order after the failed Liberal NDP coalition. And so because of that, Mr. Speaker, I want to give a quick overview of the privilege motion and why it's so important that we have this discussion, this debate today. So long story short, Mr. Speaker, is to really bring us all back to kindergarten. The key mandate of the SDTC is a federally funded nonprofit that approves and disperses over $100 million in funds annually to clean technology companies. Mr. Speaker, in a former life, back when I was in the world of business, we did exactly that. We did clean technology. And so is it a good thing to have clean technology? Absolutely it is. Protecting our environment, creating great jobs, exporting the technology. I know that's a lot what our business did. But the Sustainable Development Technology Canada, SDTC, was established in 2001 by the Government of Canada through the Canada Foundation for Sustainable Development Technology Act to fund the development and demonstration of new technologies. This is an arm's length, not-for-profit organization that was created to support projects that develop and demonstrate new technologies that address issues related to climate change, air quality, clean water, and clean soil. And they are responsible for the administration of the tech fund. But here's the problems. The key problem, STDC executives awarded projects in which they held conflicts over $330 million worth of taxpayers' funds. In 2019, the former Liberal Industry Minister, David Bings, began appointing conflicting executives to the board. The Auditor General and Ethics Commissioner initiated a separate investigations after whistleblowers came forward with allegations of financial mismanagement. Speaker, I think I've got about 4 or 5 minutes left. Is that correct?
You got 6.5 minutes left.
6.5 minutes left. Excellent, excellent. Mr. Speaker, so the Prime Minister in 2015, very simply put, said, well, he said sunny ways, Mr. Speaker, but what he really said was, we are going to have an election on transparency. And Mr. Speaker, Canadians not only deserve the documentation, Canadians want the documentation. They want it handed over so that the RCMP can do what they need to do. If there's nothing to hide, Mr. Speaker, then why are we into, I believe it's week 4 of this debate? If the government has absolutely nothing to hide, no conflict of interest, there's nothing to see here, just like the many, 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 many other conflicts of interest that we have seen this government since 2015 be part of. And Canadians don't forget. Canadians do not forget. They don't forget about the Aga Khan. They don't forget about the WE scandal. They do not forget. But it's getting awful tiring to have to continue to hold this government to account, to hold their hands to the fire, when what we really should be debating in this House, is how are we going to get Canadians' lives back on track? But we can't. We can't do it because we need to know the truth. We need to know where the slush fund dollars are going. We need to know who's ultimately responsible for this. We know who's ultimately responsible for this. We need to know for sure that these dollars were invested properly, that big corporations, big buddies of the Liberals, are not patting their pockets with this. And why do we have people standing at food banks? Why do we have veterans laying on the streets? Why do we have an opioid crisis? Why do we have so much money that should be used to help Canadians, everyday Canadians and their families, putting diapers on babies and pablums in their mouths, that are going to profit large corporations, only friends of the Prime Minister? You know, Mr. Speaker, I was elected in 2019, and they just said, Chris, bring common sense to the House of Commons. Please bring common sense to the House of Commons. And I said, I'm going to do my darndest. I'll do my best, Mr. Speaker. And just sometimes it really blows my mind when we hear the hypocrisy from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that want to talk about everything but the issue at hand. And the issue at hand is nothing more than Justin Trudeau. I apologize, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister, I apologize, spoke nothing other than transparency in 2015. And now we have zero transparency. We have nothing. So in order for me to represent the great folks of Essex the best, they deserve answers. But therefore, we in the House of Commons, the official opposition, deserve answers. And so that's why I'm very proud to speak about this today. We will continue to hold the government to account. It is the service and the job of the official opposition to hold the government to account. And that's why it's so important to those folks at home that perhaps wonder, why are we spending so many days on this? Quite frankly, it's because we are responsible to you ultimately, and we will not stop. We will be very steadfast in continuing the hard work that we do here in the House of Commons. Speaker, I know I've got about 3 minutes left. Just in closing, I just really want to reiterate one more time and why this is so important. And it's important because it's a question of privilege. It's a question of privilege for all of us. And we know that we cannot effectively do the important work that we are asked to do without the answers. And we're not asking for anything other than the documents. And I know for a fact that, if I had a buddy or something and they said, just show me. If you have nothing to hide, just show me. So all we're really asking for, Mr. Speaker, is just show us. If you have nothing to hide, show us, and we'll move on with government business. As always, Mr. Speaker, it is an honor to represent the folks of Essex. I look forward to questions from my colleagues, but more importantly, I look forward to getting this resolved so we can get Canadians back on track. We can put diapers on the little ones. We can feed the little ones. Our young adults can have a good, hard-paying job. And probably most importantly, there's some light at the end of the tunnel. We know where that light is, Mr. Speaker. I'm excited to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question Kamal Taher, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the Conservative Party today was the Parliamentary Secretary to Prime Minister Stephen Harper, who was the only Prime Minister in the Commonwealth that's actually been held in contempt of Parliament. Fast forward to today, where we have the Leader of the Conservative Party continue to filibuster a motion, Mr. Speaker, in which all other opposition parties and the government want to see to come to a vote. This is nothing but a game to the Conservative Party of Canada. They know that, but they refuse to focus on the real issues. I've raised the issue of why the Leader of the Conservative Party has put his party ahead of the interests of the nation by not getting a security clearance. I'm wondering if this member can provide thoughts as to why it is the Leader of the Conservative Party today refuses to join the other leaders in this chamber of getting a security clearance so that he's better able to deal with the issue of foreign interference. Can he justify that?
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the Honourable Member. I've been watching keenly for the last 3.5 to 4 weeks here on this debate, and his question continues to come up. And I guess the real question is if the member really wants to continue on with the government business, why doesn't he stand in caucus this Wednesday and ask his Prime Minister, his leader, to just to release the documents, and then we can get on with another order of business. It's kind of mind-boggling to me that talk about duck and deflect. Oh my goodness, that's got nothing to do with the motion that we're speaking about today. I don't know why he would ask the question. As a matter of fact, I believe it would be out of order. But if he really wants to move on with government business and get to the answers that he continues to ask, it's really simple. Just ask the Prime Minister to release the documents, and we'll get moving.
Questions and commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think you're doing well because you have been so strong over the past few weeks to be here in the House and listening to this debate. Well, I am strong as well, but I still have a question. We agree. We're here on a question of privilege, and the government, rather than sending questions across the other side of the House, they have to take action because this problem is a very heavy one, an important one. And there are companies that are counting on this because they want to make a difference. But this government has faced many scandals and corruption, so we have to shed light on this, and we need the documents. But I'd still like to know from the Conservative Party, who say that we're here for Canadians and you're looking to move on to something else. What's the other thing that you'd like to move on to? An election? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honorable colleague for that question. And the real short answer, and I'm pretty sure I would speak on behalf of the majority of Canadians, is yes, we'd love to move on with the carbon tax election. Absolutely. However, that being said, what do I want to move on to? I go back to my original statement. I want to go back onto common sense for Canadian people. That's what I want to move on to. I want to move on to opportunities for Canadians. I want to go back to getting crime off the street. I want to go back to making sure that people aren't $200 each and every month to pay their bills. I want to go back to supporting small businesses. That's what I want to go back to. But if it means a carbon tax election, then I certainly hope that the Bloc Québécois will join our forces and get to the polls. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the honourable member from Essex for his great speech. And I have to admit, the member from Winnipeg North going and stating that we're playing a game. This is $400 million on another one of their scandals with misappropriation of funds, and he's saying we're playing a game. Could you please speak to this, that there are so many people in your riding, as you have said, that are struggling financially, and yet they see the government wasting another $400 million, even though the member says it's just a game that we're playing. Can you please comment on how this is affecting your residents and what you've heard from them?
I will not be answering it, but I bet you the honourable member for Essex can.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much to my honourable colleague for the dynamite question. And you know what? He's absolutely correct, Mr. Speaker. And I'll tell you why. We often hear politics is a game. Politics is not a game. Politics is people's lives, literally people's lives. And so what am I hearing from the great folks of Essex? What am I hearing from the folks of Essex Windsor and from the small businesses? It's, Chris, please, all we need to do, leave us alone, let us go, but stop taxing the world from us. But we understand that you cannot do that until you get full transparency. You have a job to do. We send you to Ottawa for a reason. Please give us the answers. Let us make the choice at the ballot box. But Mr. Speaker, my colleague is absolutely dead on. This is not a game. This is people's lives and people's livelihoods. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you. As I've shared before, rising on this motion in previous times, Greens supported the original motion back in June calling for documents with respect to the mismanagement of SDTC. We support this motion as well to go to committee to be investigated. What we don't support is continuing to use House time and resources to, day after day, speak about the exact same motion. But Mr. Speaker, I've got an update for you in case you might be curious. This is the third time I've raised on this. We have updated numbers on how much money has been spent by the Conservatives on debating this very same motion. We've now had 96 Conservative members speaking to this motion. It's about 48 hours if you only account for the Conservative speeches alone. That adds up to over $3.3 million spent continuing to speak to a motion which we could vote on if the Conservatives would just stop speaking to it. My question to the reasonable member for Essex, at what point will he call out the need to stop using House resources and bring this to a vote?
Honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you through you to the honourable colleague from Kitchener Centre. Well, I would suggest that House resources are not only the House of Commons proper, but also committee. And so let's speed this process up so we don't drag our feet in committee. If they release the documents, if the documents, unredacted documents are released, that's a whole bunch of more hours that we don't have to spend in committee. So the answer is right there. Get behind, vote for this motion. Let's release the documents and let's get on to House business. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, and I apologize for skipping over the honourable member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for showing us what a Conservative government would act like in terms of not being able to multitask or strategize in addressing policy issues by forcing House of Commons on a stalemate, all for one disclosure, important disclosure, yet many different proposals have been provided to many number of Conservatives as to how to get past the stalemate. As the previous MP just mentioned, $3.3 million has been spent on what could have been discussed in many other important issues, like discussing whether the Kivalliq hydro fiber link project should be funded by this federal government as a sustainable development initiative. And I wonder if the member agrees that we do, as very simple solution has been provided, that to get past this, that he agrees that we vote on it so that we can debate other matters.
About 30 seconds, the honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable colleague from Nunavut. I suppose it's the answer is about as simple as this, although I was a little bit confused with her opening statement with regard to how a Conservative Party would govern, which we're looking forward to. So I don't agree with that. But to answer her question, it's very simple. So if somebody makes a mistake, then they need to be held accountable. And we don't just cut into it and say, well, no, you've made a mistake, but let's come to something and let's find a solution for this. No, hands to be held to the fire. The Prime Minister promised open and honest transparency, and that's what Conservatives will always stand for. And yes, to the member's point, $330 million. I'm sure there was a lot of those monies that she could really use in her community. Thank you, Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise on behalf of the democracy-defending constituents in the autumn-coloured riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. Today, we're debating a sub-amendment to the amendment of the motion. That's about as parliamentary a sentence one could say in this chamber. This motion calls for the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs to complete a report to this government's Green Slush Fund scandal. The amendment adds some witnesses along with the sub-amendment, but really Parliament is what this debate is truly about. Parliament and this government's contempt for parliamentary democracy. Exposing government corruption is a core function of Parliament. As one of the longest-serving members in Parliament, I have seen off a few governments. There's a natural tension between a government and any Parliament, but this government is different, because this Prime Minister is different. Never before have we had a Prime Minister who openly stated his admirations for the communists who control China. It's not unlike the praise former Liberal Prime Minister Mackenzie King gave Adolf Hitler. Writing in his diary, the former prime minister described meeting Hitler. He wrote that he had personally praised Hitler for, quote, the constructive work of the regime, end quote. Now, this current Liberal prime minister said, quote, there's a level of admiration I actually have for China because their basic dictatorship is allowing them to actually turn their economy around on a dime and say, we need to go green. We need to start investing in solar, end quote. Liberals like Mackenzie King were enamored with how the National Socialists turned the German economy around on a dime following the Great Depression. Both past and present Liberal prime ministers seem to forget what prevents them from simply waving their hands and issuing orders like a king is democracy. This isn't just a couple of prime ministers who admire dictators for their good looks and nice socks. These Liberal men were praising dictatorships for their dictatorial policies. If that were the end, if this had just been one comment, one time, most people would have forgotten it. Yet remarkably, this prime minister seems almost maniacal in his commitment to proving his critics correct. He heard the expression, don't judge a person by what they say, judge them by what they do, and took it to heart. This Liberal government's refusal to obey an order from Parliament is just the current thing they're not doing. When sports leagues began shutting down in March of 2020 and this government decided to follow the lead of the NHL, the first instinct of this government was to grab as much power as it could. They sought to rule without restoring Parliament for 2 years. When that was quickly rejected...
Point of order, the honourable member for Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, I know you provide a lot of leniency, but we are on a sub-amendment moved by the Conservative on a question of privilege, following an amendment moved by the Conservatives on a question of privilege that all members support in this chamber. So I'd just like the member to get back on topic so that we can actually advance the matter at hand. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On that point of order, the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
On the relevance issue, one that I care deeply about, I will note that admittedly ask questions unrelated to the motion. So that you've already granted extraordinarily latitude in this debate. So I point that out. If we are going to narrow the speeches, we're going to have to narrow the questions.
Yep. I appreciate the point of order on that, and I just call on all members to maybe tighten up a little bit, and we'll try our best to stick to the sub-amendment to the privilege motion that we're debating today. The honourable member for Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke.
When that was quickly rejected, they still kept parliamentally hobbled for months, and that's how it's related. Recall the biggest scandal at the time was this Prime Minister's decision to hand $1 billion to a couple of guys who had hired his mom to give some speeches. Those well-connected Liberals from We Charity, with their $1 billion made-up program, were to give money out to applicants, just like the Green/Fund. Liberals giving money to Liberals to hand out to favored interest groups sure sounds like a familiar scandal to me. But we'll come back to Liberal corruption in a bit. Because I mentioned in the beginning of my speech, this motion isn't really about Liberal corruption as much as it is about this Liberal government's contempt for democracy, and in particular, this Prime Minister's disdain for it. The praising of murderous dictators was alarming, but for me, the day the Prime Minister assaulted 2 members of the opposition on the floor of the chamber is one that should never be forgotten. Much of the media focused on the Prime Minister's inadvertent assault on a member of the NDP. Here was a so-called feminist Prime Minister elbowing a woman in the breast. That's the kind of man bites dog story the media has always loved. What everyone just glided over was the actual and intentional assault on our dearly departed colleague, Gord Brown. For Canadians who don't recall the first time this Prime Minister attacked another member on the floor of the House of Commons, I'll recap. We were all in the chamber for a vote. Before a vote, the government whip and the opposition whip will walk down the centre aisle here to check to see if everyone's...
We have another point of order, the honourable member for Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, I know that Conservatives have no regard for this institution or democracy, but I would just ask the member to get to the question of privilege. We're discussing privileges most Canadians don't have. We have a lot of important work to do, and she is recounting history, which there's a time and place for. This question of privilege, this sub-amendment The Conservative sub-amendment to this question privilege is not the place. Can you please just ask her to have a little bit of regard and respect for this institution and to get on topic? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On that same point of order, the honourable member for no? Okay. I figure we're going to go back and forth on these things. Well, just a reminder, just to flow it back as best we can. The honourable member for Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke.
Well, on that day, the NDP were acting a little silly. They were lightheartedly trying to delay the vote by blocking Gord from coming down the aisle. The NDP were not being out of line or in any way aggressive. Anyone who knew Gord knew he could stick-handle his way past any opponent if he wanted to, but that's not what the Prime Minister saw. He saw the NDP blocking his agenda. He grew impatient. He left his chair, crossed the floor, a floor which is at 2 sword lengths for a reason. This is meant to symbolize that we value the debate over physical conflict. The Prime Minister crossed that symbolic floor, grabbed Gord, and pulled him through the crowd of MPs. In the process, he elbowed NDP MP in the breast. The Prime Minister of Canada had physically assaulted 2 opposition members because he was impatient with parliamentary democracy, just like he is now. That should have been the end of him as Prime Minister, but apparently that's not disqualifying for these Liberals. Had the Liberal backbench the courage, they could have removed him then. That would have spared them the optics of kicking out Canada's first Aboriginal Attorney General from her job for not following the Prime Minister's order to obstruct justice. Had they acted then, Canada might have had a Prime Minister who read his briefing notes about the communists he admires interfering in democracy, and that's what these documents relate to. Instead, they sat on their hands and watched passively as scandal after scandal revealed their emperor had no clothes except for his pretty socks. And this shouldn't surprise anyone. Too often, I've heard Liberal MPs refer to the Prime Minister as their boss. That comment alone tells you how upside down the Liberals see democracy. This is well understood in other Westminster-style parliaments, but these Liberals clearly need it explained to them in simple terms. The leader of a party is not the boss. Your constituents are the boss. You work for them. The leader works for you. And that's how parliamentary democracy is supposed to work. Instead, these Liberals have handed all their power to the Prime Minister and his powerful PMO. Now this Prime Minister is rubbing their faces in it. This Prime Minister keeps finding himself in contempt of Parliament because he has nothing but contempt for Parliament. But it's not just Parliament. Something about this serving Prime Minister makes former cabinet ministers want to bare their soul in the form of a tell-all book. It's almost a form of seeking absolution for the sin of enabling this Prime Minister. What's alarming is how much of these books reveal about the aloof, incurious, and arrogant Prime Minister. More alarming is that nothing has changed, and every member of the Liberal Party knows it. They see firsthand how he manages caucus. Not once have I ever heard them speak about his democratic approach to party management. Canadians heard how the Prime Minister talked about being a party leader last week. He talked as if he had all the power, and the caucus was merely there to be disposed of when convenient. Now, we ourselves here are debating this sub-amendment, but this isn't really a debate. This is an order from the House of Commons. Just like the cover-up of the infiltration of communist agents in the Winnipeg lab, this government is refusing to follow an order given to them by the elected representatives of 41 million Canadians. The government has tried everything to prevent the release of the documents. If it had even tossed in the kitchen sink, they did so with the charter. Only a Liberal would claim that well-connected Liberals have a charter right to steal your money. Mr. Speaker, they can claim whatever they want. It doesn't change the fact that they're ignoring an order from the House. In doing so, the government showcases their contempt for Parliament. But it's not only their contempt for Parliament that's showing. By withholding documents demanded by Parliament, they're showing contempt for their own members. Each of them ran on a platform. We'll disagree with that platform strongly, and we'd be happy to keep that platform off the House of Commons agenda until the next election. What's in those documents that is so damaging to the Liberal Party that it would abandon any future Liberal legislation if it means it can keep up the cover-up going a bit longer. Their position only becomes more untenable the minute you think of it for even a second. Eventually, the government shall fall. Eventually, the people truly behind this scandal will be exposed. When that day comes, all of this obstruction by the Liberals will be for nothing. And what will they have to show for it? The only conclusion any reasonable person could reach is that there is more to this. And that's what happened at SDTC, was just the tip of the Liberals' corrupt iceberg. And as I've pointed out previously, this scandal is nearly identical to the scandal at the local journalism initiative. The government gave $60 million hard-earned taxpayer dollars to a group of media lobbyists. Those media lobbyists, in turn, formed a committee whose job it was to hand out money to the local media in order to hire a local journalist. 5 of those 7 committee members handed cash out to their own companies. In order for a media outlet to receive journalists, they must promise to hand over the content of the local journalist produces, free of charge, to the Newswire Canadian Press. Guess which committee the head of the Canadian Press sits on? Everybody in the legacy media knows about this corruption, but not a single one will report on it, even after being called out in the House twice. Before this government, the biggest knock against the legacy media was their Liberal bias. Thanks to this Prime Minister, Canadians can add corruption to their list of media complaints. And that's not surprising. Everything this Prime Minister touches becomes tainted by him. Sustainable Development Technology Corporation started over 20 years ago and had been a rare government success story. But then this bunch did what they've done to so many Canadian institutions. They ruined it. And what's so egregious is this never should have happened. This government was warned. The former president at SDTC warned the minister not to appoint a person who had received funds from SDTC. That minister did it anyway. Now the organization's in shambles, and money's not going to qualified companies. Employees are demoralized because everything they touch becomes worse. How could it not under a prime minister who admires a basic dictatorship? At the core of his authoritarian streak is an end that justifies means mentally. The prime minister sees jobs in his riding as an end. So he justifies obstructing justice and sacking an honest minister who got in his way. The Prime Minister saw a routine vote in the House of Commons as an end, so in the House of Commons as an end, so he justified physically assaulting another member of Parliament. The Prime Minister sees handing out cash to well-connected friends as an end, so he justifies ignoring Parliament to keep doing it. What every member of the Liberal Party needs to ask themselves before their next caucus is, when will they become the means to bring an end to this Prime Minister's misrule? And Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, the twin scandals with the Greens Slush Fund and the Liberal Journalism Initiative are just the ones we can see from our side of the floor. We know this government hands out so much money so quickly with so few controls that it can fund a virulent anti-Semite to provide diversity training remotely from his home in Lebanon. Did anyone check to see if Laith Marouf was on any of those evacuation flights? We know we know that we are only standing at the base camp of a mountain of liberal corruption. This entire government's agenda since 2021 has been to create unaccountable pots of money for their friends. Every Canadian is receiving notices about increase in prices for streaming services. Spotify has gone up. Disney Plus has gone up. It actually goes up in November, according to the finance minister. Of course, there are increasing prices to pay for the new streaming tax. Those tax dollars then go to a fund controlled by the Canada Media Fund. That fund is controlled by big telecoms who pushed hard for this streaming tax. Now those dollars will flow to well-connected groups handpicked by Bell, Rogers, and the Liberal Party. Some will trickle down to a makeup artist on the set of CBC's Next American Cloned reality show, but most of it will end up in the pockets of Liberal-connected lobbyists. The Minister of Heritage surely knows what I'm speaking about. She is still listed as a lobbyist in the lobbyist registry. Talk about a well-connected Liberal. She went from lobbying for a streaming tax to implementing one. The Prime Minister doesn't need to dress up as a character from Star Wars again to put a Jedi mind trick. He just waves his hands to the media and says, "These are not all conflicts of interest you're looking for." Some believe this world sits on a turtle that sits on a turtle, and it's just turtles all the way down. In Canada, it's just well-connected Liberals, staff to top well-connected Liberals, all the way down to your wallet. The kind of Canada we want to build. Our party is looking towards the future. The Liberal Party's stuck in the past with the ghost of Mackenzie King. They cling to a dying broadcasting corporations whose heyday was in the 60s. Their foreign policy would feel more comfortable wearing bell-bottoms. Their race-based policies invoke an even older past. It shouldn't surprise anyone that the Liberals took this dark turn. This Prime Minister only came to rule them out of a mixture of desperation and nostalgia. He promised to make the Liberal Party great again, and they took the bait, hook, line, and sinker. Mr. Speaker, as I said at the outset, I've seen a Liberal Prime Minister's battle with Parliament before. What I've never seen is a Liberal Prime Minister who openly admired dictatorships for being ruthlessly efficient at tyranny. When we have someone as Prime Minister, for however long that may be, with a predilection for dictators, surfing to power on a wave of nostalgia, who now ignores the will of Parliament, it should be setting off more alarm bells than it currently seems to be. Fortunately, Canadians can count on common sense Conservatives standing up for Parliament, and it's time to bring home democracy.
Questions and comments? Question or commentaire? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Gavin Halcyone.
Thank you. Interesting enough, Mr. Speaker, the member of Parliament who just spoke was a part of the Stephen Harper government. And so I'll remind her that her current leader of the Conservative Party was the parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister, who was the first Prime Minister in history of not only Canada, but in the Commonwealth of being found in contempt of Parliament. Then fast forward to today, where we get the now leader of the Conservative Party, I would ultimately argue, once again demonstrating his contempt of Parliament as they continue to play this filibustering game, Mr. Speaker. The question that I have for the member opposite is, would she not agree that instead of playing this game, we should be dealing with issues like foreign interference, in which her leader continues to refuse to get the security clearance required? He is putting his party and his self-interest ahead of the interests of the nations. Can she explain why?
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Member opposite knows that if the Leader of the Opposition receives a classified briefing, he can't speak on the contents thereof without contravening the Official Secrets Act. And if one does so, they face years in prison. Mr. Speaker, the member from Papineau never applied for security clearances. Considering he's admitted to not disclosing his blackface past or his sexual assault of a reporter, even to his closest advisors, what else is the Prime Minister hiding from this Parliament?
Questions and comments? Question or commentaire? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Well, I think I might make you laugh a little bit. When I was an actor, I had the opportunity to work with a director that you might not know, but maybe my friends from Quebec will know, named Denise Filiatro, who was an excellent actor. She had a very particular style. And when I was working on scenes with her, she would often say that, there was a lack of rhythm, there was a lack of cohesion in the show. She wanted things to go more quickly. She'd get very impatient, and she would yell from the back of the room with her cigarette in her mouth saying, "Hey, when are we going to get to the punchline? You need to get some rhythm and you need to get going." So, Mr. Speaker, That's the way I feel right now. For the last 3 weeks, we've been talking about the same thing. Instead of talking about homelessness in Canada, instead of talking about the number of people who've died in the streets of Quebec, it's doubled in recent years. This is a scandal. We're not talking about it right now. So my question to my colleague, when will we get to the punchline here? When are we going to finally vote on this issue? The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, we will get to the punchline. We'll be able to vote once the Prime Minister produces the documents that Parliament has asked for.
Questions and comments? The Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal benches have alleged throughout this that it is the opposition that is grinding this place to a halt over this issue. And they set aside the issue that, of course, it is the government's own action and its own refusal to disclose the documents that has led members to wish to debate their corruption rather than move on to other business. But there is an important mechanism built into our system of Parliament that can break any impasse, Mr. Speaker. They can call an immediate election. So I'd ask the member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, if she agrees that what the government really ought to do, if they can't disclose, table the unredacted documents and turn them over to the RCMP today, will they at least then just call an election and let's elect a new parliament?
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I would have to agree with my colleague. This government is beyond redemption. Unless they table those documents as Parliament requests, they are in contempt.
In comments, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my honourable colleague for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. I want to pick up on something she said, but it wasn't quite phrased this way. She said that the Liberal backbenchers had failed to take the actions that could replace the Prime Minister. I just want to draw the House attention to the admirable private members bill from the member for Wellington Halton Hills, which brought into place changes to the Parliament of Canada Act, which is generally known as the Reform Act, which each caucus of the recognized parties has an opportunity after an election to decide whether they're going to accept them or not. And so far, to give credit for grassroots democracy, only the Conservative Party adopted the Reform Act, and that's what allows the Conservatives to be in compliance with basically the practice of every other Westminster parliamentary democracy around the world, is that a caucus can choose to remove their leader, just as the Conservative caucus in the UK removed Margaret Thatcher and replaced her with John Major and so on. But I do recall the events that occurred on the floor back, as I can see, Mr. Speaker. I'll wrap quickly and say my recollection as an eyewitness to the events in 2016 were not that the Prime Minister attempted to disrupt democracy, but that numerous opposition members were blocking the passage of House leaders to walk forward to the Speaker. Good note to Speaker to know what our former colleague Jeff Regan didn't. You don't have to wait for the House leaders to march up forward. You can read the motion and the question and put it to a vote and not be concerned about obstruction, which was quite against our rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it depends on everybody's perspective and where they were sitting at that point in time and what we saw that evening. In terms of the Reform Act, yes, I do have to thank my colleague from Halton who drafted that. And had the Liberals exercised that themselves in a way where there was no one who was controlling the outcome and there was no one bullying anyone else, they would now see from what's going on with their leadership how important it is to have a process to eject a leader if the leader is not adhering to what has been agreed to by caucus.
Questions and comments? The Member for Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to ask the member who's participating in this debate, and I'm pretty confident that she won't be able to answer this very simple question, but can she please let us know if there's any member in this House or any political party in this House who does not support this question of privilege? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, what I do know is that every member of every opposition group is in agreement that we have to have the documents that in question tabled in the House of Commons. I haven't done a one-on-one interview with each one to see whether or not we want this to go forward. What we ultimately want is for the documents to come forth so we can see what it is that the Prime Minister's hiding and what's so much worse than what we already know about.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives have, we agree with them on this motion. However, when they were in government, they were also criticized by corruption in a number of cases. So I'd like to know, would a future Conservative government propose ways to diminish or eliminate corruption? The Honourable Member for Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You may recall that the second thing that we did as government when the Conservatives formed government was enact a law to ensure that it would end corruption. And while it has worked well so far, it does need to be augmented. So we would bring in amendments to improve the Accountability Act, which our current leader shepherded through Parliament.
Resuming debate, and we'll hit right before a statement by members, but the Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we are now on the third week of debating this privilege motion. It's the third week that this House has come to a standstill, and it doesn't have to be this way. The blame lies foursquare on the shoulders of this Liberal government. And they're essentially snubbing their nose at Parliament and at you, Mr. Speaker, and ultimately the Canadian public. Parliament has a right to request documents and to hold the government to account and to get accurate information so that we may or may not see, we don't know for sure, if there has been corruption at the expense of Canadians. This House requested that the documents related to Sustainable Development Technology Canada be provided based on damning reports from the Auditor General. The Liberals, they did produce some documents, but far from the number of documents that they were supposed to, and they blacked out page after page of the documents themselves. So we're getting, oh, that's very interesting information, not blackout. This is very interesting information, not blacked out. And it's a mockery, Mr. Speaker. It's a mockery of Parliament, and the different parties, us, the other opposition parties, appealed to the Speaker's office to rule on this violation. And the Speaker, I recognize you are the Deputy Speaker, but the Speaker, I have to commend him that he did actually examine carefully along with the table officers and came back saying that the Prime Minister and the Liberal government were in violation of members of Parliament's privilege. And that is why we are having this debate. So I know that there are questions, accusations from the Liberals saying, well, you're just trying to delay Parliament. Well, that's not the fact. The fact is, the Speaker ruled that they need to produce these documents, and they have not. And we're reminded of another situation not that long ago, where the Speaker a Liberal Speaker. He's a Liberal member of Parliament in the Speaker's role, just as the Speaker is here also. And he ruled that the documents based upon the lab in Winnipeg be produced. What did the Liberals do? They would not produce these documents. And he ruled that they should produce them. What did they do? They said they would take court action against the Speaker of the time, the Liberal Speaker of the time. So it didn't go that far. He actually didn't see his day in court. Why? Because the Liberals thought, well, maybe this isn't the best of idea, taking someone that actually is a speaker that really was voted as a Liberal. So then maybe we'll just, here's an opportune time to call an election in the middle of the pandemic. So it's kind of like something they said they wouldn't do, but then they're taking advantage and hiding the information. So the information never came out. Probably damning information that could come out that would impact their electoral fortunes. And that's what they did. They blocked to prevent information from coming out. And that's what we're seeing again and again happening. So I hope the Speaker does not find himself in court by the decision that he has made. So the debate would stop, as I mentioned, if they would produce the unredacted document, which is our right. But the question is, why haven't they? I didn't ask why won't they, because there's still the slimmest of hope that they will do the right thing, the democratic thing, and produce the documents. I'm not going to hold my breath, but I'm hopeful. There is a slight possibility. We're still here. They can still act on it. So, but the public, all of us, are wondering, what's the big deal? Why don't they just do what the right thing, the appropriate thing, and produce the documents? Why won't they? Well, is it because they have grown long in the tooth and have run out of the steam, and they're happy to let the parliamentary calendar just waste away? It seems that way. We're on our third week. They don't seem to be very anxious to produce these documents. We want to get back to business. Actually, we don't. Yeah, good point from the Liberals. We want to be at business, but we don't like their business, because what they're doing, and this goes to my second point, is that maybe, Mr. Speaker, maybe they've had visions in the night, and they subconsciously recognize that Canada under them is going in a wrong direction under their mismanagement. They're recognizing this. And so they're saying, well, you know what? They're feeling maybe a bit of collective shame in their hearts. And they said, really, you know what? We should let this parliamentary calendar just continue to ebb away, because our actions are destroying this nation. Well, if that's the case, then I say I have to commend them. Kind of. You know, for example, maybe in that vision at night, they saw how the per capita income of Canadians is going down under them. I remember when I was an MLA here in Ontario, but I was an MLA in British Columbia, and talking to people that would come visiting, even Americans, and they would this was during the Harper years, at that time, Conservative Parliament, and they were just amazed at how well the things are going in Canada compared with the United States, where the economy, where the housing situation, everything was going down, where it was under real distress, as opposed to what was happening here. It was a contrast between Canada and the United States of how things were going under Stephen Harper, Conservative Prime Minister, as compared to what was happening in the States. Well, Liberals have decided, well, maybe we we don't want the Americans to feel bad when they come up here and see, well, wow, the Canadians are doing so well. We want them to feel good, so we're just going to destroy our nation economically. Our per capita income has gone down significantly. People are struggling financially to buy a home. So it's tough. Young people don't feel they're ever going to be able to buy a home. Well, I hope their good news is on the way, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that we're going to see a Conservative government soon, because, you know, even today we made the leader of the Conservative Party announced an initiative to remove the GST from all new housing built up to $1 million. That's about 5%. It's up to $50,000, not including the interest over, you know, the years. So that can easily double or more the value. This is a common sense approach, a help for young people to get our kick-start our housing, which has been going down under the Liberals. We anticipate 30,000 new homes built every year under this initiative. And we're also, leaders also announced that our intention is to encourage the provinces to remove their sales tax on all new housing production. Compare that with the Liberals. When they came in power in October 2015, it took 39% of the median pre-tax household income to cover home ownership. Now what is it? 60% of pre-tax. Basically, it's their full income and more. Like, people are drowning. And this a measure will generate new construction jobs, and this is good news and stands in stark contrast with the Liberals. Maybe in this vision in the night, among the Liberals, collectively all the same night, it's miraculous. But maybe they recognize that what they're doing is just making this country much less safe. And you know what? That would be true. After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, violent crime is up 50%, while violent gun crime has increased 116%. Now, you know, Mr. Speaker, I'm giving you some numbers, 50%, 116%. Well, we're talking thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of Canadians suffering under violent crimes, gun crimes, and people getting killed. This falls on them. This is a lot of has to do with their policies, their legislation. So you're right. I am very happy to be debating this and not trying to pass or to oppose legislation that they bring forward in this House, because the majority, and I won't say everything, because I'm sure there must be one or two things, is decent. We could do better, but you know, by far it is not helpful to Canada. It's taking us down. It's dragging us down. So we're quite happy to take our time. Again, Mr. Speaker, we don't have to be doing this if they would just comply to the Speaker's office request for them to do the right thing. But their heels are in. So is it because, again, this collective pang of conscience that they recognize how bad their legislation is? Now, they brag about banning firearms on law-abiding Canadians while completely ignoring gun smuggling and the crime wave unleashed by this government. The police associations, I think last week or the week before, from across this country were forced to correct the Prime Minister. Toronto Police Association, for instance, wrote the Prime Minister telling him that criminals did not get your message. They went on to say that our communities are experiencing 45% increase in shootings and a 62% increase in gun-related homicides compared to last year. Last year, I said. Like, things are getting chaotic, deadly, crazy. What difference does this is the Toronto Police Association saying to the Liberals, What difference does your handgun ban make when 85% of guns seized by our members can be sourced to the United States? Doesn't make sense, but then we come to expect that from the Liberals, unfortunately. This was followed by similar condemnations from the Vancouver Police Union and the Surrey Police Union. Vancouver Police Union wrote the Prime Minister saying that they're not aware that the Liberals, and really they're upheld by the NDP, are not aware of the ongoing gang war here in British Columbia, which I'm a member representing, an MP representing a community in Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge in British Columbia. Unaware of the gang war happening in BC, which is putting both our members as police officers and public at risk on a daily basis. Where do you think, addressing the Prime Minister, where do you think their guns are still coming from? Like, please, think about it. The Surrey Police Union also wrote that the Prime Minister's handgun bill freeze fails to address the real issue, the surge of illegal firearms coming across our borders and ending up in the hands of violent criminals. Conservative government will deal with, not with duck hunters, but with criminals, Mr. Speaker. Maybe the Liberals recognize that their incompetency as demonstrated by overdose deaths. Under them, 47,000 deaths, and many more dying every day. 47,000. Mr. Speaker, I'm wearing a poppy as we're approaching Remembrance Day. Do you know there are tens of thousands of Canadians that lost their lives on the battlefield, but there are actually many more that have died from this opioid crisis, just alone. That's the number, the staggering number of deaths due to the opioid crisis. And they're just making things worse and worse. They don't know what's going on. Maybe that's why they want this debate to continue, because they realize, well, we're making things worse and worse and worse and worse, and this is evidence of it. I've met many people who have lost loved ones. I know personally different ones who have died from this crisis. And it's a terrible situation here in Canada. On Friday, I was in my constituency office. Majority of the time when I go outside the back door of my office, Mr. Speaker, I see people, shattered people, taking drugs on fentanyl highs. On Friday, 3 times, just behind my office, the ambulances had to come. People lying down right in the middle of the parking lot. Like this is under 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, and it's a shame. It's terrible. There needs to be a change. Maybe, Mr. Speaker, the reason why they're letting this drag on is because it's for their pensions. Now, I sure hope not, and maybe that's just a comment, but you kind of have to wonder, why are they doing this? Why, when so many millions of Canadians are struggling, I hope that the reason that they're not calling a carbon tax election is for their own paycheck, whether it be as a cabinet minister, whether it be for the pension, whatever it may be. I sure hope not, Mr. Speaker. Maybe the reason why they're not producing the document and they're just allowing this debate go on is because they want to prorogue Parliament to try and reset things, to deal with their internal chaos, Mr. Speaker. This would be an opportune time to prorogue Parliament, saying, it's not working well together, to have a leadership race. Matter of fact, 24 Liberal MPs signed a letter asking the Prime Minister to step down. Carbon tax, Mark Carney is waiting in the wings. Christy Clark has announced. Vultures are circling. No disrespect meant to my the individuals. I'm just saying that things are bleeding. And I was reading today about Jody Wilson-Raybould, former Liberal Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, and she said that the Prime Minister simply is not capable of self-reflection. The Prime Minister remains not in the interest of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. the interests of my colleagues in the Liberal benches here. He's not there for them. He's not here, certainly not here for Canadians. But it would appear that his interest is himself. The ability to jet set around the world, hobnobbing with elites. That's what it would appear like from here. And I have a good idea that some of the members on the Liberal benches feel it's the same thing, if you watch the news. And the last reason, Mr. Speaker, now I got 1 minute, so I'll introduce this as a teaser. You know, maybe I'll get some questions on this, because I got a few minutes afterwards. Maybe, and I think this is really, it's this. The Liberals really do have something to hide. I think that may be the reason why. Oh, yeah. You think so? I think so. Yep. They maybe really do have something to hide. They don't want any more biopsies. They don't want to know the public to know how far this cancer has spread, Mr. Speaker. Now, my wife, she had cancer, breast cancer. It's 9 years now. She had five operations, and they tested to see, they tested different lymph nodes to see if it had metastasized. Thank God, it hadn't. It's 9 years later, and I'm thankful she's here with me. Tremendous support. But maybe the Liberals know that this cancer, which is what we're dealing with right now, has metastasized all throughout their government, and they don't want it to get the public to know. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So I hope all honourable members will forgive me. I allowed the honourable member to exhaust his time for his 10 minutes his 20 minutes for a speech. He'll have, when we resume debate on this matter, he'll have 10 minutes of questions and answers. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every day in Canada, 30 individuals are diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, and more than 100,000 people in Canada are now living with Parkinson's, including my sister Paula and my wife Barbara. There's currently no test to confirm Parkinson's, and diagnosis can take a time. There's currently no cure. Tomorrow between 9 a.m. and noon in Wellington Room 310, I'm pleased to co-host a roundtable with Senator Green and Parkinson Canada, where we'll all discuss the growing economic burden of Parkinson's, innovative care models, and current research to improve the lives of those diagnosed with Parkinson's. I'm proud to support research into neurodegenerative diseases like Parkinson's and Alzheimer's through our federal budget. Every Parkinson experience is unique. Together we can ensure a full and vibrant life with Parkinson's is still possible.
This Veterans and Remembrance Day week, let's take a moment to recognize those who have bravely served Canada in times of war, conflict, and peace. We gather at Remembrance Day services to honor and pay tribute to Canadians who made the ultimate sacrifice defending democracy and human rights around the world, as well as those who continue to serve today. By remembering, we pay tribute to Canadian Armed Forces and RCMP members who served to defend our values and freedoms. Kelowna Lake Country has British Columbia Dragoons, 39 Signal Regiment, Canadian Legion Branch 26 in Kelowna and 189 in Oyama, and Army, Navy, and Air Force Veterans in Canada Unit 367, who all play roles supporting veterans and their families and help educate the next generation. The Field of Crosses display, a multi-partner community service memorial project in Kelowna City Park, is an impactful visual reminder of those who made the ultimate sacrifice. And Buying Poppy supports our local veterans. May we never take their sacrifice for granted, lest we forget.
The Honourable Member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, today, on this Ochi Day, we paid tribute to the courage of Greece, the cradle of democracy, for its steadfast refusal in the face of tyranny.
In 1940, a resolute no, Ochi, from Greece's Prime Minister Metaxas to the Axis powers ultimatum was a choice to protect Greece's sovereignty and democratic ideals from fascist and Nazi tyranny that had swept over Europe. This stance was not only a military decision, but a powerful moral one. Greece, with its rich democratic heritage, became a beacon of resistance, reminding nations everywhere of the profound cost and importance of liberty. In a world overshadowed by authoritarian regimes, Greece's defiance in history reminds us of the importance of protecting both freedom and democracy.
Today we celebrate not just an act of bravery, but an enduring commitment to the ideals we all share.
Ζήτω 28 Οκτωβρίου 1940, ζήτω η Ελλάς, ζήτω ο Καναδάς. Ζήτω.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, I feel particularly kind today, so I'm going to do you a favor. You can rejoice because I found in my county an incredible whiskey that you cannot miss. It's sure to become the Speaker's new whiskey. It's 100% organic, 100% made in Quebec, with a taste to die for. Le Pembroke whiskey is the latest creation from the distillery Grand Dérangement in Saint-Jacques, which has already produced a gin in memory of the Acadians and a vodka. The creators of this whiskey are proud of the fact that it was conceived, grown, distilled, and aged right here in Montcalm. From grain to bottle, from the earth to your glass. I defy anyone in this house to present you with a whiskey this good and of such high quality. Congrats to the Grand Dérangement Distillery for their vision and above all for their tasteful creativity.
Santé.
To your health. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, the Governor-General of Canada, Her Excellency, the Right Honourable Mary Simon, has awarded me 20 coronation medals from His Majesty Charles III. I would like to present the recipients for their outstanding contribution to Canada.
Madoua Nika Fanor-Cadet, Deborah Cherenfant, Connie Cusano, Louis-Edgar Jean-François, Gracia Kasoki-Katawa, Manuel Mathieu, Stéphane Morin, Émilie Nicolas, Jean-Ernest Pierre, Frédéric Pierre, Lucie Santosh Rodrigues, Chantal Rossi, Beverly Salomon, Nathalie Sanon, Ronnie Sanon, Comlanté Cedro, Édouard Stacco, Rodney Saint-Éloi, Martine Saint-Victoire. Toutes mes félicitations.
Congratulations to all of them.
The Honourable Member from Calgary, Forest Lawn. Honourable Member from Forest Lawn.
After 9 years of this Liberal NDP government, everything is broken. Their failed and woke policies made Canadians poor and broke Canada's economy, sending 2 million Canadians into a food bank. The housing minister first broke immigration and now housing, as he doubled rents and mortgages. He brought record amounts of newcomers to Canada without available homes, jobs, or health care. The finance minister broke the economy as GDP per person is in decline for 6 consecutive quarters, meaning weaker paychecks, higher prices, and less competition. And this Prime Minister broke Canada by making Liberal insiders rich while ignoring the cost of living, housing, and crime crises he created. They called anyone who questioned these radical policies racist, even though the Prime Minister did racist blackface more times than even he can remember. Common sense Conservatives will unleash the economy, bring home powerful paychecks, and lower prices by axing the tax, building the homes, fixing the budget, and stopping the crime, and bringing home the Canada that we all once knew and still love. We're going to bring it home, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker.
Around the world celebrate the famous no, όχι, which refers to the response given by the Prime Minister of Greece, Ioannis Metaxas, on October 28, 1940, to an ultimatum given by the Axis forces to allow them to enter Greece in order to occupy strategic locations within the country.
Metaxas replied with the words, "Then it's war." The rejection of this ultimatum led the Axis forces to attack Greece. They expected it to fall quickly, but Greek resistance pushed Italy back in less than a month and forced Hitler to change his plans delaying his invasion of Russia by at least 2 months.
Sir Winston Churchill, if there had not been the virtue and courage of the Greeks, we do not know which the outcome of World War II would have been. Today we honor the Greek heroes who fought with courage to defend our values. Zito η Ελλάδα, zito Καναδάς, χρόνια πολλά σε όλους τους Έλληνες.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address the serious issue of foreign interference in Canada. Recent RCMP investigations have uncovered evidence linking agents of the Government of India to violent criminal activities on Canadian soil, including targeting of South Asian Canadians. Mr. Speaker, this interference is a direct threat to our national security and public safety. In Markham Unionville, home to a vibrant South Asian community, families are fearful and community leaders are concerned about intimidation. No Canadian should live under the threat of foreign interference. Canada will not tolerate any nation threatening our people or undermining our sovereignty. 6 Indian diplomats have been expelled, and we urge the Government of India to cooperate fully with our investigation. We will always defend our values, protect our citizens, and uphold the laws of the land. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. The record of 9 years as NDP Liberal government will be one of waste, corruption, and no respect for Canadian taxpayer dollars. This legacy will include $400 million slush fund, which violated its own conflict of interest policy 186 times, a 223 in-flight catering bill for one trip for this Prime Minister. The Parliamentary Budget Officer estimates the Liberal government will run a $46.8 billion deficit this year. The Liberals have missed their own spending target by $7 billion, meaning that they have blown away all of their fiscal anchors, leaving Canadians adrift amongst a fiscal nightmare. Enough is enough. This runaway spending and corruption train must be stopped with a carbon tax election so that Canadians can elect a common sense Conservative government that will fix the budget and end this inflationary spending.
The honourable member from Sault Ste. Marie.
Speaker, attempts at foreign interference unfortunately have become a reality in Canada and around the world. Whether it's the Indian government's involvement in serious criminal activities against Canadian citizens or Chinese, Russian, and Iranian attempts to influence, our country and our leaders must be prepared to confront these challenges head-on, and that is what leaders do. They take these issues seriously. They learn about them, and they work with our national security officials to prevent them. They do not stick their heads in the sand. The leader of the Conservative Party is the only leader in this House who has chosen not to obtain the security clearance needed to review the intelligence that could keep Canadians safe. Will the leader of the official opposition come out of hiding, get the security clearance, take the security brief, and keep Canadians safe? Thank you very much, Speaker.
The honourable member from York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, life has never been so hard for Canadians after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government. A shocking report out today confirmed there is now more than 2 million Canadians relying on food bank every month just to survive. Many of these food banks regularly run out of food because of skyrocketing demand, with lines stretching for blocks. This Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. His failed agenda has forced people into choosing between paying rent, heating their homes, or putting food on the table. And the Liberals have only made it worse by increasing the carbon tax by 23%. with plans to quadruple it and force even more Canadians to go hungry. Canadians may not be fed, Mr. Speaker, but they are fed up. This Prime Minister must call a carbon tax election now.
Good job, Scotty. The honourable member from Langley Aldergrove.
Today, the leader of the Common Sense Conservatives announced that we will be axing the federal sales tax on new homes.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
This is going to have a huge impact on ground zero of the housing crisis, Metro Vancouver, and right across the country. Homeowners will save $50,000 on a $1 million home purchase, reducing their mortgage payments month after month, year after year. This tax cut will also spark the construction of 30,000 extra homes every year. And this means more homes for young families that are trying to get into the real estate market for the very first time.
Hear, hear.
But where are we after 9 years of the NDP Liberals? Double the rent, double the mortgage payments, double the down payment, and 80% of Canadians feel that home ownership is only for the very wealthy. But rest assured, Conservatives will put an end to these failed Liberal housing programs, and we will actually build the homes as we have done in the past and as we are doing with today's announcement. Let's axe the tax and build the homes.
The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Mr. Speaker, almost 2 years ago we learned that several countries, including China, Iran, Russia and India, attempted to interfere in Canada's democratic processes. Last June, the Committee of Parliamentary and Security Intelligence tabled a report alleging that some parliamentarians are wittingly or unwittingly participants in foreign interference in Canadian politics. These are serious and disturbing allegations that have cast doubt on our democratic institutions. Since then, all but one of the opposition leaders have chosen to obtain their security clearance to act on foreign interference within their party. The public inquiry into foreign interference has clearly shown that every member of this House has a responsibility to fight foreign interference in our democracy. And I have a simple question for the leader of the Conservative Party. When is he going to obtain his security clearance and stop putting his head in the sand and put the security of Canadians ahead of partisan politics?
Order. The Honourable Member from Edmonton-Griesbach.
For over 110 years, the Bissell Centre has supported people in Edmonton experiencing poverty and houselessness. Their mission is to save lives, Mr. Speaker. They serve individuals facing complex challenges like intergenerational trauma, addiction, food insecurity, unemployment, and housing vulnerability. Of those accessing their services, 67% identify as Black, Indigenous, or people of color. Their holistic wraparound services go far beyond just housing supports. Last year, the Bissell Centre supported over 9,000 people experiencing the worst outcomes of poverty. They housed over 500 people and supported an additional 675 community members in eviction prevention. Mr. Speaker, I think you would agree that organizations like the Bissell Centre are a vital resource for our communities. And I urge the Government of Canada to work with and provide urgent support for organizations such as the Bissell Centre. The workers at the Bissell Centre are the very best of us, and we owe them our tremendous thanks. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, proud of my Quebec and Peruvian roots. I'll start again. Mr. Speaker, proud of my Quebec and Peruvian roots, I'd like to highlight the importance of Latin American Heritage Month. Throughout the month of October, I think of my mother born in Peru and who, after completing her doctorate in the U.S., chose to settle in Quebec, embracing the Quebecois vision of a strong social fabric, resilience, and tolerance. Latin Americans are the second largest ethno-linguistic immigrant group in Quebec. As October draws to a close, let's acknowledge the significant impact of these communities made up of people like my mother. From Mexico to Chile and the Caribbean, the richness of their cultures and their vibrancy can be felt throughout Quebec. By highlighting their unique contribution to Quebec society, we are reminding ourselves of our commitment to an inclusive and cohesive society. As the Spanish often say, diversity enriches us. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Parry Sound, Muskoka.
After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians know they're not worth the cost of housing. Nobody makes more money on housing than governments, and Canadians are paying the price. But the good news is that common sense Conservatives will deliver results. A Conservative government will axe the tax on new homes sold. On an $800,000 house, this tax could save a homeowner $40,000. That's $2,200 a year in mortgage payments. A common sense tax cut like this will lead to an additional 30,000 homes being built each year. In Ontario and British Columbia, government charges account for more than 30% of the cost of a new home, and the federal government takes the biggest share of that. Mr. Speaker, that's just wrong. After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, 80% of Canadians now believe that home ownership is only for the rich. This Prime Minister has doubled the rent, he's doubled mortgage payments, he's doubled the down payment. Common sense Conservatives will bring home real solutions to the housing crisis that this Prime Minister created.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds. Mr. Speaker.
The MP is a representative of Canada in this House. Each and every MP has a responsibility to protect against foreign interference in our democracy. For the few who lead political parties, that responsibility to defend and protect our democracy is much heavier. Yet the Conservative leader refuses to get his security clearance so that he can see top-secret documents. Why is the Conservative Party leader continuously refusing to get his clearance? Out of all 5 party leaders, all but one, the Conservative leader has refused to be security cleared. What is he hiding? What is he running away from? The Conservative leader in no way, shape, or form is qualified to be critiquing our government on matters of national security. He must not and should not have a single day in government. This is nothing but common sense.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member from Regina Capel.
To this NDP Liberal government, it's clear the Prime Minister is not worth the cost of housing. He created housing hell by doubling rents, mortgage payments, and the needed down payment. And as housing prices skyrocket, the greedy federal government rakes in the cash. The Prime Minister now collects more in taxes on the sale of a new home than the carpenter or electrician that actually builds the house. The solution? Our common sense plan to axe the federal sales tax on new homes. On an $800,000 home, this will save a home buyer $40,000. So why not provide some much needed relief and axe the tax off of new homes?
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to see the Conservatives have taken some inspiration from our plan in removing the GST to help get more homes built. But what's completely unacceptable is how they say they're going to pay for it. And this is telling about their strategy across a range of policy areas. They want to cut the programs that are going to deliver housing for low-income and middle-class families today, just like they plan to cut the programs that are going to provide dental care for families who need it, like they plan to cut the programs that will deliver birth control to Canadian women for free, like the way that they oppose programs to support seniors with pensions, students with student loans, and families with the cost of raising kids. It's time to build, not cut.
The honourable member from Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, actually, the Liberals' own housing advisor said that the Liberal plan is, quote, turning out to be nothing more than a heist of tax dollars flowing from the feds to municipalities. They fund bureaucracy and photo ops, not build new homes. It used to be in this country that it took 25 years for the average family to pay off their house. Now it takes 25 years just to save up for the down payment. Our plan on an $800,000 home will save a new home buyer $2,200 a year in mortgage payments. $800,000 used to buy you a mansion. Now you're lucky if you get 4 walls and a roof in Toronto and Vancouver. So why not adopt our plan and axe the tax off of new homes?
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, when he says adopt their plan to cut the supports for cities who are going to build home, the plans to cut the money that's actually going to build the infrastructure to make home building possible. He talks about bureaucracy. He must not have read the line in his own plan that says that they want to hire new bureaucrats just to run a snitch line if you don't like your neighbor's housing policies. They came up with this stuff on the backside of a napkin after Googling housing for 5 minutes. When you actually talk to the people who have experience building homes, they will tell you how to get it done. We're going to follow the advice of the people who are building homes and talk to the people who have lived experience with housing needs.
The honourable member from Regina Capel.
This from the minister who admitted at committee that his housing plan doesn't actually build homes. Their plan funds bureaucracy and photo ops. And the more the Liberals spend, the less they build and the more Canadians have to pay. Since this Prime Minister started giving hundreds of millions of dollars to city politicians, housing starts are down. They're down 10% in Ottawa, 15% in Winnipeg, and down 20% in Vancouver and Toronto. So why won't the government adopt our common sense plan to build the homes by axing the tax?
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, a point of clarification. Housing starts this year are actually up year over year, but up tens of thousands over the last time the Conservatives were in office, when their current leader actually had responsibility for the agency that manages housing in this country. But Mr. Speaker, to drive home the point that is most essential here, when they came up with a new idea on housing, they said they are going to pay for it by cutting programs that build middle-class and low-income housing for families right across this country. They want to cut housing, they want to cut health care, they want to cut supports to families, and that is completely unacceptable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. After 9 years, the Liberal bloc isn't worth the cost of housing. The Liberal bloc has doubled the cost of rent, mortgage payments, and down payments. The federal sales tax adds $50,000 to the cost of houses that cost $1 million. Common sense Conservatives will axe the federal sales tax on new homes for an $800,000 home. That means buyers will save $40,000. That's $2,200 per year in mortgage payments. The Liberals, supported by the Bloc, will they axe the GST on housing, or will they continue to fund programs that only deliver photo ops? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, during a rare press conference, the Conservative leader gave an honest answer about his plan to make cuts. He said, we are going to cut programs, 2 for sure and others that are underway. Under the Conservatives, Canadians will have fewer homes built more slowly. They'll have more costly visits to the dentist, later retirements, and families will have fewer supports. These cuts are completely unacceptable. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' housing advisor said this morning that the Liberals' photo ops plan, the plan to accelerate home building, is useless and inefficient. You know, we've always assumed in Quebec that young people would be able to dream of having a home, but unfortunately, after 9 years of the Liberal bloc, the boss of Desjardins has confirmed that young people are going to have to wait 10-15 years longer than their parents before becoming homeowners. They won't be young anymore by the time they can afford a house. We need to get going. A generation is waiting. When will the Liberal bloc accept our common sense proposal to axe the GST on new homes? The Honourable Minister of Tourism and Economic Development. Once again, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party is giving a clear example of how, for everything they want to put in place, they're going to make a cut somewhere else. So, healthcare, social programs, and now today they're saying that they're going to cut the housing accelerator. Mr. Speaker, how can this member who comes from Quebec tell the government of Quebec that he wants to cut 8,000 affordable social homes in Quebec? Because that's what he's just told Quebecers today, Mr. Speaker. I would invite honourable members, if they wish to ask questions, to please put their name on the lists. And the Speaker will be very happy to recognize them. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Everyone in Quebec is worried about our ability to welcome so many asylum seekers. Might go up because there are elections coming up in the United States in 8 days, and Trump has promised, as he said yesterday in New York, that as of day one, he'll launch the biggest program of deportation in the history of the country. He said he would deport up to 18 million people. Many Americans are very worried about this, but it should also worry the federal government. Does the government have a plan if migration from the United States suddenly becomes a flood? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Yes. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. If people are afraid of being deported by Trump, they might wish to leave the United States. They could be many to consider going north instead of south. And remember, the last time that Trump promised deportations, it started off what we saw at Roxham Road, and we're still living with the consequences of that 7 years later. Governing means planning. It's not just saying yes. So without assuming what the results of the election will be, can the government please reassure us that there's a plan in case there's a massive increase in the number of asylum seekers, and not just say yes? The Honourable Minister of Immigration Citizenship. Well, once again, Mr. Speaker, yes, We have a plan. The reality is that we've always managed the border with the United States, and it'll continue to be that way after the upcoming election.
The honourable member from Vancouver East.
Abortion care is under threat in Canada. Women don't want more liberal talking points. They want protection. Women and gender diverse people are seeing hateful anti-choice rhetoric creep into Parliament, spread by the Conservatives under their leaders' watch. Right. Clinic 554 closed in New Brunswick, and abortion care across Canada has been chipped away at. So while the Liberals' words are nice, their lack of action is dangerous. Will the Liberals stop their grandstanding and start making sure every person in Canada has equal access to abortion care?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, absolutely. That's exactly what we're doing and working with provinces and territories to make sure that the investments that we have in sexual health are there to make sure that women have access to an abortion. That's why we're advancing the work we're doing on pharmacare to make sure that women have both the contraception and access that they need. But on the point, and this is an extremely important point, when the Conservatives have such a huge number of people in their caucus who are anti-choice, who are standing up against women's rights, we have to call that out. A woman has full autonomy and right over her body. There is no member of this legislature or anybody who should claim to have authority over a woman's body.
The honourable member from North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, it's very hard to implement a right when the Liberals don't assure access. Women are scared. They're seeing Conservatives attack their right to choose. Meanwhile, the Liberals have allowed Conservative premiers to chip away at abortion care, making it nearly inaccessible in some provinces. When women and gender-diverse Canadians are sick of hearing these pretty words from the Liberals, and they sure don't want their health care in the hands of the Conservatives. They want their right to choose to be protected. Will the Liberals support the NDP in making sure abortion care is fully accessible for all?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
You know what puts women's right to abortion care at risk, Mr. Speaker? A Conservative caucus over there with a third of their members having been greenlit by anti-choice organizations across this country, members across the aisle who have voted consistently for backdoor anti-abortion legislation, and a leader that will not stand up for the rights of women in this country. That's what's putting the risks of women's health at great jeopardy in this country, and we're not going to stand for it, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Foothills.
After 9 years, the NDP Liberals just aren't worth the cost. Today, Hunger Count revealed more than 2 million Canadians went to a food bank in March, up 6% from the previous year, and food bank use has doubled since 2019, and a third of those relying on food banks are children, meaning millions of Canadian families can't feed their kids. The NDP Liberals increased the carbon tax 23%, leading to record-breaking food bank use. They're not done. They want to quadruple that tax. Will the Prime Minister end the suffering he has caused and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize that we've been living through expensive times, and that's exactly why we've made investments in Canadians and their families. Investments like the Canada Child Benefit, Mr. Speaker, introducing the Canada Disability Benefit, increased investments in housing, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition has continued to oppose us at each and every step, and now has announced his plans to cut even further. We will fight for Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Foothills.
I'm glad at least one Liberal minister understands Canadians are living in expensive times that their policies caused. But let me help her with her answer. Food insecurity in Canada is up 111%. 2 million Canadians went to a food bank in a single month. Food inflation is a staggering 37% higher in Canada than it is in the United States. The Parliamentary Budget Officer already confirmed what Canadians know: the carbon tax is all pain, no gain. Will the Prime Minister stop his tax tricks and give Canadians the treat of a carbon tax election this Halloween?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we have known for
a very long time that the Conservatives are crying crocodile tears when it comes to the most vulnerable in Canada. And today, the Conservative leader actually admitted it. He said, and I quote, "We're going to cut 2 programs for sure, and the Canada Child Benefit. They're going to cut dental care. They're going to cut pharmacare. They're going to cut support for seniors. That is unacceptable. We won't let them do that."
Although the chair couldn't hear, there was some back and forth. I'm going to ask honourable members please not to take the floor unless recognized. The honourable member from Calgary, Forest Lawn.
After 9 years of the Liberal NDP government, they're not worth the cost or hunger. Food Banks Canada came out with a report that more than 2 million Canadians visited a food bank in March, a 6% increase from last year. 1 in 5 of those food bank users are workers, 70% are renters, and as Canadians' incomes decline, this government doubled housing costs and rent. Canadians' incomes are lower than they've ever been. And starving Canadians further that this woke NDP Prime Minister will quadruple their carbon tax scam. Why not just call a carbon tax election now and let Canadians decide?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, the truth is that everywhere in the world, the costs of living have been incredibly difficult to deal with. And the Conservative solution to cut the things that provide vulnerable people support will put them in a much worse position. And let me put it into clarity. The earlier question referenced the United States. Do you know in the United States that the life expectancy is 5 years lower? Did you know in the United States that the average citizen has 6 more years in illness and disease? That's what their cuts would bring. That's the truth of what they're offering. And that's why we oppose their agenda.
The honourable member from Calgary, Forest Lawn.
This is the health minister that brought scurvy back to Canada. And they don't want to talk about the 2 million Canadians that they sent into a food bank in a single month, a third of which are children. They don't want to talk about going down the path of their radical plan to quadruple the carbon tax when they know 1 in 4 Canadians are already skipping meals and 1 in 5 food bank users are workers. They also don't want to talk about the fact that their plan was to always double housing costs. Why don't they just do everyone a favor? Why don't these economic arsonists stop gaslighting Canadians and call a carbon tax election now?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, what else is back? Tuberculosis, measles, syphilis. Why does this happen? It's because the slogan machines on the other side, diving deep into the threads on Reddit, are creating and spreading information that confuses the health landscape and means that things that we had long put behind us come back. We cannot afford the kind of misinformation and the kind of nonsense that they spin, not only because it is not true, but because it put lives at risk, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Peterborough-Kawartha.
After 9 years, the NDP Liberals are not worth the cost. Today, Food Banks Canada released their 2024 hunger count, and the stats are heartbreaking and record-breaking. Over 2 million Canadians used a food bank in 1 month. 700,000 of those users in 1 month in Canada were children. And what's his Prime Minister's response? Well, he's going to drive up the cost of food even more by quadrupling the carbon tax. Canadians can't afford him. His caucus doesn't want him. So why doesn't he let Canadians decide what they want and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when Canadians are facing tough times, what should a government do? They should provide programs that provide supports to them, like the Canada Child Benefit, like making childcare more affordable, like dental care for seniors and vulnerable Canadians. But what is the Conservative plan? Well, it's to cut those programs. It's to take away the very supports that Canadians rely on when times are tough. Mr. Speaker, we know the Conservative plan, and it's to balance the books on the backs of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we won't stand for that. We're going to stand for Canadians. Thank you. Very good.
The honourable member from Peterborough-Kawartha.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians will not stand for that gaslighting. After 5 years, in the last 5 years, food bank usage has doubled. It is the highest in history. People who used to volunteer at the food bank are now lining up to use it. Food banks are running out of food in Canada. Mr. Speaker, please, for the love of God, let them call a carbon tax election. This Prime Minister doesn't seem to understand the human consequences of his policies, that when you tax the farmer who grows the food, the trucker who ships the food, you end up taxing the Canadian who has to buy the food into poverty. Enough. Call a carbon tax election.
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
$7,782 a year tax-free. That's the Canada Child Benefit that has helped lift over 450,000 children out of poverty. That's what that member is calling gaslighting is real money that's helping real Canadians. Who's doing the gaslighting, Mr. Speaker? It's the Conservative members of Parliament that want to sell slogans instead of solutions. It's them who say that they can fix things while cutting the services and the programs that Canadians rely on. We're going to do real things that help real people. That's what we do on this side of the House.
Beautiful!
Ask the honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon, please, to not take the microphone, not take the floor unless he's recognized by the Speaker.
The honourable member from Montcalm. On October 30th, Quebec will finally allow advanced requests for medical assistance in dying. And yet the health minister is still setting up roadblocks. Last week, he said that Quebec was moving too quickly, and he even suggested that it was possible that he might challenge the move. Mr. Speaker, Quebec isn't going too quickly. It's been preparing for years, and for years, patients like Sandra de Montigny have been fighting for this day. Will the minister cooperate instead of setting up roadblocks? The Honourable Minister of Health. Always, Mr. Speaker, we're always ready to cooperate, and on such a delicate subject as advanced requests, it's absolutely essential that we make sure that there is a national conversation, and also to make sure that our system is ready. We need to make sure that we take the time necessary with this subject, because it's absolutely essential to make sure that the right choice is made. The Honourable Member from Montcalm. October 30th is in 2 days, and the federal government is still denying access to end-of-life care. For months, 6 professional orders have been asking for the criminal code to be harmonized with Quebec's law. We're 2 days from the deadline, and because the federal government has done nothing, there are doctors who are worried about the legal limbo around this issue. Will the federal government modify the criminal code and stop endangering access to care for sick patients? The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General. I appreciate the question, and I appreciate the member across the way and his hard work on this issue. What I want to note is what the Minister of Healthcare said a moment ago. We are very aware of what the government of Quebec wants to do. We are also aware that we need to consult all the other provinces to make sure that we move forward with a national consensus on this issue. That is the best way to move forward. It's the method that we've used so far. We'll continue to work this way. The Honourable Member from Montcalm. The Bloc Québécois isn't calling for preferential treatment in the criminal code. It's a way forward to make sure that there's a proper legal framework in place for end-of-life care. Our bill, C-390, would allow provinces that have set a law and which are ready to move forward without risk with advance request. It respects the rhythm that the provinces are working at. It shows respect for healthcare professionals and respect for patients who want to make decisions regarding their own body and their own care. The government's been dragging its feet for a year and a half. When will it act? The Honourable Minister of Health. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have, I really appreciate the work that my colleague across the way has done. I lost my grandmother to Alzheimer's. It was very, very difficult for my family. I understand this subject. It's a truly delicate subject, and it's absolutely essential that there's a national conversation. And I need the time to speak with my counterpart in the provinces and territories and to make sure that the system is ready, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Battleford, St. Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, the NDP Liberals are simply just not worth the cost. Low-income Canadians are now spending 80% of their income on housing and food. The NDP Liberals' housing and food inflation is forcing millions of Canadians to rely on food banks. Still, this Liberal government is hell-bent on continuing to increase the cost of groceries by their punishing carbon tax. Will the Prime Minister give Canadians the carbon tax election that they so desperately need?
The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're making investments to help support families and children across this country. We've seen almost 1 million families who have benefited from our $10 a day national child care program. We've seen 3.5 million families who are receiving our Canada Child Benefit each and every month, providing much-needed support. We've seen CCB help lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. These are investments that we're making on this side of the House to ensure that we're there for Canadians and families.
The Honourable Member from Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, that Liberal government is pushing Canadians to the brink, and they should be ashamed of their carbon tax fixation and that it has made life's basic necessities unaffordable. Housing costs have doubled, and food bank usage has soared past 2 million visits per month. It has gotten so dire that 30% of food banks are now running out of food. Mr. Speaker, it's quite simple. Will the Prime Minister call a carbon tax election so that Conservatives can offer Canadians some relief?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
It's getting a little bit difficult to take anything seriously that comes from that side of the House. If there was an actual volition to address child poverty, maybe they wouldn't have sent checks to millionaires and then taxed that money back. If there was an actual volition to address child food security, maybe they would get behind the National School Food Program. All they know is cuts. And what does that mean? That means cuts to taxes if you're rich and cuts to services if you have less. That's not what we stand for on this side of the House. We'll continue to fight for Canadians.
The Honourable Member from Cumberland, Colchester.
After 9 years, the NDP Liberals are not worth the cost, and Canadians are hurting. This government has made life miserable for Nova Scotians with their crushing carbon tax that has increased food prices by 23%. And of course, on top of that, they plan to quadruple the carbon tax. What's the result? 53% more Nova Scotians are going to food banks now than 5 years ago. Almost 40,000 Nova Scotians rely on food banks every month, 12,000 of whom are children. Will the Prime Minister call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, it is extremely difficult to take a question of that nature from a Conservative member who himself goes on trips worth tens of thousands of dollars, sipping $1,700 bottles of champagne, while at the same time comes to Ottawa so he can oppose policies that give free food to kids in school.
Hear, hear.
Alors, s'il vous plaît.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, do you know how many people need help from food banks simply to eat? Just guess a number. That number is 2 million people, Mr. Speaker. That's an increase of 90% in 5 years. While people go hungry and community groups collapse, the Liberals aren't doing anything. Happy with their results. When will they have the courage to take on the ultra-rich who are stuffing their faces while people are starving? The Honourable Minister for Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say we need to have courage and heart. My colleague is right to insist on the hardships many families are living through, including in my riding. That's why we have to have heart, and to have heart is supporting the school food program, which my honourable colleague voted for. Why are the Conservatives against breakfast clubs in schools, associations in my riding that feed children every single day? Why do the Conservatives call them bureaucratic?
From Port Moody, Coquitlam.
From Halifax to Port Moody, Coquitlam, all Canadians should be able to get where they need to go on public transit. But for people living with disabilities, public transit often comes with barriers. The Liberals told people with disabilities they'd make sure cities had funding for accessible transit. But just like with every Liberal promise, it's been delayed and forgotten. Will the Liberals finally deliver the promised funding for accessible public transit, or will they keep leaving persons with disabilities behind?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister for
Mr. Speaker,
Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
For her question. It's important that we make investments in public transit because we know the disproportionate impact it has on low-income families, on seniors, and yes, Canadians living with disabilities. We're moving forward with what will be the largest investment in the history of this country when it comes to public transit.
Exactly.
This includes new baseline funding that will provide long-term, reliable allocations of funding to municipalities that will be made available, information will be made available to those partners over the next number of weeks. We are also launching large regional plans to allow massive expansions and significant new investments in active transportation, zero emissions vehicles, and yes, transit systems that will be accessible to make sure that every Canadian has the ability to navigate their needs in their community.
The Honourable Member from Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, foreign interference poses a real threat to Canadians and our democracy. In this context, it's alarming that all but one of the opposition leaders obtained their security clearance. I have a simple question for the leader of the Conservative Party. When is he going to get his security clearance, address risk within his own party, and put...
I'm just going to make sure that the Honourable Member has 17 seconds left on the clock, but as you know, questions in question period need to be directed toward the administration of government. The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, foreign interference poses a real threat to Canadians and our democracy. In this context, it's alarming that all but one of the opposition leaders obtained their security clearance. Mr. Speaker, to the federal government, what are we doing to ensuring that the security of our democracy is protected and ensuring that all opposition leaders get their security?
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
As my colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge said, foreign interference poses a real threat for Canada's national security. Foreign actors want to create uncertainty in our institutions. It's time for all of us to take foreign interference seriously and stop the spread of that uncertainty.
I'm going to ask all colleagues, please. Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Justice from the top.
Mr. Speaker, as my colleague pointed out, foreign interference poses a real threat to Canada's national security. Foreign actors want to create uncertainty in our institutions. It's time for all of us to take foreign interference seriously and stop the spread of that uncertainty. This includes the Conservative leader. Once again, I have a simple message for him in three-word phrases that the leader of the Conservative Party is sure to understand. It's time to get the clearance, take the briefing, protect the country.
The Honourable Member from Kelowna Lake Country.
After 9 years of these NDP Liberals, they are not worth the cost of housing. They doubled rent, doubled mortgage payments, doubled down payments, and homeless encampments have opened in record numbers across Canada. Most young adults believe they will never afford a home. The federal GST adds a staggering cost to home costs, and the Common Sense Conservatives said today that we will axe the federal sales tax on new homes sold. For example, on an $800,000 house, this will save home buyers $40,000. Wow. Will the NDP Liberals axe the federal tax on housing, or will they continue to fund their housing photo op programs?
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for her question. It's interesting because she represents a part of Kelowna. I was in Kelowna a year ago last week to announce the Housing Accelerator Fund would be contributing $31.5 million to her community. What her leader actually announced this morning is that he's going to cut that fund. She is now in the awkward position of defending an increase of taxes to her constituents of $31.5 million. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're going to advocate for programs that get homes built, not for cuts to the communities that we represent, which is simply shameful.
The honourable member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' own housing advisors said this morning that the Liberals' photo op fund, the so-called Housing Accelerator Fund, is either pointless or ineffective. And this government has spent billions of dollars. And in fact, housing starts are down by Canada's two largest cities, 20% in Vancouver and Toronto each. Under this NDP Liberal government, housing costs have doubled, rising faster than any other G7 country. And this is a made-in-Canada issue. In 2015, it took 39% of the average Canadian's income to cover home ownership costs, and now it's 60%. Conservatives will axe the federal tax on new homes over $1 million. Will the government listen and...
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague is very proud to stand beside her leader who's advocating that he's going to raise taxes by $31.5 million on ratepayers in Kelowna. 1 year ago, last week, I personally announced, where I shared with the Council, including the former Conservative Member of Parliament for Kelowna, that they were grateful for this money that was going to help them build homes more quickly. In this House, it is unbelievable to me that any Member of Parliament would listen to their constituents at home, come to Ottawa, and demand that Ottawa take money from them. We are going to advance programs that build homes and support communities. It is unthinkable that a member would come and oppose money for the...
The honourable member from Durham.
Mr. Speaker, I'm having a hard time listening to the Liberal Housing Minister defend policies from his government that have failed an entire generation of Canadians from our generation who dream of owning a home one day. He continues to talk about the Housing Accelerator Fund, but the Liberals' own housing advisor describes this fund as nothing more than a heist of tax dollars flowing from the feds to the municipalities. That's right. We know the NDP Liberals have turned their backs on a generation of Canadians. When will they stop overtaxing housing so young Canadians can buy a home?
Not good question. The Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, it's interesting to me how often I see the Canadian Conservatives borrow their policy positions from right-wing populists in the United States. Yes, that might be where this particular member learned to advocate for programs that would cut affordable housing. Perhaps it was when he was chatting with his roommate at Yale Law School that he learned how to oppose programs that were going to provide birth control to Canadian women. Maybe it's his engagement in the United States that causes him to deal with the policies to legalize assault-sire firearms. Mr. Speaker, in this House, on this side of the House, we will advocate for policies that build more homes more quickly, not oppose them at every turn.
The honourable member from Durham.
It's no surprise that this Liberal housing minister continues to turn his back on a generation of Canadians because he's clearly not focused on his job. He wants to talk about what's happening in other countries. Let's talk about what's happening in our country, Mr. Speaker.
That's right.
The last time Conservatives were in power, houses cost half of what they cost right now. Currently today, under this Liberal government, nearly 39% of the total taxes on new homes in Ontario are going to politicians and bureaucrats in Ottawa. When will this government agree with Conservatives and end the federal GST on housing so young Canadians can buy a home?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what we will never agree with. We will never agree to the Conservative agenda of cuts and austerity. Cuts that will hit the most vulnerable hardest. And Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives, they've been trying to hide their true colors from Canadians. But today, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader, he made a mistake. And he admitted what he really intends to do. I'm going to quote him. We're going to cut 2 programs for sure and more beyond that. So the question today is, what are they going to cut next? And we know it, everything that Canadians...
L'honorable député de Rivière.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, one of the most powerful and dangerous criminal groups are the Arab Power Group, the 2 leaders of which are locked up in prison. And yet it is from federal penitentiaries, that Younes Aitaki, the leader of the criminal group, and Sylvain Kabuchi, as number 2, run their operations. Arsons, protection rackets, murder. Nothing stops these new criminal organizations, especially not being in federal prison, apparently. Can the minister explain how gangs that sow terror and death in the streets of Montreal can be run from federal prisons? The Honourable Minister for Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, of course I share my colleagues' concerns. These are concerns that are shared by everyone in this House. I was able to meet union representatives and Correctional Services Canada officials so we could talk about extra technology that we could implement and add to those that already exist to make sure that examples like my colleague do not happen. We are also working with the Quebec Correctional Service and Minister Bonnardel to give them these tools as well. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, according to Kingpin Gregory Woolley, who was himself murdered in the parking lot of a community health centre in the presence of his wife and their child, the Arab Power Group is out of control and the next gang war will be a bloodbath. The leaders are in prison and they have nothing to lose, and yet they run their criminal operations from cell phones that are smuggled into federal prisons. We know it, the government knows it, the media reports it. How is it that notorious criminals still have access to phones in prison? Why isn't the minister doing anything about it? The Honourable Minister for Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, our colleague knows full well that the government is doing a lot for this. We've invested in technology. I myself went to a federal prison in Quebec and I saw the technology that exists. I saw how we can stop drones from reaching prisons. Of course, we won't talk about the implemented technology because the information is not public, because that would give criminal gangs information to circumvent our measures. We will continue to invest in these technologies and we will do everything that is necessary to protect people in prisons and outside. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, the Liberal Bloc is proving every day that it is not worth the cost of housing. The Liberal Bloc doubled rents, mortgage payments and down payments. Only the common-sense Conservatives will eliminate the federal sales tax on new homes. That's $40,000 in savings or $2,200 a year in mortgage payments on an $800,000 home. Mr. Speaker, will the Bloc-supported Liberals have the courage to abolish the federal sales tax on housing, or will they continue to fund their photo-op programs? The Honourable Minister for Tourism. Mr. Speaker, I have a question for my dear colleague across the way. What will he answer to Quebecers who, when he says that to gain access to property, he and his party will cut social and affordable housing programs? What will his answer be for Quebecers when he will have to announcement that he will cut the 8,000 social housing units in his riding? On this side of this House, we give access to housing, but we give a roof to the most vulnerable, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, under the previous Conservative government, our leader built 195,000 housing units. At the time, the proportion of a family's average income spent on housing was 39%. Today, it is 60%, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals' failed housing policies have ruined Canadians' purchasing power. Mr. Speaker, the $8 billion Liberal programs have doubled the cost of rents, mortgages and down payments in 9 years. When will the Liberals and the Bloc call an election to finally give Canadians affordable housing? The Honourable Minister for Public Services and Procurement. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague perhaps doesn't know this yet. He keeps talking about affordable housing. Perhaps he should check the statistics. The answer given to information asked last year, 6 affordable housing units that the Conservative leader built when he was housing minister throughout the country. So I'd like to ask him how only 6 were built. But these 6 housing units can't even be found. We've been trying to find them. We can't find them, Mr. Speaker. It beggars belief. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Office of the Privacy Commissioner has reported there were allegedly only 113 privacy breaches at the Canada Revenue Agency between the years of 2020 and 2024. But CBC Radio-Canada reports that the number has risen to more than 31,000 security breaches, directly affecting 62,000 Canadian taxpayers. The CRA now claims to have issued payments totaling $190 million in connection with confirmed cases of fraud since 2020. The minister has tried to hide this information from the public and parliamentarians. Will she allow Canadians to recoup this $190 million? The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to say that fraud is completely unacceptable and that we have undertaken measures to fight it. The CRA is a target of choice because within the agency there's a lot of personal information and benefits are processed, tax returns are processed, but our systems are robust, Mr. Speaker. The agency has methods to protect, detect and block attempts of fraud. And every time there is an attempt that is detected, the person involved is noted and is informed. So we are making every effort to fight the situation. The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, over 30 years ago, the Supreme Court of Canada established the right to abortion in Canada in a safe way for their reproductive health. But today I'm concerned. I'm concerned because Conservative MPs continue to put forth petitions and bills. Some are even going to Florida to anti-choice rallies. It's not their business, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister of Economic Development today reaffirm the government's commitment to supporting women's reproductive health and women's rights as a whole? The Honourable Minister for Tourism. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the right of women to choose, women are concerned. From coast to coast to coast, I would like to commend the courage of the MP for Richmond Athabasca, who unveiled the Conservative Party's hidden agenda. He said, I've seen a rise in the number of pro-life MPs within the organisation, strong members who influence policy. One of the Conservatives' hidden agendas is to elect anti-choice candidates and adopt anti-choice laws. On this side of the House, we're protecting the right of women, and we reject anti-choice candidates. That is what it looks like to defend women truly.
The Honourable Member from Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this Liberal government, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. In the latest scandal to hit the Canada Revenue Agency, over 60,000 taxpayers had their personal private information hacked. Not only are these individuals' information floating around on the internet, it also costs taxpayers money. Over $190 million have been improperly paid to scam artists because of privacy breaches at Revenue Canada. Wow. Will the minister get information, call in the RCMP about this privacy breach, and so that taxpayers can be repaid?
The Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fraud is completely unacceptable. We agree on this, and our government is undertaking necessary measures. The agency, is a choice of target. There's a lot of personal information, many benefits are administered, tax returns as well. But the agency systems are solid. And when there is fraud attempts, we can inform the person who's been affected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Dufferin-Caledon.
Unifor Local 1541 has been without a contract since March of 2023, and they've been on strike for almost 6 months. The employer has called Canadian workers lazy, refused to negotiate a wage increase, refused to bargain, and is effectively trying to bust the union. The union met with this NDP Liberal minister almost 2 months ago and took the unprecedented step of asking the minister to intervene. His response, crickets. Why is this NDP Liberal minister abandoning Unifor Local 1541?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Labour and for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, the government, of course, is monitoring the situation closely, indeed daily. Mediators are working with the parties and available to assist at any time, and we urge them to continue their efforts to reach agreements. The Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission will continue to monitor this company for regulatory compliance to ensure the safety of workers, the public and the environment. The facility remains secure. There have been no changes to the security of the site. And of course, Mr. Speaker, we will not let workers down, and we've made it repeated entreaties to the owner to return to the bargaining table.
The honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon.
I can tell the Unifor workers at Local 1541 are going to be absolutely inspired by that heartfelt response from this NDP Liberal minister. Why are these NDP Liberals never responsible for anything, Mr. Speaker? 2 million Canadians using a food bank? Not our fault. Violent thugs out on bail? It's the province's fault. A local employer trying to bust a union? There's nothing we can do but read these talking points. If these NDP Liberals aren't responsible for anything and they can't fix anything, why don't they get out of the way and let a common sense Conservative government fix their mess?
The Honourable Minister for Labour and for Seniors.
We'll take no lessons from this right-to-work Conservative Party in terms of labour relations in Canada. The people who've stood up repeatedly to vote to remove power from unions, to force unions to reveal their financial statistics, and also to make sure that unions find it hard to certify in workplaces. These union-busting Conservatives will give us no lessons. I work daily with my colleague from Canada Carleton on this issue, and we will make sure that these workers get the negotiations and the contract that they deserve.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member from Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, we know that actors like Russia, China and India have attempted to interfere in Canada. Recently, the RCMP revealed that agents linked to the Indian government are involved in serious criminal activities in Canada.
I'm going to ask the honourable member from Grand River Miramichi to please not speak out and to allow the question to be asked as the Speaker had recognized the honourable member. I'll ask the honourable member from Davenport to start from the top.
Mr. Speaker, we know that actors like Russia, China and India have attempted to interfere in Canada. Recently, the RCMP revealed that agents linked to the Indian government are involved in serious criminal activities in Canada, including extortion and a murder of a Canadian citizen. It is time for all political party leaders to put country before party. My question for the government House Leader is, why won't the Leader of the Opposition do the right thing and join all opposition leaders and get a security clearance so he can act on foreign interference and protect Canadians?
Right on, the Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Davenport for that really important question when it comes to protecting our national security. Mr. Speaker, when Canadians send us here, they think that we're going to do one thing, and that's putting the national security of Canada first and putting Canadians first. Mr. Speaker, every leader of a party in this place has received their security clearance except for the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. The question is why? What is he hiding? What is he trying to protect? And why is he putting himself and his party ahead of the security of Canadians?
The honourable member from Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, under this Liberal government, multi-billion-dollar companies feel emboldened to use shady tactics to rip off Canadians. After this government rubber-stamped the Rogers takeover of Shaw, they promised lower costs but have snuck in price hikes for Canadians. The Liberals have done nothing to protect people. Instead, they rewarded Rogers with over $165 million in federal money. Rogers must be put on notice, reverse the cuts, or be banned from federal contracts. Will the Liberals have the courage to do it? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government's top priority from day one is making life more affordable for Canadians, and we're focused on increasing competition and lowering prices in the telecom sector. Since 2023, we're holding companies like Rogers accountable by eliminating switching fees and attacking extra and unnecessary fees, so Canadian consumers are empowered to find a plan that works for them. On this side of the aisle, we're standing up for Canadian consumers by helping them regain their negotiating power. Thank you.
The honourable member for Richmond, Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, it has been reported that CBC Radio Canada handed out $18 million in bonuses to executives in 2024. That's quite the situation. Executives are receiving multi-million-dollar bonuses, whilst hundreds of employees are losing their jobs. Yet the public broadcaster is demanding ever greater subsidies year after year to do its job. All this is damaging the reputation of CBC Radio Canada and all its workers. My question to the Prime Minister is simple. Does he agree with these bonuses? And, if not, what does he intend to do to put an end to them? The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Richmond, Athabasca, for his question, but also for his courage in denouncing the Conservative Party of Canada and its positions when it comes to the right of women to choose. I would also like to remind him that CBC Radio Canada is an arm's-length organisation that manages its own budget, and that is the reason for which we've created a society where the government, including the potential Conservative government, will not be able to butt into their decision-making.
Honourable colleagues, I wish to let you know that the volume of earpieces will now be reset.
This will now be reset.
Affaires courantes. Routine proceedings. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Rural Economic Development and Minister responsible for the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to the standing orders, I have the honour to table to the House, in both official languages, the following reports from the Canadian branch of the Assemblée parlementaire de la Francophonie concerning its participation at the 44th Ministerial Conference of La Francophonie in Cameroon from November 4th to 5th, 2023, and Good Office's mission, Libreville, in Gabon, from November 6th to 7th, 2023. And the report of the Canadian branch of the Assemblée parlementaire de la Francophonie, meeting of the APF Education, Culture and Communications Committee and the Parliamentary Network on HIV/AIDS, Tuberculosis and Malaria in Bucharest, Romania from April 3rd to 5th, 2024. Also, the meeting of the Committee on Economic, Social and Environmental Affairs in Luang Prabang, Laos from April 10th to 11th, 2024. And finally, the meeting of the Parliamentary Affairs Committee in Podgorica, Montenegro, from April 24th to 26th, 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Private member. Oh, rather. Sorry.
Oh, I didn't see it. Mr. Casey, the honourable member for Charlottetown. Sorry.
Madam Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 21st report of the Standing Committee on Health in relation to Bill C-277, an act to establish a national strategy on brain injuries.
The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report it back to the House with amendments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Good job, presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de...
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member... Silence. Presenting petitions, I'll come back to the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. There seems to be some delay virtually.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honour to present petition E5554, signed by 228 of my constituents, supporting Bill C-319, amending the OAS Act. Citizens are calling on the government to give royal recommendation to Bill C-319 to increase OAS, the pension, by 10% for seniors aged 65 to 74 years old, and to increase the income threshold from $5,000 to $6,000 without that impacting the GIS calculation. Thank you.
Presenting petition, the honourable member for Dauphin Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always an honour to present a petition on behalf of constituents. Madam Speaker, I rise for the 54th time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. The community of Swan River is struggling with the rising rate of crime in their area. Statistics Canada reports that after 9 years of this Liberal government, violent crime has risen by 50% and gang-related homicides have nearly doubled. Within the last 5 years, the town's crime severity index has increased by over 50%. The people of Swan River see the devastating effects this crime has had on their community's safety and economic stability. The people of Swan River are calling for jail and not bail for violent repeat offenders. Madam Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft on crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Swan River.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I apologize, Madam Speaker, that my earlier technical problems slowed things down a bit. As we approach Remembrance Day, I particularly wanted to present a petition on behalf of my constituents who want to extend tangible support for so many veterans that suffer with PTSD, who recognize that a service dog can provide better therapy than pharmaceutical drugs and is one of the best ways to provide continuing daily supports to countless numbers of veterans. It's expensive to get an OSI PTSD service dog. It is deemed an effective medical tool for veterans in need, but even veterans who can get a service dog at no cost have the costs of veterinary and food and daily care for their dogs. We need to recognize, and the petitioners, of course, I don't take a position. I know that's against our rules, Madam Speaker, but the petitioners are asking the House of Commons to conduct a needs assessment, identify financially vulnerable veterans seeking this essential medical tool, provide critical funding, and do it with urgency so that all of our veterans receive the support that they so deeply need and certainly deserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member of Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to present a petition with the undersigned citizens, concerned Canadians, calling on the House of Commons and the Government of Canada to establish an emergency initiative specifically tailored to address the Sudan crisis, akin to successful measures implemented for other global emergencies. This petition asks for facilitating the swift issuance of temporary work and residence permits to Sudanese refugees and asylum seekers based on compassionate grounds, and by formulating equitable policies that outline a clear and secure pathway to permanent residency and citizenship, promoting successful integration and long-term stability for Sudanese war-surviving individuals in Canada. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member Steveston, Richmond East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honour for me to rise to present this petition from 513 members of Richmond, my community, and the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada call upon the government to implement a sustainable and continuous national ad campaign targeting those statistically most affected by the harms of the unregulated drug supply, address the harms using drugs alone by advertising Lifeguard app, while also presenting other suggestions on how to use drugs safely. These advertisements should be at points of contact for men aged 30 to 59, such as sports broadcasting, restrooms, pubs, nightclubs, and well as online platforms, in addition to advertising in federally regulated workplaces. And the government should work with provinces to distribute campaign materials and advertise at job sites amongst the trades. And I want to recognize the advocacy of the Tablotny family and Maria Rantanen of the Richmond News. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to present two petitions. The first is on behalf of folks who recognize that artists and creatives and the arts community do immeasurable good across the country, whether it's related to mental health, to lifting up the voices of activists. Petitioners point out the economic impact of artists across the country, contributing $54.8 billion to Canada's GDP. But they also note that public data shows that communities across the country are underfunded, including communities like mine. They note that the Regional Development Agency model has proven successful. This is the model that has organizations like FedDev Ontario, for example, that ensures that funding for economic development is more equitably distributed across the country. Petitioners then call on three actions from the Government of Canada. First of all, to restore funding for the Canada Council for the Arts to its pandemic levels of $500 million annually. Secondly, to amend the underlying legislation for the Canada Council for the Arts to require this regional development agency model be applied to ensure that communities are more equitably funded across the country. And third, to meaningfully consult with historically underfunded communities to ensure that this funding gets directed towards, in particular, underrepresented and equity-deserving groups. My second petition, Madam Speaker, notes that we're both in a climate and affordability crisis, and that this crisis is exacerbated by oil and gas companies that are gouging Canadians at the pumps and making record-breaking profits. Petitioners note the 5 largest oil and gas companies in Canada alone made $38 billion in 2022. They did it by gouging Canadians. They increased their profits by 18 cents a litre from 26 to around 42 cents a litre. And petitioners note that some folks talk a lot about the carbon tax. That went up around 2 cents a litre, while these profits went up 18 cents a litre. They note that other countries around the world have put in place a windfall profit tax on the profits of oil and gas industries, where this has happened in other places around the world. Petitioners then have two very reasonable calls to action. They call on the Government of Canada to immediately put in place a 15% windfall profit tax on these excess profits and to reallocate the revenues generated towards programs that would make life more affordable for folks across the country. For example, by investing in improved service and more reliable public transit, and by investing in helping Canadians retrofit their homes. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Courtenay Albany.
It's a huge honour today to table this petition addressing and calling on the government to take urgent issue impacting the health and safety of firefighters across this country. And I want to thank my colleague from New Westminster Burnaby, Madam Speaker, for pulling together this petition, which is so important. It calls for immediate action to ban polyfluoroalkyl substances, also known as PFAS, Madam Speaker, in firefighting gear and firefighting foam. PFAS are man-made chemicals known to be resistant to heat, water, and oil, but their durability comes at a significant cost. Scientific evidence links these substances to severe health risks, including cancer, putting firefighting hazardous conditions at greater risk. Research shows that PFAS can accumulate in the body, leading to serious health issues. And alarmingly, firefighters face a higher cancer risk than the general population, and we must mitigate these risks by regulating what we can control in their working conditions. And I just heard this from Tofino Fire Department Chief McKeough about the loss of a great legend in Tofino, George Hubert, Madam Speaker, because of cancer, and he was a volunteer firefighter in our community for decades. And I also heard this from Port Alberni Fire Chief Mike Owens and his members. Several countries have restricted PFAS use. Canada must follow suit, and our firefighters deserve gear free from toxic chemicals. Let us protect those who risk their lives for us, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member Coquitlam, Port Moody, Coquitlam, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to table a petition submitted by firefighters from Port Moody IAFF Local 2399 and Coquitlam IAFF Local 1782. This petition addresses an urgent issue impacting the health and safety of firefighters across Canada. This petition, sponsored by the member from New Westminster Burnaby, calls for immediate action to ban polyfluoroalkyl substances called PFAS in firefighter gear and firefighting foam. PFAS are man-made chemicals that are known to be harmful. Research shows that PFAS can accumulate in the body, leading to serious health issues. Firefighters are already facing a higher cancer risk than the general population. We must mitigate these risks by regulating what we control in the workplace. Several countries have restricted PFAS. It's time for Canada to follow suit. Our firefighters deserve gear free from toxic chemicals. Let us protect those who protect us and risk their lives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very quickly, I would like to table on the important file of Bill C-319, a petition to increase OAS for seniors aged 65 to 74 so they can get the same amount as those aged over 75. 69% of the population agrees with this move. The ball is in the government's cap right now. Petitioners, I have 1,500 for one petition, another petition signed by 384 people, and I have a third petition with over 7,000 signatures on this issue, Madam Speaker. And I know that my colleagues are tabling petitions as well. This is an important file. And the deadline is tomorrow, October 29th, and the petitioners that I've met over the summer have been asking us for the government to act on this. It's a question of dignity for seniors. And so, Madam Speaker, I table these petitions on behalf of all the citizens who do not understand why there are still two classes of seniors, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. The questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour. Orders of the day, we're doing debate on privilege motions concerning the non-respect of an order to protect documents relative to SDTC Canada, and on the sub-amendment of Mr. Muse.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge had 10 minutes of questions and comments remaining. So questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If you notice, during a question period, we had even not only the only question period where we had questions dealing with the issue of foreign affairs, but we also had member statements dealing with foreign affairs. And I think it's because Canadians do have a right to know why it is that the leader of the Conservative Party continues to refuse to get the security clearance so that he can become better informed on the issue of foreign interference. The feeling is, Madam Speaker, is that he has something to hide, that there is something in his background that's preventing him from being able to get that security clearances. And this is a valid concern that continues to be raised. So while the Conservatives want to play this game of filibuster, maybe they can do some serious stuff here and give a clear indication as to why it is that the leader of the Conservative Party feels he's the only national leader that does not require a security clearance. I believe Canadians have a right to know, will the member give us some sense, some indication as to why his leader refuses to get that security clearance?
Member for Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I hope the member opposite doesn't get too teary-eyed by what I have to say. But I'm going to recommend him. I'm going to actually recommend him for a cabinet post. Yes, the Minister of Obfuscation. Minister of Obfuscation. I recommend that. In lay terms, I would call that the Minister of Smoke and Mirrors. Because, Madam Speaker, this is not relevant. He's off on a tangent. The truth of the matter is, the Speaker of the House, who is elected as a Liberal member of Parliament, ordered these documents to be forthcoming. And are they forthcoming? No, they're not. But what has been forthcoming has been a lot of obfuscation. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable for Sarnia Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thanked my colleague for an excellent speech. Now, one of the things I'm wondering is that we've been waiting almost 3 weeks or more now for these papers to be produced, and they don't seem to be in any hurry to produce them. So to me, that makes me think there must be something really bad in them and somebody's going to jail. What does the member think?
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for Sarnia-Hampton. Lambton, that's pretty good, pretty close. But yes, that I gave a number of reasons why I thought that they might be kind of delaying this, let the time just pass away. And the fifth reason was I think they really have something to hide. And, you know, the fact of the matter is the Attorney General, she put forward the audit that she did showed, I believe it was 186 out of 230 contracts that she looked into, and they all had interests. If you extrapolate that to all the contracts, it would equal to about $800 million of Liberal insiders getting involved, including, it looks like even a cabinet minister has been involved in one capacity or other. There's actually several. So, Madam Speaker, just compare that with the Gomery, the sponsorship scandal that happened 20 years ago. This is 10 times the amount and that is just one scandal we're dealing with. It's right across the government. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Of course, we're supporting the motion. We don't stand for Liberal scandals and have proven that numerous times. But we don't stand for Conservative scandals either. And I'm pleased to report, Madam Speaker, that the BC NDP has now moved ahead in the recount. My colleague will be happy to know that it looks like the BC NDP will form a majority government in British Columbia, and that is a wonderful thing. Tonight, of course, we have the Saskatchewan election, and the Saskatchewan Conservative Party has been cited numerous times, including most recently by the Ethics Commissioner in Saskatchewan, $731,000 stolen by an MLA for the Saskatchewan Conservative Party, Gary Greywall. And we've, of course, during the Harper regime, saw numerous scandals, all blocked by Conservatives. They wouldn't let Canadians and taxpayers get to the bottom of any of those scandals, including the ETS scandal of $400 million, the G8 scandal at $1 billion, the Phoenix Pay scandal of $2.2 billion. So my colleague, he could simply answer the question, why are Conservatives so corrupt when they're in power?
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the fact of the matter is, it doesn't just rest upon the shoulders of the Liberals as far as all these scandals that we're facing, including the one here on the Sustainable Development Technology Canada. It rests upon the NDP because it's the NDP Liberal government. They have actually supported this government, kept them in power through all the scandals, hundreds of millions, billions of dollars. It rests on the NDPs. And so they've kept it. We've had non-confidence motions. They voted in favor of the government. Now, they're allowing debate to go forward because they say, well, we have to put a little separation between us and the Liberals. But the truth is, they vote for the Liberals constantly. Thank you.
And comments, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I shared earlier, Greens have supported back in June this motion moving forward to look into the mismanagement of funds by SDTC. Of course, we support this motion as well. But my question to the member for Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge is, as I also shared earlier, we've had some 90-odd Conservatives speaking to the motion now. They've spoken for almost 50 hours. They've spent over $3.3 million of House time speaking to it. My question is that there's opportunities for around 20 or so left. And to the member for Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge, how many more Conservatives will speak to the same motion, spending more money to do so?
The honourable member Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge.
Thank you for the question to the member. I think that's a question that really needs to go to the Liberals, because they're the ones that are not producing the documents that have been ordered by the by the Speaker. So that really goes to the Liberals. Why are they allowing the House to continue this debate? Because we don't support most of their legislation as it is, but at the same time, this is ridiculous. It's just going on and on. It seems like it's an excuse for them to prorogue government, or also just to keep the facts from being presented to Canadians. Thank you.
In comments, Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, this is a Conservative motion that ultimately the Conservatives are filibustering in order to deal with any other legislative issues. And it is what I would argue is a contempt of sorts that we're witnessing. Now, the leader of the Conservative Party today was the Parliamentary Secretary to Stephen Harper, the only Prime Minister in the history of the Commonwealth that has been found in contempt of Parliament. My question is, how does that demonstrate leadership? When you get a Conservative opposition leader virtually in contempt again with Parliament, at the same time refusing to get the security clearance on the important issue of foreign interference. How and why does the Conservative Party continue to support a leader that puts his party ahead of the nation?
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Once again, Madam Speaker, this is smoke and mirrors, not talking about the facts before us, which has been ordered by the Speaker. If he's so adamant on this position, then he should present it to the Speaker to make a ruling. But we're dealing with a motion of privilege. And at least they can either two things. One, they can produce the documents, which would be what's been ordered, or they can at least admit that the documents incriminate friends, family, probably members of Parliament on the Liberal side, and that they don't want to produce them because they know that none of them will get elected if that's the case. Thank you.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I recall a time when this honourable member was actually running to be the Speaker of the House. And when they came to caucus, they talked about procedural fairness. And yet here they are, having put a motion clearly used to frustrate this whole entire House of Commons, right? They can move the motion. It can be dealt with today. So why does this member bank on the stupidity of their base in order to lie to or in order to mislead Canadians to continue this farce? Talk about ridiculous.
Honourable Member Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, a brief answer.
Yes, Madam Speaker, they actually support us in this motion, so it's kind of like, it doesn't make any sense, but it's obvious that they're trying to make an excuse to say, well, we're going to slide, we'll let this go by, and we'll support the Liberals once again in their scandals. That is typical NDP. Thank you.
The resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon University. Do I have a point of order? The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The member that was just speaking, I'm sorry, I don't know his writing name, just referred to the other member as I don't know if it's a word that I can say in the House here. It's unparliamentary, so I think, Madam Speaker, you might want to address this.
I'm sorry, I was in the process of introducing another member, so I didn't quite hear what was said. So I will certainly look at the Hansard to see if we can hear what was said and come back to the House if required. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University, correct.
Liberal insiders are getting rich. Liberal insiders are getting rich. Liberal insiders are getting rich. That's what's happening here. This is what this all boils down to. I often get asked, what's going on in Ottawa? Or you're back in your riding and you want to discuss, what's it truly like out here? And in essence, this privilege motion that we're debating today is just that. It's unfortunate series of events that led us to this position, and when asked by our constituents what is happening out in Ottawa, it's Liberal insiders getting rich. And in this case, it is $400 million that is unquestionable spending that has resulted in What has so far has been identified is 186 conflicts of interest. So how are Liberal insiders getting rich? Well, we have to go back to what this program was for, how it was set up, how the board was picked, and how Liberal insiders got rich. So we have a program, the SDTC, the Sustainable Development Technology Canada Fund, which should be helping Canadians to leave our environment better than it is today. It is for technology. It's for initiatives that could help greenify our economy and our country, which is a noble goal of one fund. But as soon as they got elected in 2015, things changed. What's the first thing that changed? Was the board. They changed the board. They changed the chair of the board as well to an individual that the Auditor General has found that is in a conflict of interest. So the actual chair of the board, who decides where all this money goes, handpicked by the Prime Minister, guess which companies she picked? Her very own. That's Liberal insiders getting rich. And it's not just the case of the chair, it's over 180 times that we found a conflict of interest where they're investing in companies for the environment, but really they're doing it so the Liberals get rich. We've seen this with the Minister of the Environment is an owner of a company that got money. And it's interesting to go through some of the details on who got rich and who owns shares, who owns some of these companies that got this money. And it's frustrating because the Auditor General found this. So they found the corruption. They found the conflict of interest in these cases. And what happens when there's a crime? Do we call a meeting of local people to discuss that crime, or do you call the RCMP? This should be going to the RCMP. And this is not me saying that it should go to the RCMP. It's many people that have testified at this that it is questionable the different groups that got rich off this. And we're very grateful that these whistleblowers out there, these are to the men and women that work in the public service. Thank you. Thank you for the work that you do, and thank you for doing what I believe is what's right for our society. And the work that they do is administrating the wishes of the government. So when I talked about selecting a new board, the names would have been forwarded by the Prime Minister, maybe some quick background checks and some of the procedural things to get these people on board. And I'm very grateful for these bureaucrats that work tirelessly to make sure that Canada provides for its citizens as much as they need. And it is with the disdain of these people's views of what actually happened.
I'm sorry, there's a point, rappel au règlement. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. The interpreters have noted that there is a phone that is causing interfering, which is a risk to their hearing and their hearing health. Let us be careful.
Alors, I'm not sure if there's a telephone sitting on the desk there. It seems to be causing some interference for the speaker, whether it's on your desk or somebody else's desk. So I just, I would ask members to maybe put their telephone on airplane mode or to remove it from their desks. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University, thank you. Another point of order, the Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Madam Speaker, just on that same point of order, because it is becoming a repetitive issue, perhaps whenever you recognize a speaker, a reminder to each speaker that their phones need to be taken off their desks so that we are saving the hearing of our interpreters.
I appreciate that. I think maybe what we can do is make sure that all of the House leaders or the whips make sure that their members are reminded about that. I would tend to think that that's the proper way to go. I will certainly speak to our speaker as well on this matter. The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The SDTC program was set up to help Canadian companies and individuals with technology and environmentally related programs. It was set up to help meet the need of the challenge that we have in the environment. It is one of the signature goals or signature pieces of this Liberal government was the environment. But what happened when they got control, and they got keys to the bank and to the SDTC? Well, it didn't take long. $400 million. 186 conflicts of interest. And this is where we have a debt of gratitude for these whistleblowers. And this is the evidence that needs to be turned over to the RCMP, and that's why we're here today. So when people ask, back in your constituency, or if there's anyone that's watching from Saskatoon University right now, and they ask you, what's really going on out there? It's Liberal insiders getting rich. And this is the prime example. This is where the hand-picked board from the Prime Minister of this slush fund, the Green Slush Fund, has doled out over $400 million improperly. And I think of Jill, who runs this cafeteria, and she's an entrepreneur. And I know how hard she works. And I remember the conversation about some of the struggles she's had in the last few years and how hard she has to work to pay for employees, pay for rent, pay for taxes. How much of taxes, how much an average person has to earn in a year and then forcefully provide to the government to go into programs like this, the Green Slush Fund, to account for $400 million. And what they did was they turned around, gave it to Liberal insiders, people on the board that has conflict of interests, that it is a crime that should be investigated by RCMP. And this is why we're seized with this debate today. So there's an order in the House of Commons. Majority agreed that the evidence should go to the RCMP. And just like the Liberals would like to be Liberals, they said, sure, we'll send it over, and blacked it all out. Redacted the details that were sent to the RCMP. And it is a sad day in Canada when the federal government does not trust the RCMP. And that is why we are here today, is that we want that evidence turned over to the RCMP. And it is with a great deal of gratitude that Canadians should have for some of the people that worked on this file that couldn't take it any further. They could not take the corruption, and they were whistleblowers. They've alarmed the public, they alarmed opposition, they alarmed anybody that would listen to them. There's something that stinks with this Green Slush Fund. So let's hear from them. So here's some of the quotes from different STC whistleblowers. Open quote, I think the Auditor General's investigation was more of a cursory review. I don't think the goal and the mandate of the Auditor General's office is to actually look into criminality. I'm not surprised by the fact that they haven't found anything criminal because they're not looking at the intent. If their investigation was focused on the intent, of course, they would find criminality. The criminality is for a judge and a court to decide down the road, but first steps is the RCMP needs to get all of the evidence to understand who got rich and why. We have another whistleblower that on testimony has provided this, open quotes. I know the federal government, like the minister, has continued saying that there are no criminal intent and nothing was found, but I think the committee would agree that they're not to be trusted on this situation. I would happily agree to whatever the findings are by the RCMP. But I would say that I wouldn't trust, I would happily agree to whatever the findings are by the RCMP, but I would say that I wouldn't trust that there isn't any criminality against the RCMP is giving full authority to investigate. So what is the full authority to investigate? It's cabinet documents, it's evidence that shows how Liberal insiders got rich. Again, here's another whistleblower. If you bring in the RCMP and they do their investigation, they find something, or they don't, I think the public would be happy with that. But I don't think we should leave it to the current federal government or the ruling party to make those decisions. Let the public see what's there. And this is what's key. It's the old adage that sunlight is the best disinfectant. And we should open up this place, open up the books, and jail the crooks. If there is contempt or of the insiders getting rich at the rate on this, just this fund, this is $400 million, which is an eye-watering amount. But don't forget that we've had all the pandemic spending. That's in tens of billions of dollars and more. That's the only way that Canada finds itself right now. The current government has added more federal debt than all other prime ministers combined. This thing stinks. This is how, we're talking $400 million here. We're talking tens of billions of dollars of questionable contracts during COVID. And this is like the 90s again. But the 90s was cheap. Those Liberals only stole, what, $30-some million in the sponsorship scandal? Just this scandal is $400 million. That is, think of the good that we could do in our society. Think of the 2 million people right now every month relying on the food bank just to feed themselves. Think of the 1,400 encampments in the city of Toronto itself could be helped. We could give people a dignity of a space until they get off the ground and onto their feet. That's what a government should be doing instead of making sure that Liberal insiders are getting paid. And that's what's happening here. And it is, there is so much need. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to talk just briefly about why the SDTC was set up. It's for environmentally initiatives in Canada, and it's quite clear that this government pretends to care about the environment. They pretend that they want less emissions. Meanwhile, we have a prime minister that sets anywhere in the world, a drop of a dime, anytime he wants, and he does jet set around the world. And the carbon footprint of that individual is the hypocrisy in that is just outstanding. And it's not like there's a need, because a fund like this, and I think of the nuclear workers, especially in Ontario. If you're watching this, I know this Liberal government has insulted you, included you in sin stocks, ignored the importance of nuclear, to a point where, we're in Ontario right now. These lights are probably kept on right now by nuclear, and it's actually how we, as a country, or specifically Ontario, got off coal. It's why we don't have smog days anymore in Toronto. It's nuclear. And thank you for the men and women that work in nuclear. And how that relates to this $400 million that went to Liberal insiders, to the men and women that work on the refurbishment of the CANDU reactors, to anyone that works in the supply chain for our reactors in Canada and around the world. We all know that Atkin Rails has a need for some federal support, especially with the Monarch reactor that they're trying to get off the ground. So you would think that this would be a perfect fit for the SDTC fund. It's a sustainable development technology. Well, it's nuclear. It's what got Ontario off coal. It's what's delivering clean, affordable electricity to the people of Canada. And it's technology, not taxes, that are going to solve the problem. And that may have been mentioned before that it's technology, not taxes, but to the men and women that work in nuclear today, it's you. It's your technology. And it's always been technology that has solved the challenges that we face as a country and as a society. I think of I was much younger, but acid rain when I was young was a terrifying idea, and the media would pump we would have rain that would wash away our bridges and roads and buildings. And as a young boy, I was very concerned about acid rain. But it wasn't a tax that fixed that problem, it was technology. Similar with the ozone hole layer and the hole that was being created in our atmosphere. It was technology, not taxes. And once again, if we had a government, maybe a newly elected government with some common sense, they'd take a program that is meant for environmental technology and take that fund and invest it in nuclear, which actually reduces emissions, actually helps our environment. And that is the most frustrating thing about this, is that this waste that was taking place could have actually solved some problems, especially in the environment. We could have had if Atkins Realis had some support from this federal government, maybe the Monarch would be able to fly by now. But it didn't happen. Liberal insiders got rich. And it's not just me who's saying this, it's the whistleblowers that came forward with all the conflicts of interest that took place. And I'm going to read a couple more quotes from some whistleblowers. The true failure of the situation stands at our feet, at our current government, whose decisions to protect wrongdoers and cover up their findings for the last 12 months is a serious indictment of how our democratic systems and institutions are being corrupted by a political interference. If you work in nuclear and you want us to continue to be the leader that we are on clean, affordable nuclear energy, it must boil your blood to read these government whistleblowers talk about how a fund that should help your industry helped Liberal insiders instead, which is wrong, and we know that. It is wrong that the insiders of either directly board members or the chair of the fund itself, their own companies were funded, and they voted and attended meetings when in the discussions of. And how much worse is it is in the evidence that this place is voted for.
2 minutes.
This place has voted that the evidence should be turned over unredacted to the RCMP for a full investigation. And anyone that knows what's been going on in Ottawa knows that there's a lot more money than $400 million that has been misspent and misappropriated and blown on insiders. And the day is coming. The dawn is breaking, Madam Speaker. It is sure that as Canadians are coming out of the dark period that has been categorized the last 9 years of failure of this failing regime is coming to an end. And there's a new breath of fresh air that is coming. And the disinfectant that we need is that sunlight. The sunlight that will uncover who got rich, who ordered which companies to receive funds, such as we know the Environment Minister has investments in a cycle company that got millions of dollars from this fund as well.
200 million.
Well, it wasn't a full 200 million to the cycle company, I don't believe, but it is enough to probably feed some of those Canadians that are right now relying on the food bag to eat, which is a statement that you would never think that it would be uttered in a country like Canada, a country that is so rich with resources and technology and people and hardworking people that wake up every day, that they go to work so they can provide for their family, to hopefully have meaningful employment, and to create a Canada that we would be proud to hand down to the next generation. And I think of the Liberals on the other side. What is your legacy going to be? How can you defend this much waste.
That he's to address all questions and comments through the chair and not directly to the other side of the House. The honourable member has 1 minute to conclude.
Madam Speaker, through you to the other side, what was it worth it? Did you hold your nose, you looked the other way as colleagues and friends? Through you, Madam Speaker, to the members, was it worth it? When the truth comes out with the SDTC, this might be the largest scandal that dwarfs the sponsorship scandal by tenfold. Madam Speaker, this government needs to hand over all evidence to the RCMP unredacted today. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Commissioner of the RCMP has quite well spoken to the Canadian public, so I'm sure he's aware of it as well. He was on CTV News and he confirmed that there is an investigation going on. He confirmed that he has received the first load of documents from this chamber and that they've not looked at them. And when asked, why have you not looked at them, he said, well, we have charter rights and there's processes within this country and the way they obtain these materials actually matter. So the question was posed to the Commissioner, if you received more documents, would you look at them? And he said basically, well, we need to look at what information we have first, and we have to look at the way that they are being obtained. I would like to ask the member, does he agree that charter rights should be respected when documents are being obtained? Does he believe that we should be focused on Canadians and ensuring that we do protect their rights and freedoms? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Saskatoon University.
It's a bit rich coming from a government that violated people's charters, rights, and freedoms. But it's also coming from a government that has, I would say, sewered our reputation around the world, sewered our institutions. I think of the proud history of our RCMP. And to pretend to have the RCMP giving coverage to this Liberal government over this turning over of evidence is farcical. There are limitations on this evidence to be used in court, but it would show the RCMP who got rich, which Liberal insiders profited from a $400 million taxpayers' fund that was supposed to help out the environment, helped out insiders.
Séance de commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to take this opportunity, and my colleague here has, along with his colleagues, have been bringing in dilatory motions, and they've been making speeches on their own motion. We're wasting time, but this morning I learned, and I'm very proud, that 240,000 people in Quebec receive dental care thanks to the hard work of the NDP. Thanks to our agreement with the minority government. These are 240,000 people who receive dental care thanks to our hard work. So if, unfortunately, my colleague's party took power in the next election, would he be able to guarantee to those 240,000 people that the dental care program will be kept in place?
Honourable député de Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for my honourable friend from the NDP that posed the question. And how did we get here? It's because the NDP and the Liberals are the same. They are one and the same. They pretend that their coalition is over. Meanwhile, they continue to support the government. And they ripped up the agreement, but then voted with the Liberals. So how much can we believe anything that the NDP say when the evidence is in front of us on the fact that they're not really an opposition party? They're really just a satellite branch of the Liberal Party. And voters, unfortunately, I think they're going to find out here shortly, have no time for the NDP Liberals and what they've been up to, because the NDP are also implemented in this scandal. It is, remember, this is the government that was supported by the NDP that got us $400 million into Liberal insiders' pockets instead of the important initiatives that could help our environment. It went to Liberal insiders.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to my honourable friend from Saskatoon University, I was surprised to hear his vigorous defence of SNC-Lavalin, and the call for the government to give them more money. Now, the fact they changed their name to AtkinsRéalis doesn't change anything. It's the same corrupt corporation it was before. I certainly favor, and I wonder if the honourable member for Saskatoon University also favors, continuing an RCMP investigation into the ways in which SNC-Lavalin, now AtkinsRéalis, got away with the corruption in Libya and now continues to get hundreds of millions of dollars. His claim that the federal Liberals don't support nuclear is not borne up by the facts. I wish it were. So I'd like to ask him if he still supports nuclear so vigorously while knowing that the corporation promoting it that now owns the CANDU reactor model, owns Canadian Nuclear Laboratories, bought all of what was AECL except for some of its more long-lived nuclear waste at Chalk River, is actually the beneficiary of all this largesse for which he wants more.
The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question because it's an important one. It's on nuclear. And for the nuclear workers that are watching this, the last question is probably made up of people in the Liberal Party. Maybe 75% of them would view nuclear in the same way that the last speaker did as well. And it's embarrassing on how nuclear workers have been shunned by this government, shunned by the Greens. Meanwhile, saying we need to lower emissions. Everyone has to do their part. Everyone has to pay more tax. But we have a technology that, being nuclear, that is emissions-free, that has been providing reliable, affordable electricity for decades here in Canada. And it's a shame that not more Canadians or more parties other than the Conservatives, the common sense Conservatives, know that nuclear is the solution, not a tax.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the great intervention there as well. Again, I think I don't know how many times he actually said Liberal insiders got rich. I think that was the statement he said quite a bit. But as we were debating this round, the Liberals did not ask about why we're here. They did not ask about that at all. First, did not ask about what we're debating or why the documents are going over. And now we got the Green not even asking about what we're actually debating. So here we are after, 3 weeks? House has been basically shut down because the Prime Minister will not hand over documents that have proven, that the Auditor General has proven, there's 186 conflicts of interest, over 380 million, or I think it was around $334 million worth of conflicts of interest. How can this government actually look at itself in the mirror at the end of the day, and what will the Prime Minister's legacy be?
Saskatoon University.
Thank you very much for the question, and he's right. How is this possible? It's because of the NDP. NDP are propping up this Liberal government. So if you are watching this right now and you're an NDP voter, know that your vote is really a Liberal, and we're the only party in here that is standing up for the taxpayer, standing up for what's right for our country, and that insiders that are getting rich off of contracts handed out by insiders at the SDTC needs to stop. It needs to stop today. The evidence needs to go through to the RCMP for a full investigation on who got rich, which insiders, and why. And we know there's a number of ministers, Liberal ministers, that hold companies that got rich off of this. And it is such a shame because, once again, conservative, common sense Conservatives believe in technology. We believe in science. We believe that technology is the solution to our problems that we face today. And if this fund was managed properly, we wouldn't be in the shape that we are as a country. Thank you.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the Liberal insider that the member continues to make reference to was actually an advisor to Stephen Harper, an advisor to Jim Flaherty, donated thousands and thousands of dollars to the Conservative Party, and he has the tenacity to call that person a Liberal insider and base his whole argument in regards to the issue of the Liberal Party. Meanwhile, the real issue is vote, it goes to committee, you talk about it. Or play the Conservative game, disrespect for Canadians, and filibuster the House of Commons. Why is the Conservative Party putting their personal interests ahead of the interests of the nation?
The honourable member for Saskatoon Gradswood has 50 seconds to respond.
They want to sweep it under the rug. You just heard it. We're going to send it to committee. Don't worry about the evidence. The RCMP, they'll get their guys, and they will. They will get. RCMP are very good at getting their guys, and for that member to insinuate that, oh, we just need to have a committee and we'll talk about it. But the problem is that the Liberals are propped up by other parties. This thing will go nowhere unless we stand our ground and demand that the evidence gets turned over to the RCMP today.
Yeah, there's other voices happening from both sides of the House. I just want to remind members to please be respectful, and if they have any questions and comments, they should wait till the appropriate time. But now we are going back to resuming debate. The honourable member Calgary Single Hill. Oh, sorry, I have a point of order. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just checking whether or not we have quorum.
Give me one quick second here. Listen now. Quorum? We do have quorum. The honourable member Calgary Single.
Still have them online.
Order the honourable member parliamentary secretary, the government house leader.
Madam Speaker, I get this sense that the Conservatives are running out of speakers. They don't have to speak. They can just allow the question on their motion, and then we can get it to committee if that would be more helpful to the members opposite. They don't have to speak.
I'm sorry, this is not a point of order. It's becoming a point of debate. The honourable another point of order, the honourable member for Waterloo.
Madam Speaker, the Conservatives have been notorious for leaving their cell phones right beside the feedback for the interpreters here, so I just want to make sure the member has put his phone away before he starts.
I'm sorry.
Madam Speaker.
I appreciate the honourable member. As I've indicated before, I did raise it a while ago, and I'm sure that members who are setting up to speak are taking it into consideration. The honourable member for Calgary Single Hill.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's always interesting to have a Liberal try to look after a Conservative, but you know, Madam Speaker, I was... I
want to remind the honourable member for Waterloo that it's not time for questions and comments, and if she has anything to contribute, she should wait till then. The honourable member for Calgary Single Hill.
Madam Speaker, I've been in this game for a long time. In fact, I was probably involved in this game before the member for Waterloo was even born. So I kind of know what to do with my cell phone when I'm up to speak, Madam Speaker. But I thank her for her sharing her concern. And I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to share some concerns during questions and comments, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's always a pleasure to get up in the House of Commons on behalf of constituents, Calgary Signal Hill. I wish, however, it was on an issue or an item that was certainly more relevant to my constituents and what they want us to be debating. They already know that this government is corrupt. They already know all of these things. And all we're asking today, and remember, Madam Speaker, it was the Speaker who actually ruled that the government needs to provide the documents. So all we are doing as an opposition for several days now is supporting the Speaker, who happens to be elected as a Liberal member of Parliament. And so for Liberals to stand up in this House and to say somehow that the Conservatives are the ones who are delaying the business of the House couldn't be further from the truth. The Conservatives are here to keep the government accountable. An order was issued by the House. The Liberal government refused to heed that order. and then the Speaker ruled in favor of the point of privilege. I don't know how much more clear it can be, but I guess it's just, this is almost a trend, I guess, of this particular government who have no respect for institutions. As at the outset, I've been in this game a long time. I served in the Alberta legislature. I can't imagine any member of that legislature, for the almost 8 years I served, would put up with the nonsense that is happening here with this government, Madam Speaker. It's just a lack of respect for the institution, a lack of respect for the chair. And for these Liberal members to stand here and try and somehow put the blame on the opposition. Remember, Madam Speaker, we have been elected by Canadians as members of the loyal opposition. Our job is to keep the government honest, to look after taxpayers' dollars on their behalf, because you have a government that can't be trusted. So, Madam Speaker, it's unfortunate we have to continue this debate, but I can assure you the will of this caucus is to get to the bottom of it. The will of this caucus is to ensure that unless this Liberal government tables the documents as ordered by that chair, we're going to be here through Christmas if we have to, but they will have to come up with these documents. You know, in preparation for my remarks today, I did a little Googling, and Wikipedia has on its website a list of political scandals in Canada. The list is fairly lengthy, but considering we've been a country for over 150 years, which means 1/15 of how long we've been a country has been governed by this particular government, and almost half of the political scandals on Wikipedia scandals have happened since 2015. Many of them have been enunciated here in the speeches by my colleagues, but we'll start with Elbowgate. And I can't mention who it attributes it to, but we'll guess. He happens to sit in the Prime Minister's chair, as he calls it, the big chair, in answer to our leader's question one day. Then we went to, well, let's see, we had though I can't say the name, Cash for Access scandal, the Aga Khan scandal, the cultural appropriation scandal. I wasn't quite sure what that was, but it explains that the Prime Minister went to India and donned traditional garbs and did some dances. They consider that a scandal. Then there's this one. I was surprised that it was labeled this way, but it's called the Trudeau Grope Gate.
The member knows not to mention the name of the Prime Minister or any other names of members who sit in the House. So the honourable member, sorry, the honourable member doesn't have the floor right now since I got up. The honourable, hold on here. Let me put the mic on. The honourable member for Calgary, Stingel Hill.
Madam Speaker, I will withdraw the name of the individual, but the label is the individual's name, and it's called Gropegate. Then we went on to the SNC-Lavalin affair, and we all know what that was about. We had a situation where the Prime Minister literally was trying to get the Attorney General of Canada to break the law so that his buddies with a firm in Canada could, well, let's just say, continue activities that were probably a little suspect. And so what we have here is another situation where no respect for the institution, no respect that the Attorney General has a job to do, and she could not do that job if this Prime Minister had his way. And we all know how that ended. So then we went from there to something called, oh, this is the blackface scandal. And then of who it attributes it to, there's the name again. Then we go to sole source contracts. Oh, that's not him, that's the Minister of Trade. Then we go to the We Charity controversy. And that was same individual and another guy named Bill No More. He's no more. Then we have, oh, and this is a big one. This takes up the whole page. It's called ArriveScan. And that one isn't even finished yet. That one is still well underway. And then I don't know if it's the sister-in-law ethic commissioner. Well, we all know who that was. Then we have the Chinese government interference, and they named the government of China, CSIS, Liberal Party, the guy again, another member who's an independent now, and then they go to the Hunka scandal, and the last scandal is something called the, oh, I can't say the name again, but happens to be the leader of the opposition, wacko comment. They call that a scandal. Well, I would say, Madam Speaker, that when you rate all of these scandals that Wikipedia lists out, the only one that's attributed to the Conservatives is the comment that our leader made about the Prime Minister, which I do not consider a scandal. I consider it accurate assessment. Madam Speaker, I think that just highlights where we're at and why we're in this debate today. I will leave the scandal-plagued government to figure out their next move. I want to talk a little bit about the last 9 years in this country and what has happened to our economy, what has happened to standard of living in Canada, much of it because we've had a government that has been totally inept. We have a government that's led by a leader who is quoted as saying he has admiration for the Chinese dictatorship. Now, that in itself should cause a lot of concern, Madam Speaker. But if you look at what's happened over the last 9 years in this country, it so much reflects, whether it's China or it's Cuba or other dictators, this is what we have had running this country for the last 9 years. And Canadians cannot wait. Canadians have said loud and clear, they're sick and tired of this guy. It's time for him to go. Some of his members who are really afraid they're not going to win the next election are starting to rebel, so we'll see where that goes. But as has been the case when it comes to certain situations, this individual seems to be pretty set in his ways, so I happen to have a bet on it. I won't say which way I've gone on it, but right now it looks like I'm losing. So, but you know what? We would really love, as a Conservative Party, nothing would make us happier than to run in the next election against this leader, this guy who is referred to as Little Potato, and that's I didn't make that up. That's a fair assessment. And we would dearly love to have the opportunity to run against this Little Potato, and then we go into an election, and I'm afraid, Madam Speaker, that the results would not be pretty for all of those fellows and ladies over there. In fact, looking at a couple of them there right now who, oh boy, the polls don't look good, Madam Speaker. And I'd be polishing up that resume, especially if I was the member for Waterloo. It's going to be tough for these Liberal MPs to be selling this. We started off with sunny ways. Canadians bought in. Politics changes and cycles, and clearly after 2015, or at 2015, Canadians decided they wanted to change. They changed to sunny ways. Well, I'll tell you, it wasn't sunny for very long before the clouds started to set in. And, this particular Liberal government has done more to harm the Alberta economy than any particular government in this country's history has done to our economy. And even today, we've got announcements that are coming out. Look at the most recent immigration announcement and look at it deeply to see how it's going to impact Alberta negatively. And I think, Madam Speaker, that it is about time this government put its record online, call an election, and see what Canadians really think. they seem to feel like the pollsters have got it all wrong, that Canadians still see sunny ways out there, but I'm afraid we're well beyond that, Madam Speaker. So I would like to just sort of start to wrap up by saying this particular scandal.
I just want to remind members there's going to be 10 minutes of questions and comments. There'll be plenty of time, as opposed to trying to make comments and it interrupts members who are speaking. The honourable member for Calgary Single Hill.
It's the same member, Madam Speaker, that a point of order was called on earlier, because I heard the same thing the member for Kelowna heard, which was calling a particular member who spoke just before two people earlier, and I won't say what the word was, but it's stupid is what the word you said.
Order. I just, again, I had indicated when the point of order that we would be listening to what was said and then would come back to the House if need be. I would ask the honourable member to stick to his speech, and I would ask the honourable member for Hamilton Centre to please wait if he has questions and comments. I just want to ask members to please be respectful. When someone else has the floor, please do not interrupt them. The honourable member for Calgary Single Hill.
Well, Madam Speaker, maybe while I'm on my feet and we've got the NDP wanting to get into the conversation, let's talk a little bit about what the NDP has done over the last 3 years. The first 6 years wasn't so bad, but the last 3 years, this is why we've got the government we have today and the bad decisions that have happened. The reason our cost of living and Canadians can't. What was it today? The March food bank statistics, and that member I'm sure has plenty in Hamilton Centre who are lining up to the food bank mainly because of policies that these NDPers have supported of the Liberal government. And it's about time, because every one of those NDP members is also on the bubble when it comes to the next election, Madam Speaker. You better believe it, Madam Speaker. Just all they have to do is look at the polls. You bet they have to look at the polls.
Order again. I want to remind members to please hold off and to their questions or comments or thoughts until it's the appropriate time to do that. The honourable member for Calgary Single Hill has 6.5 minutes left.
So, Madam Speaker, well, there'll be other speakers, and there may even be amendments that we can all speak to again. You never know. So they may get their wish, Madam Speaker, if they want more. But let's get back to this particular scandal. If we didn't have consistently with the NDP supporting the Liberals at committee, we might have a little confidence something would happen at committee. But I'm afraid this is going to go to committee, and as the Speaker before me said, sweep it under the rug. The Liberals will filibuster at committee. So it's about time the Liberals stood up, respected the ruling of their own Speaker, and table these documents. No black lines in them. Table the documents and let the RCMP do their investigation. Because if they don't, Madam Speaker, we could be here for many, many more days, maybe weeks, maybe months. It's hard to say. And, you know, I feel sorry for the poor member from Hamilton Centre who's going to have to sit and listen to this for another, could be days, could be weeks, could be months. And, but I can assure him that it's going to happen unless those documents are tabled. That's an easy way to finish it, Madam Speaker. With those comments, Madam Speaker, I'll wrap up and say, look forward to answering any questions that the member from Hamilton Centre and Waterloo might have.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House.
Madam Speaker, the member started off by talking about the lack of respect for the institution. And what we witness from the Conservative Party of Canada every day is just that. I would ultimately argue that what we witness is actually a form of contempt of Parliament every day from the Conservative Party. Canadians should not be surprised because the only Prime Minister in the history of the British Commonwealth is Stephen Harper, found contempt of Parliament. The Parliamentary Secretary to Stephen Harper at the time was no one other than the leader of the Conservative Party today. Madam Speaker, the issue is, why does the leader of the Conservative Party believe that he can have so much disrespect for the Parliament of Canada? Why does he refuse to get the security clearance to deal with the important issue of foreign interference? When will the Conservative Party, and the leader of the Conservative Party specifically, start putting the interests of the nation ahead of his own personal interests and the interests of the Conservative Party?
The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Well, Madam Speaker, the leader of our party has been traveling this country for the last 2 years and meeting with Canadians, all walks of life, on their home turf. And all we've seen since that time is the popularity of our leader continue to increase because he's actually talking about things with Canadians that they care about. This particular member, who says he goes to McDonald's on Saturday morning in Winnipeg to check out what his constituents say, maybe he should pick a few other McDonald's and check out what they say. But Canadians are telling us they're fed up with this government, they're sick and tired of this Prime Minister, and they want an election now.
And comments. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate your grace. I was waiting, very eager to hear what this honourable member had to say today because, quite frankly, I haven't heard from the honourable member in quite some time. So if there's one positive outcome for him, perhaps he's finally had a chance to speak. As a proponent of freedom of speech, he does have that ability here today, but I do have to ask the honourable member, because I know he's from Calgary, but it appears that the signal isn't quite getting to the Hill. Did he not watch committee? Did he not understand that I was actually the one who uncovered this in the first place? So this whole nonsense about this being about us, why doesn't he just come clean with his base? Stop misleading them, stop banking on the stupidity of the base, and actually come clean with the fact it's them holding us up in this House. It can go to committee, it can be dealt with. Does he have the integrity and the courage to at least be honest with his base?
The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Madam Speaker, the facts speak for themselves. Look at every committee how many committees have we had filibustered? Stuff gets swept under the rug because the NDP votes with the Liberals every time. So why would we send this to the committee? The Speaker has made a ruling, and if we have any desire to uphold this institution, then we should be doing what the Speaker says and provide the documents unredacted now.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge, right?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to ask the member for Signal Hill just to maybe elaborate a little bit. Some have said that this place is now in a state of paralysis over the Liberals' refusal to comply with the order he voted on. But of course, there is a remedy. The remedy is an election. If there's urgent business that we can't attend to because the members can't agree to get past this issue, why won't they just call an election?
The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Well, the member is 100% correct, Madam Speaker, and we've been saying that now for 3.5 weeks. There are many options that can happen. Number one, obviously, is table the document and the House goes back to regular consideration of business, or if the Liberals are that afraid to table the documentation, then there is another option. Actually, there's enough time yet, 38 days between now and Christmas, when we could actually have an election. So I would challenge the Deputy Parliamentary House Leader to maybe make that recommendation at caucus to his leader on Wednesday.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and an honourable friend from Calgary Signal Hill. I thought that the honourable member for Hamilton Centre made a very good point. I know that a number of members have worked on exposing what went on in Sustainable Development Technology Canada, and it isn't really a partisan issue. There was a breakdown of basic functionality in a committee that had worked well before. But I wonder if, in addition to the work of Conservative members, that the member for Calgary Signal Hill would like to acknowledge the work of the member for Hamilton Centre.
The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Madam Speaker, I have no faith in this Liberal NDP government, anything going to committee, because neither one of these two parties want to go to an election right now, so whatever it takes to filibuster at committee, they're going to do it. So I have no faith in the committee system in this House under the current Liberal NDP government, and that's why we need the documents tabled as ordered by the Speaker. So there's an easy way out, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Waterloo.
Just say to my colleague across the way that I was really enthused by his speech and I just couldn't contain myself. So I do apologize for getting a little bit loud, but do appreciate hearing his voice. It's a voice we don't hear often in this chamber, and it's quite refreshing to see. I bet if, I'll refrain from digressing too far, the member talks about an election, the member talks about this issue. I think it's a very important issue. I'd like to ask the member, is there any member of Parliament or any political party who does not agree with the advancement of this question of privilege? The second comment I would just like to make is that he refers to the Speaker as the government Speaker. Actually, that's not the way this place works. He's been around for a long time. The Speaker is elected to represent all the good people and to actually play a very important role. And I would ask the member, does he believe, as per the Speaker's ruling, that this work should go to committee? So I know the Conservatives have been kind of misrepresenting what the Speaker said. The Speaker said we should be able to call this question and let the committee do its important work, and I believe we should have confidence in the RCMP to do theirs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Well, first of all, Madam Speaker, if I left the impression that somehow the Speaker was biased, that is not my, what I said was, the Speaker was elected as a Liberal MP. Yes, he was elected by this House as the Speaker, but he's a Liberal MP, so they're not even supporting one of their own colleagues when he makes a ruling that is unbiased.
I just want to remind the member to be very careful, as he knows that every MP who is elected in the House has an opportunity to elect the Speaker, who then is independent. I just want to maybe just leave it there. If the honourable member can finish answering the question, there is time for another question after that.
Speaker, I think that was the point I was trying to make. So for the member from Waterloo to somehow intimate that I was saying that the Speaker was biased is not correct, Madam Speaker. So if I could answer the question, though, that I think was important for that the member raised, I don't understand why we can't do both of what the member suggested, table the documents and go to committee. That's pretty simple, but it's only the Liberals right now who are standing in the way of moving it to committee. So my recommendation is maybe the member from Waterloo will go to caucus on Wednesday and say, you know what, we're losing this battle. Why don't we just cave and table the documents?
I do want to remind the honourable member for Waterloo, she had an opportunity to ask a question. If she has anything else to add, she needs to wait to the appropriate time. We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Edmonton Centre. Edmonton West. Oh, I always get that one right.
I'm the other Edmonton Centre. Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Calgary Signal Hill for his talk today. Just last Wednesday, we were studying this issue in public accounts. We actually had a member from the Privy Council office tell us they would not honor the order of the House of Commons till they received permission from one of the Green Slush Fund boards of directors who had been convicted of violating the conflict of interest law. So what does it say about this government that the Privy Council office is seeking permission from someone who violated our laws before they honor the orders of Parliament?
A brief answer from the honourable member Calgary Signal Hill.
Well, I'm not sure that there's much that I could add to that, but nothing that comes out of this particular government or testimony at committees about dealings with this particular government surprises any of us anymore. It's a corrupt government. It's a government that's on its last legs, and I'd say it's time for an election. There's 38 days yet before Christmas, Madam Speaker.
Order. It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
For Kitchener Centre, mental health and addictions. the Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston, Correctional Service of Canada, and the Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York, Democratic Institution. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on the sub-amendment arising from the Speaker's ruling in finding a prima facie question of privilege arising from the failure of this Liberal government to abide by a clear and unambiguous order of the House, passed on June 10th by a majority of members. In fact, all members representing all of the opposition parties collectively voted in support of the motion that led to the order. The order is very straightforward, and it simply calls upon the Liberals to turn over all documents under their control with respect to Sustainable Development Technology Canada, better known as the Prime Minister's billion-dollar Green Slush Fund, to the Parliamentary Law Clerk so that the Parliamentary Law Clerk can hand over those documents to the RCMP. The order provided that the documents were to be handed over unredacted, and it should be noted, Madam Speaker, that the RCMP have confirmed that they are investigating conflicts and corruption and potential criminality at this billion-dollar Green Slush Fund during the time that the former Minister of Industry, Navdeep Bains, and the current Minister of Industry oversaw that slush fund. And I want to emphasize, Madam Speaker, that the order of the House is not merely a request. It isn't optional. It isn't for the government to pick and choose which parts of the order they abide by and which parts they don't abide by. It is an order of the House that goes to the heart of parliamentary supremacy and the privileges of all members in this House, and it is an order that has constitutional weight. And in that regard, I would draw attention to Section 18 of the Constitution Act 1867 that states, quote, "The privileges, immunities, and powers to be held, enjoyed, and exercised by the Senate and by the House of Commons and by members thereof, respectively, shall be such as are from time to time defined by the Act of the Parliament of Canada." Among those privileges is the power of this House to call for persons, papers, and records. Those powers are not in any way limited pursuant to the standing orders or any act or resolution passed by this House. Accordingly, according to Bosk and Gagnon at page 984, 985, quote, "The result is a broad, absolute power that on the surface appears to be without restriction. There is no limit on the types of papers likely to be requested. The only prerequisite is that the papers exist in hard copy or electronic format, and they are located in Canada." That was reaffirmed by the Parliamentary Law Clerk when he testified at the Public Accounts Committee last Tuesday, wherein the Parliamentary Law Clerk said with respect to the production order, quote, "The power of the House to compel the production of documents is a constitutional power that is a parliamentary privilege. It supersedes ordinary law," close quote. And the Parliamentary Law Clerk further observed that the privileges of this House, including the power to order the production of papers and records and people and persons, fall within the ability of this House, of Parliament, to exercise its core functions. Among those core functions is the ability to investigate and to hold the government to account. That is precisely the nature of the production order, the basis of the production order, to see that Parliament can get to the bottom of conflict, mismanagement, and corruption at the Green Slush Fund, and that those documents are turned over to the RCMP so that the RCMP can pursue a criminal investigation and lay charges where appropriate. Now, Madam Speaker, as I noted, the order was passed on June 10th. The government had 30 days to turn over the documents. The government has not come close to complying with the order. The government has turned over some documents, but those documents are redacted. And when the representative from the Prime Minister's Department, the parliamentary from the PCO, came before the Public Accounts Committee, the basis upon which she asserted redactions had been made is on the basis of the Privacy Act, the Access to Information Act, solicitor-client privilege, and cabinet confidence. And yet, of course, that is completely unacceptable because, as the law clerk noted, the production order supersedes all of those things. The parliamentary law clerk was clear. The order supersedes ordinary law, so it will prevail over the Access to Information Act, the Privacy Act, and, for example, solicitor-client privilege. And notwithstanding that, representing again the Prime Minister's Department, the witness made it very clear that the government has no intention of abiding by the order of this House. The position of the government is to thumb its nose at Parliament. And while thousands of documents have been redacted, tens of thousands of other pages of documents have been completely withheld. For example, the Department of Justice at present is withholding 11,000 pages of documents relating to SDTC. The Justice Department is hiding documents from this House, ordered to be produced to this House and turned over to the RCMP. This government is in complete contempt. And it begs the question, why? Why have these Liberals gone to such lengths to obstruct and to literally paralyze this place to hide documents relating to the billion-dollar Green Slush Fund? And I think the answer to that, having taken a fairly close look at what happened under the Green Slush Fund, is because it's really, really bad. And that was confirmed by the explosive report of the Auditor General that, in fact, led to this House adopting the motion that led to the production order that the government has obstructed 3.5 months later after the date was due for them to turn over the documents. And in that regard, the current Minister of Industry, as well as the former Liberal Minister of Industry, Navdeep Bains, have a lot to answer for. Now, the Auditor General wrote that as much as $400 million taxpayer dollars may have gone out the door improperly at the Green Slush Fund. Now, the current minister would have Canadians believe that SDTC, or the Green Slush Fund, is an arm's-length foundation, and that he and his officials really had nothing to do with it, and that when the whistleblower came forward, he took action. Except that isn't close to accurate in terms of what happened. The minister and his department had a responsibility to provide appropriate oversight of what was happening at SDTC. And the Auditor General concluded that such oversight was completely lacking. Indeed, the Auditor General found that $59 million went out the door at the Green Slush Fund to ineligible projects. So put aside the conflicts, put aside the corruption that took place at SDTC. $59 million went out the door to ineligible projects. That is gross mismanagement. And with respect to the responsibility of the minister and his department for oversight, the Auditor General was scathing in her conclusions. There are entire sections on the failure of this minister and the previous Liberal minister. For instance, one heading at page 21 of the Auditor General's report says, "The department did not sufficiently assess whether the foundation complied with the contribution agreements." The department didn't sufficiently assess that. We're talking about $1 billion taxpayer dollars. Shameful. And this minister and his predecessor weren't providing sufficient oversight. Another heading in the Auditor General's report is, "The department did not sufficiently assess and monitor the foundation and its use of public funds." Madam Speaker, that happened under this minister and the previous minister, and he has a lot to answer for about why there was that total and complete lack of oversight. He can't run away from it. He can't say it's just some arm's-length foundation. Yes, board members at SDTC bear responsibility, but ultimate responsibility rests with the current minister and his predecessor, Navdeep Bains. In addition to mismanagement, there, of course, were many, many conflicts of interest. And there were instances of board members sitting in and deliberating on board meetings and then voting to approve funding for projects that was funneled into companies that they had interests in. One such board member is the Liberal hand-picked appointed chair, Adet Verschaeren, who moved 2 motions to funnel money out the door under the guise of providing so-called COVID relief payments, $38.5 million that went out the door that the Auditor General said shouldn't have. Again, staggering mismanagement, but $220,000 of that went into her company, Enerstor, a company that she was the majority shareholder, founder, and CEO of. A total and blatant conflict of interest. Then there is the Minister of Environment's pal, Andre Lise Matteau. The Minister of the Environment was a lobbyist for Matteau's venture capital firm, Cycle Capital, lobbying this government more than almost 50 times prior to his election to this place. Matteau sat and voted to funnel $650,000 to companies that she had interests in as part of those COVID relief payments. But she not only did that, she has admitted at committee that several of her companies received millions and millions of dollars from the Green Slush Fund while she sat on the board. Now, she was defiant in her testimony that she had recused herself and that therefore somehow that was okay. But when I asked her to explain if she had read the SDTC Act, and more specifically Section 12, that states no director shall profit or gain any income or acquire any property from the foundation or its activities, she threatened to walk out of committee today. Really? Thumbing her nose at a parliamentary committee. Because that's precisely what she did. She violated the Act when millions of dollars went into companies that she had interests in. Whether she recused herself or didn't recuse herself, the letter of the law in the SDTC Act is clear. And that was another matter that was flagged by the Auditor General in her report. So we have mismanagement to the tune of $59 million. We have millions in which members funneled money into their companies that they had interests in. We had millions and millions and millions more where members technically recused themselves, but money went into companies that they had interests in contravention of the SDTC Act. And it begs the question, through it all, where was the current minister and where was his predecessor, Navdeep Bains? Because at every one of these meetings in which money went out the door improperly or in conflicts of interest or in contravention of the SDTC Act, the minister had a representative at each and every one of those meetings, during which each and every one of those votes took place, the assistant deputy minister. And so one of two things are possible in the case of Navdeep Bains and the current minister. They were completely asleep at the switch, or they turned a blind eye and were complicit in the mismanagement, conflict, and corruption at SDTC. And I have to say, I think the second scenario is the more likely scenario, because one of the questions that I have and other members of the Public Accounts Committee have had is how is it that Navdeep Bains tapped Annette Verschaeren on the shoulder to serve as chair of the Green Slush Fund? Navdeep Bains claimed that he appointed her pursuant to an independent, merit-based process. But as it turns out, Navdeep Bains rigged the process by bypassing a short list that had been provided by a selection committee and hand-picked Verschaeren, notwithstanding that Navdeep Bains knew that she had a conflict of interest insofar as she was receiving $12 million. Her company, Enerstar, was receiving $12 million from the Green Slush Fund at the time, and Navdeep Bains appointed her anyway. And when he came to committee, instead of answering basic questions, he obstructed the committee, so much so that the committee came very close to holding him in contempt. And if he doesn't show up this Wednesday, by this Wednesday, it's almost certain that he will be held in contempt of the committee. And so it just speaks to a government, the current minister, the former minister, who have seemed to be doing everything they can to not answer questions, to obstruct, and to not be transparent, because they have a lot to answer for. And in the meantime, we are going to continue to insist, in the face of what is a massive scandal, that this government, for once, shows some respect for this institution, shows some respect for the taxpayers, shows some commitment to seeing that there is accountability, including if there was criminal wrongdoing, and the way that they can start in that regard for the first time in 9 years is to turn over the documents and turn them over now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the member says, show some respect for the institution. The motion that the Conservative Party brought to the House at the instruction of the Speaker was that we should pass this issue over to Procedures and House Affairs Committee. The Conservatives have put up 100+ speakers on the issue, and they are consistently filibustering.
I don't remember acknowledging anybody else to rise to speak. I would ask members to please be respectful. The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Madam Speaker, they are consistently filibustering the interests of Canadians. The leader of the Conservative Party was the parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister Stephen Harper, the only Prime Minister to ever be held in contempt of Parliament, not only in Canada, but the entire Commonwealth. You can see through this current leader of the Conservative Party and the behavior that we witnessed for the last 3 weeks, he's the one that is ultimately needs to be held accountable for his actions of contempt of Parliament, in my opinion.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And the Parliamentary Secretary refers to the standstill over the Afghan detainee documents. And there was ultimately a solution in the face of that impasse, dealing with a matter that dealt with serious national security matters in an active war zone, by the way. And what happened is that the Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, called an election, and do you know what Canadians did? They re-elected Stephen Harper, delivering a strong, stable, Conservative majority government. Do you know what they did to the Liberals? They reduced them to 34 seats. I suspect the member knows that's where they're headed whenever the Prime Minister has got to call an election.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would say that there is probably a few people in the House further away in their politics than myself and the member. However, I do know that we do share common ground when it comes to demanding transparency and accountability out of this government. I find it, in fact, highly suspicious that his colleagues would like to rewrite history and pretend that somehow, while we were at committee, I too wasn't holding this government to account. So I would like the honourable member to stand up and do the honourable thing and just perhaps reconfirm that, in fact, at every instance along the way, the NDP voted for the demand of documents. In fact, I'm not sure there's ever been a motion in a committee that I've been at where I haven't supported a demand for documents. So just for the good of welfare, for many of the backbenchers who don't know the file, who are learning it for the first time, could he please just clarify the facts of the matter? Thank you.
Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Hamilton Centre. And while I would have plenty of criticism for his party on many matters in terms of supporting this government, I will concede that he has worked cooperatively on committee along with the bloc on this particular matter.
Questions and comments. The honourable for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When my honourable colleague said that it must be something really, really, really bad, it got me to thinking. I had a constituent who came very meekly about something he wanted to get off his chest. He was a consultant and successful in obtaining a multi-million-dollar grant from the government. It was his job to read through the contract, and in reading through the contract, part of the requirement was that 20% of the grant had to go to a business that the government specified for unspecified services. Now, my constituent smelled something very bad, and he for all he knew, that business that was getting the 20% cut could be sending it back to the government. So he actually said he wanted nothing to do with the grant after all the work that he did to get it. So my question to my colleague is it possible that some of this really, really, really bad stuff that they don't want us to see has to do with kickbacks to the government or maybe
the honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton?
Well, what I would say, invoking the language used by the member for Hamilton Centre. What I do find highly suspicious is that committee ordered that the government turn over all documents and emails between former Minister Baines, the PMO, the Department of Industry, and the PCO with respect to the appointment of conflict-ridden chair Annette Verscheren. And surprise, surprise, not a single communication, not a single email can be found. We're talking about a government appointment handpicked by the minister involving overseeing $1 billion in taxpayer money. It simply, on its face, doesn't pass the smell test, and it is all the more suspicious given what we learned last week that an IT official within this government was working to destroy emails to cover up the government's $60 million Arrive scam.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. As the Conservatives continue to play this game, there are many other issues that I've been raising, and I posed the question to the member opposite. There is a need for all leaders of the House to recognize the value of getting the security clearance, and concern has been raised in regards to why it is the Conservative Party leader has chosen not to get the security clearance. The concern is, in good part, is there something that's part of the leader of the Conservatives' past that he is concerned about that would disqualify him from getting the security clearance? Does he believe that Canadians have a right to know?
I want to remind members that I know that the Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton is able to answer his own questions and doesn't need any help. So if other members have questions and comments, they should wait till the appropriate time. The Honourable for St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a bit rich given the fact that the Prime Minister was repeatedly briefed about Beijing's interference and turned a blind eye to it. He was briefed that one of his candidates was compromised in terms of interference in one of the nomination campaigns, and he ignored it, as Madam Justice Ho concluded, out of electoral concern for himself. So there you have it from Madam Justice Ho, a Prime Minister who put politics ahead of national security and addressing foreign interference. And with respect to the Leader of the Opposition, he'll take the same briefing that the Washington Post received. He'll take the same briefing the Prime Minister received. But what he won't do is allow the Prime Minister to play games by being the arbiter of what information he can see and then determine whether or not he upheld his oath to secrecy. He's not going to participate in the Prime Minister's circus.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rosemont.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to ask my colleague the same question that I asked one of his Conservative colleagues earlier. I didn't get an answer. And this is something I will be insisting on over the next few days and weeks. I learned with great joy that 240,000 Quebecers have been able to take advantage of the new dental care program. Their dentist fees were paid thanks to the work of this NDP caucus. So I'd like to know that if his party takes power in the next election, will these 240,000 people be able to count on continuing to have access to this dental care? Thank you.
L'honorable député de St. Albert Edmonton.
Speaker, all I can say is that the sooner we can have a carbon tax election to get rid of this corrupt government propped up by the NDP, the better this country will be off as a result.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I got great news, breaking news. Site C Dam has just opened up in British Columbia, which is very important for production of hydroelectricity. I know that it was really pushed forward with the party I was in when we were in by, and the leader also of the BC Conservative Party, John Rustad. So this is great news, in spite of the fact that the NDP and the Greens pushed back very hard against it. So people like Bill Bennett and many others pushing this forward. The question is, if the member could share his thoughts about this and the fact that Conservatives believe in creating good jobs, we believe in clean electricity and keeping the lights on for people rather than keeping them in darkness.
Answer from the Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, very simply, Madam Speaker, I agree with the member. It is very good news despite the NDP and the Greens.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member Fundy Royal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is an honor to speak today to this important motion. First off, Madam Speaker, when we're talking, sometimes it gets lost in this place when we're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars, $1 billion green slush fund. What does it all mean? And as I was driving this morning to the airport, I'm thinking, passing by the Tim Hortons, the trucks lined up there, construction workers on their way to work hard all day, the nurse that was commuting into the hospital to take on a shift in very hard circumstances, driving by the many farms that line my riding of Fundy Royal, and the farmers are up and at it. And, this is a government that's all too happy to tax the hard-working Canadians that make this country what it is and make everything work in this country. They tax them when they earn income. They tax them when they save, they spend. So you can imagine, Madam Speaker, how irate it is for overtaxed Canadians when they hear about this kind of waste, this kind of mismanagement, and this kind of absolute corruption from this government. Canadians are fed up after 9 years of this Liberal government's corruption and indeed obstruction, as we're seeing fully evidenced today by the debate that we're having. At the core of the issue being debated today is the hundreds of millions of dollars that was funneled to connected Liberals on the board of Sustainable Development Technology Canada, which I will be referring to as SDTC. It has now become known as the Liberals' $1 billion green slush fund. That's because this government turned the SDTC into a slush fund for Liberal insiders. No surprise there. During an investigation, the Auditor General wasn't given full access to documents in order to assess the full scope of corruption that has been taking place. So in June, the House voted to call on the government to provide all relevant documents directly to the RCMP. Madam Speaker, that makes abundant sense. But now the government's defying the will of this House. They're refusing to hand over documents after the public learned of hundreds of millions of dollars, taxpayers' dollars, ending up lining the pockets of Liberal-appointed board members. But it gets even worse. Canadians didn't know about the corruption that was taking place, but this Liberal government has been aware of the board's unethical practices for years, but they let it continue regardless. Canadians deserve accountability from their government, and that's why this debate today is so important. The SDTC was established in 2001 as a federally funded nonprofit, and for many years it carried out its mandate of helping Canadian companies develop and deploy sustainable technologies. So how did we get here? How are we in the mess that we're in today? When did the corruption and conflicts start to take root? Well, Madam Speaker, it will be no surprise to anyone in this chamber that it started to take root under this Liberal government. In 2018, the minister responsible for SDTC was former Liberal Industry Minister Navdeep Bains. He wasn't happy with the chair of the board at the time because the chair was publicly expressing concerns he had with government legislation. And as you know, with a Liberal government, if there's one thing they cannot tolerate, it's any criticism of their actions. We all know that this Liberal government does not take criticism well at all, and we know first and foremost that this Prime Minister does not take criticism very well. That was fully evidenced this week as well. So in 2019, the former industry minister began appointing new executives to the board of SDTC, despite the fact that many of these new executives had conflicts of interest. And therein is the root of the challenges that we're facing here now and exposing for Canadians, Madam Speaker. The minister went so far as to appoint a new chair of the board of directors who was already receiving SDC funding through one of her companies. Let me repeat that. The new chair was already a recipient of the funds that she would be administering. To be clear, Up until this point, the SDTC had never had a chair with interest in companies that had been receiving funding. But the minister proceeded with this appointment despite being fully aware of this serious conflict of interest. So now we have a chair of the board who was tasked with overseeing the very same funds her company was receiving. You don't need a degree in ethics to see, Madam Speaker, that this is not right. Even the Prime Minister's office and the Privy Council office were warned of the risk associated with appointing a conflicted chair, but no action was taken. The whole scandal is a sad reflection of what Canadians have come to expect from this Prime Minister. We all know he will do whatever suits him and his friends, regardless of right or wrong. We've seen this time and time again. We don't want to rehash all these things, but it's pretty instructive. Whether it's taking vacations on Billionaire's Island, violating ethics, pressuring the Attorney General to look the other way when SNC-Lavalin was facing prosecution, and indeed ministers just for doing their job, or when he tried to funnel hundreds of millions of dollars to the We Charity, despite conflicts of interest involving his own family. This entitled Prime Minister has a track record for these kind of actions. Greed, corruption, and obstruction hasn't just become a pattern for this Prime Minister, it has become his playbook. As with any government, it's up to the Prime Minister to lead by example and to set the tone for his ministers as to how they should be expected to conduct themselves. The Liberals' Green Slush Fund is just one example of how ministers have followed the Prime Minister's lead when it comes to disregarding rules around ethics and rules around conflicts of interest. In addition to appointing a chair of the board with an existing conflict of interest, Minister Baines also appointed 2 board members who would go on to engage in behavior in breach of the Conflict of Interest Act by approving funding to companies in which they held ownership stakes. Madam Speaker, Canadians know, the hardworking taxpayers that I mentioned at the start of my speech know, you cannot have a situation where individuals are awarding contracts and funding to their own companies. This is so basic, Madam Speaker, it should go without saying. But with this current government, we can't take these kind of things for granted. It isn't rocket science. The board members' behavior was obviously unethical and even contravened long-standing rules against conflicts of interest. The Liberals did not intervene to stop the corruption, but instead allowed SDTC to enter into a 5-year, $1 billion agreement with the Department of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. It was around this time that the Prime Minister appointed a new industry minister who still holds this role today. But just like his predecessor, he would allow the SDTC to continue its unethical practices. 2 years ago, whistleblowers started to raise their concerns internally. The Privy Council office, the top bureaucrats in the country who were tasked with assisting the Prime Minister and his cabinet were then briefed on the funneling of taxpayer dollars to board members' own companies. And it's so unfortunate, as is often the case with this government, instead of having ministerial accountability, we have whistleblowers having to put their own careers on the line in order to expose this government's wrongdoings. Despite being well informed of the misappropriation of funds and breaches of conflicts of interest, the Liberals still allowed the corruption to continue, Madam Speaker. In fact, it wasn't until September of last year that the SDTC's funding was finally suspended, nearly a full year after whistleblowers first raised the alarm of possible corruption. After years of the Liberals knowing exactly how board members were lining their own pockets, why did they decide to suspend SDTC's funding now? What had changed, Madam Speaker? Why, after all that time, had some action been taken? It wasn't the unethical practices of the board or the hundreds of millions of dollars that went into their own companies or the disregard of conflicts of interest rules that ended up forcing the Liberals to suspend SDTC's funding. It was the fact that the whistleblowers made their allegations public. After months of inaction from this government, made it clear that nothing was going to change. So whistleblowers had to go public, and that's the only reason why any action was taken. Shortly after the SDTC's funding was suspended, the Auditor General announced that she would be conducting an audit of the SDTC to support parliamentarians in the oversight of government activities and the stewardship of public funds. While the Auditor General conducted this audit, Conservatives in the House of Commons worked to better understand the full scope of corruption that had been allowed to take place under this Liberal government and the amount of taxpayers' dollars that were being misappropriated. In February of this year, after months of allegations of corruption, Canadians learned that multiple board members were under ethics investigations. In one case, Madam Speaker, we learned that a board member was placed under an ethics investigation for funneling $400,000 through the SDTC to a company that he owns. Another case was uncovered where a former board member admitted to funneling funds to a firm that they had a stake in. Another member of the board funneled money not to one, not two, not three, but 4 companies that they had ownership stakes in. Conservatives exposed the fact that the CEO and at least 2 directors used the fund to direct money to their own firms. The Liberal-appointed chair and friend of the Prime Minister confirmed that she used the SDTC to give her own company more than $200,000 in grant money. After 9 years of this Prime Minister, his government's policies have left Canadians with less money, while Liberal-appointed board members of his billion-dollar green slush fund took taxpayers' dollars to line their own pockets. While Liberals are making off like bandits, everyday Canadians are struggling. And Madam Speaker, we only need to look around us in all the communities that we represent, but food bank usage has increased every year that this Prime Minister has been in office. Think about what I just said, Madam Speaker. I know we throw this information out, but what a terrible track record for this Prime Minister, that for 9 consecutive years that he's been Prime Minister, food bank usage has increased every single year. Madam Speaker, that is absolutely appalling. 2 million Canadians are now visiting food banks every month. According to Food Banks Canada, food bank visits have gone up 90% since 2019. The cost of housing has doubled under this Prime Minister, and tent cities are popping up everywhere. Communities where this was never a thing to have tent cities, they're everywhere, Madam Speaker. This was unthinkable just a few years ago, and it's now the norm across the country. In New Brunswick, in the riding that I represent, and right across the country, we have tent cities in every city and many, many, many communities throughout our great country. Why is this? Why is this happening under this government? Is it some great coincidence? No. Canadians know this is a direct result of the oppressive actions that this government has been taking against taxpayers. Just for one example, Madam Speaker, the Liberal carbon tax. The Liberal carbon tax has jacked up the cost of everything, from home heating to gas to groceries, and this makes a real difference on people's ability to make ends meet. In fact, Madam Speaker, food prices have risen 36% faster here in Canada than in the U.S. over the last 4 years. So every Canadian that goes grocery shopping would tell us that they've seen a remarkable increase in the cost of food. So I know this Prime Minister would probably like to explain that as some kind of international phenomenon. But the fact of the matter is, food prices have risen 36% faster in Canada than the U.S. Well, what's the difference? The difference is this government's greedy carbon tax that takes from those that are least able to afford it. Reckless spending under this government saw inflation reach a 40-year high, Madam Speaker. And according to Statistics Canada, this country is currently faced with the biggest gap between rich and poor in our recorded history. So while Canadians have been worried about how they would pay for their bills, feed their kids, keep a roof over their heads, Liberals were worried about protecting their friends on the board of SDTC. For months, Conservatives have been peeling back the shocking layers of corruption conserving the Liberals' billion-dollar green slush fund. But in an effort to stop more damaging information from coming out, the Liberals and NDP members on the Ethics Committee tried to prevent a whistleblower from sharing their testimony at committee. Hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars had been misappropriated, yet the NDP Liberal coalition wanted to silence the whistleblower, who had originally unveiled evidence of corruption and who courageously came forward with this serious allegations from testifying at committee. In June 2024, the Auditor General of Canada released her scathing report. After the Auditor General's analysis of how SDTC had been conducting its business became public, the industry minister abolished the organization and transferred its funds to the National Research Council of Canada. This action by the industry minister is in stark contrast to how Liberals had previously approached the corruption going on, which was to do nothing and to say nothing. So after years of complacency, what was in the Auditor General's report that was so bad that the government was finally forced to act? First off, the Auditor General found that the SDTC had demonstrated significant lapses in governance and stewardship of public funds. This wasn't just a serious allegation, this was backed up by volumes of evidence. Of the SDTC projects examined by the Auditor General, she found that nearly 20% were actually ineligible to receive any funding under this program. I'll repeat that. The Auditor General found that 20% of the funding went to companies that were ineligible to receive it. These projects didn't meet the government's own criteria for funds, but they were approved anyways. These ineligible projects received over $58 million of hardworking taxpayers' money. The Auditor General was given a sample of 226 transactions to examine for the purpose of the audit. 82% of these transactions were conflicted. I mean, Madam Speaker, I'm going to repeat that. 226 transactions examined, 82% had conflicts. This wasn't a one-off. This wasn't just a slight deviation from the norm. 82% had conflicts. The price tag of those conflicted transactions totaled $330 million. The Auditor General's investigation uncovered $390 million in funding that was awarded to projects that were either ineligible to receive funding or were awarded to projects in which board members were conflicted. This isn't just a scandal of epic proportions. This is pure, unbridled corruption. Right. Following the release of the Auditor General's report, the House passed a motion calling on the government, SDTC, the Auditor General to send all documents related to the Liberals' billion-dollar green slush fund directly to the RCMP. But instead of abiding by the will of this House, federal departments either outright refused the order or they turned over documents that were heavily redacted, citing provisions of the Privacy Act or Access to Information Act. The problem is that neither the Privacy Act or the Access to Information Act permit federal departments to redact documents that have been specifically requested by this House. The House has the absolute and unfettered ability to order the production of documents that is not limited by statute. These are powers enshrined in the Constitution Act of 1867 and the Parliament of Canada Act. The government's reaction to the motion as passed by the House has been absolutely unacceptable. In fact, the government's response went so far as to breach the privileges of the House. The Conservative House Leader raised these concerns as a point of privilege last month, and the Speaker agreed to look into the facts of the case that Conservatives had laid out. After examining the events that had transpired, the Speaker ruled that the privileges of the House had, in fact, been breached. The Speaker's ruling on this point of privilege has led us to the debate we're having today. The debate is more than just about respect for Parliament, Madam Speaker. It's also about respect for democracy, and it's about accountability to taxpayers, accountability to our constituents that send us here to Ottawa to work on their behalf. The government is doing everything they can to withhold these documents. So it begs the question, what are the Liberals trying to hide? They're willing to sacrifice their entire legislative agenda instead of simply complying with the will of Parliament and handing the documents over to the RCMP. The Liberals must have weighed the pros and cons of this situation and decided that it's more important to withhold these documents than it is to do the work that their constituents elected them to do. The Liberals have no one to blame but themselves. They can choose to respect the Speaker's ruling and the will of the House, or they continue to obstruct the work of this Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the lack of respect for the House of Commons is actually being administered by the Conservative Party of Canada and the leader of the Conservative Party. And I'm not going to play the game that they consistently spread in terms of misinformation. The motion should have been voted on and it should have been gone to committee. That's what the Speaker is saying. I'm going to go back to the issue of foreign interference. The terrible rationale that they use, and it's interesting in regards to the leader of the Conservative Party and his dealings with the issue of foreign interference. Here's what iPolitics, and I love the headline, leader approach, with the name as opposed to leader, leader's approach to national security is complete nonsense, says expert. Wesley Mark, who has advised Liberal and Conservative governments on national security, said the Tory leader is playing with Canadians by refusing to get a top-level security clearance and receive classified briefings on foreign interference. Madam Speaker, this is a serious issue, and can the member give any indication whatsoever? What is it about the background of the current leader of the Conservative Party that might not allow him to get the security clearance? Is that the fear that there's something about his history, his background, that would not allow him to get it?
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Well, Madam Speaker, this is a desperate attempt by a desperate government to try and talk about anything but what we're talking about today, and to try, in fact, to muzzle the leader of the official opposition. And that's not going to happen. The leader of the official opposition is going to continue to be able to speak out on issues that are important to Canadians and important to our national security, important to all of us. Now, what the member obviously did not want to talk about is what was found in the Auditor General's report, which is what we're debating here today, is this motion from the House. The Auditor General, and I didn't get a chance to mention this, Madam Speaker, a recording of a senior civil servant slammed the outright incompetence of the Trudeau or the government, which gave $390 million of contracts inappropriate. That's what we're here talking about today, Madam Speaker. And this Liberal NDP coalition has undermined taxpayers, has allowed this to continue, but we're not going to stand for it. Canadians deserve parliamentarians that will stand up, be accountable for taxpayers' dollars, and that's what's going to happen here today, whether the honourable member wants it or not.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, West.
That's it. You got it. First try. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He talked a lot about the failures of this Liberal government, and there's many things I would agree with him there, but he seemed to blame absolutely everything on them. And I'm just wondering if he could comment on the fact that people in his province blamed everything on the Conservative government in New Brunswick and soundly defeated them in the last election.
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
I thank the member for the question. I think the remarks that I gave were a fact-filled remarks, and I pointed, Madam Speaker, to the fact that this organization had existed since 2001, but these conflicts began under this government. I know sometimes there's an old expression, I remember it when I was just a child, but sometimes the truth hurts. And the truth of the matter is that these appointments of individuals that had conflicts, the individuals on the board awarding millions of dollars to their own companies was unprecedented. It didn't happen under the previous Conservative government. It happened under this government. The change in approach happened under this government, and Canadians are demanding accountability from this government for the waste in the Green Slush Fund.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member first. My God, Nipawin, that much I know. Swan River, so don't find Swan River, Nipawin.
There you go. With that, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the great intervention. We're just talking about, you brought up about the Liberals, and benefiting on themselves. We're talking about $58 million to 10 ineligible projects and $334 million over 186 cases to projects in which the board members were held in conflict of interest. Now, if you think about that for just benefiting Liberal insiders, what kind of repercussions would that have to the Canadian taxpayer?
The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, and that's why I thank my honourable colleague for the question, and that's why at the outset of my remarks I mentioned the farmers in my riding, the nurses in my riding, the construction workers that I saw going off to work this morning on my way here. It's because it's easy for us in this House to talk about hundreds of thousands of dollars misappropriated to an individual's company, or $390 million over a number of cases where the money shouldn't have been awarded due to a conflict of interest or an ineligibility. Well, where did that money come from? There's only one source of all this money, and that is the taxpayers that we all represent. And taxpayers, they work hard for their money. And when they earn that money, they're taxed on it. When they spend that money, they're taxed on it. And they deserve, from each and every one of us in this chamber, absolute accountability for the money that's been spent. And accountability is what this government at every turn has sought to avoid under the Green Slush Fund, and it hurts them very badly that we are not going to stand for that, and Conservatives are going to expose that every day.
And comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. What's being asked of the government is that we gather information and hand it directly over to the RCMP. The RCMP have said they don't like the Conservative tactic. The Auditor General of Canada has said they don't like the tactic. The former law clerk of the House of Commons has said that they don't support the tactic. There's a genuine lack of respect for the institutions that's being driven by the leader of the Conservative Party. My question is whether it's those institutions or the issue of the security clearance, where again we have experts that are saying the leader of the Conservative Party should get the security clearance. The Conservative Party caucus collectively puts their head in the sand, ignores what it is that Canadians have a right to know. And why won't the Conservative Party be honest with Canadians and tell us why their leader would not qualify in order to get security clearance, as I'm beginning to believe that is the real reason.
Honourable member for Fundy Royal.
There you see it, Madam Speaker, on full display. An effort to talk about anything but the millions of dollars that were wasted under the Green Slush Fund. Millions of dollars misappropriated. Millions of dollars sent to insiders. General insiders? No. Liberal insiders from this Liberal government. And it's the last thing that they want to talk about. 20%. The Auditor General, this isn't me, Madam Speaker, it's the Auditor General of Canada who said 20% of the projects were ineligible. $58 million sent for ineligible projects. Out of 226 transactions examined for the audit, 82% were conflicted. The price tag of these conflicted transactions, $33 million. Madam Speaker, it's not, you don't have to take Conservatives' word for it. This is directly from the Auditor General, and that is an inconvenient truth for this government. As you heard from the member opposite, the Liberal member opposite, they want to speak about anything but what we have exposed here and what the Auditor General has exposed, and Conservatives will not stop fighting for accountability for every taxpayer dollar that was spent and misappropriated by this government.
And comments. The Honourable member for Regina Capel.
Just wanted to ask my colleague, you know, the Liberal member just complained about the tactic. Does my friend believe that this production order would have been necessary if the government had done the right thing from day one, which was as soon as the whistleblower started raising the alarm about conflicts of interest and money being funneled to Liberal insiders' own companies, if they had called the police in right away, instead of filibustering at committee, instead of engaging in a cover-up, would we even be here today if the government had done the right thing from the get-go?
Honourable member for Fundy Royal.
I thank my colleague the Honourable Conservative House Leader, and I think he knows the answer to this question as well. I gather that, but I will give it just the same, Madam Speaker. Of course. Had the Liberals done the right thing at any stage of this debacle, this wouldn't be necessary. But doing the right thing and this Liberal government do not go hand in hand. The taxpayers' money that has been wasted, this all could have been avoided by them doing the right thing, but that's why we're here today. They didn't do the right thing.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is my distinct pleasure to, I shouldn't say pleasure, it's actually very unfortunate that we are still debating this privilege motion. We are now on a sub-amendment, which I would like to share my views on with the House today, but I should remind members of the Government Caucus that their refusal to comply with a lawful order of Parliament, with a lawful production order, is the reason why the House is still debating this motion. They control 100% what business will be debated in the House. All they have to do is comply with this production order, and then they can call whatever piece of legislation they want. But we're still talking about this because they would rather grind Parliament to a halt for 3 or 4 weeks. I think we started debating this motion on September 27th. Was it September 27th? 26th, off by a day. September 26th. It's now October 28th. They have paralyzed Parliament for a month rather than simply comply with the production order. Now, what is a production order? For those watching on CPAC who want to know exactly the intricacies of this particular parliamentary word, Parliament has the power to comply or to compel every government agency, institution, department to produce information in order for us to do our job, in order for us to make good laws, sound decisions. We have the ability collectively, when the House decides that it needs to have documents or hear testimony from witnesses, we can send for persons or papers. So we're talking about papers right now. We have uncovered, thanks to brave testimony from whistleblowers who unveiled the depths of this corruption at great risk to their own careers, that Liberal-friendly insiders sitting around the table, sitting around a board that had control over millions of dollars, actually $1 billion worth of taxpayers' money. They sat around a board and they got to determine who got millions of dollars worth of government grants. What the Auditor General found out, thanks to the tip-off of this whistleblower and thanks to my hard-working colleagues who sit on the committee that litigated this scandal, that those insiders were funneling taxpayers' money into their own companies. Wow. Outrageous, Madam Speaker. $400 million worth of that corruption. The Auditor General found that $58 million went to 10 projects that were completely ineligible, had nothing to do with the mandate of the fund. You see, the fund was set up originally to say, okay, in order to help Canadian companies innovate and find solutions to environmental problems, the government would help underwrite some of the costs of that innovation. The thinking was that the benefit that Canadians would get would be perhaps some commercialization of whatever innovative products came out of that, and of course the environmental benefit of having cleaner ways to do things, cleaner ways to make things, and fewer emissions going into our atmosphere, fewer pollutants going into our lakes and rivers. But the key point there was that it actually had to have something to do with the environment. The Auditor General found that 10 projects were completely ineligible, $58 million. That's a lot of money, Madam Speaker. Just to put that into context, the sponsorship scandal started off with about $40 million. People went to jail for that. There were criminal prosecutions. And I should point out to my honourable member from Winnipeg, as I anticipate that he might get up. Every once in a while, he likes to get up on questions and comments and make his views known and ask Conservatives for their take on some of the things that he's interested in. He will somehow paint the specter that as long as Parliament is doing anything with this, is that almost as if there has to be a complete pristine cone of silence around any kind of investigation. I will point out to him that there was lots of investigation into the sponsorship scandal. In fact, there was a full public inquiry. There's a judicial inquiry into that called the Gomery Commission. I remember I was in the House at the time, and I remember the daily drip, 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 drip of details that came out, the sordid facts of Liberal insiders, in fact, even Liberal cabinet ministers at the time, sitting around the table when the scheme was concocted to take money that was supposed to go and protect our national unity in terms of spreading the message of a cohesive and strong national Canadian country, that instead of doing that, money went into the pockets of those Liberal insiders. Very similar. Now, that inquiry, the debate in Parliament, the litigation at committee, none of that prevented the RCMP from successfully prosecuting and convicting wrongdoers in that case. So I just want him to know that, and that might save him some time when my speech is concluded. Hope springs eternal. But we found out more, Madam Speaker. And I don't have this printed out, but I have it today. One of my colleagues, the member for South Shore St. Margaret's, found today that the owner of Cycle Capital, which, by the way, is the same firm that the current Minister of the Environment. See, a lot of people ask, like, okay, so there's Liberal insiders around the board. What's the link back to the actual Liberal ministers in the government of the day? Well, here it is. Minister of the Environment is a partial owner in this company called Cycle Capital. And her company was valued at $140 million when she was appointed, this other representative of Cycle Capital, when she was appointed to Trudeau's slush fund. After years of funneling millions in taxpayers' money to companies she owns, Cycle Capital is now worth $600 million. This is exactly like GC Strategies. You know, when Liberals are in power, it's never better than when Liberals are in power for government lobbyists and well-connected Liberal insiders. So this is why Canadians should care about this. By the way, let's think back. Let's think back to when Canadians were locked down and the economy was suffering. Many people were going through severe hardship. Think about all the devastating impacts that had on the lives of Canadians. I know all of us know members and people in our community who lost everything. They lost their business. Sometimes they lost businesses that had been in the family for 2, 3, 4 generations. People had to sell their homes. Families were broken up. People had to move to other parts of the country to find work. Some of this redirection of money, some of this misuse of taxpayers' money was happening during that time. That right when the Prime Minister was going out and saying that he was plunging the country into debt so that Canadians didn't have to. Never forget that during that incredible time of hardship, Liberals get a Liberal. They found a way to enrich their friends and to help their partisan supporters. So that is the crux of this issue, Madam Speaker. This could all end today. You know, every once in a while I chat with a Liberal member in the hallways of this place, and they say, how long is this going to go on for? The ball's in their court. This will end the day that they respect the order of Parliament. The day that they direct all their departments to comply with this lawful order of Parliament so that this information can be handed to the RCMP, and so the RCMP can have all the information. Because you see, the Auditor General has the follow the money trail kind of thing. She has the documents about where money was paid and how decisions were made. She understands the conflicts of interest. But there's a lot of information behind the scenes. And this is what the whistleblower said. When you look at the intent, when you have the information that is contained in this production, you will see the intent. We believe that at the very least, the RCMP should be able to access those documents so they can make the proper determination. It's a very important principle that we as the guardians of taxpayers' money are able to do that. So that's why this motion is so important. That's why it's so important for the government to comply with this. I should point out, Madam Speaker, another argument that I anticipate, because I hope I addressed an issue that he might have gotten up again, but just to give him some rest and maybe avoid having to answer it. He might also say that there's somehow some terrible precedent that's being set with this, and that complying with this production order would somehow taint the investigation and create a terrible precedent for future cases. I should point out that some departments have complied with it. In fact, I believe it's the Privacy Commissioner Office that has actually complied with this production order. Some departments did provide documents. So they can't, on the one hand, claim we can't comply with this order, otherwise it will taint the criminal investigation. Some bizarre argument about violation of charter rights. I should point out that the charter is not there to protect the government, it's there to protect the people from the government. But they can't have it both ways. They can't on the one hand say that it's somehow going to damage the integrity of the RCMP investigation, while simultaneously some departments are complying with it. Those two arguments are mutually exclusive. Only one of those scenarios can be true. We believe that some departments did the right thing and complied with it. Some departments decided to ignore a lawfully passed production order by the elected body of the people of Canada. By the way, the people of Canada whose money was taken out of their pockets, off their paychecks, to go to this fund that was then redirected to these Liberal insiders. So for that reason, Madam Speaker, I hope that today, after a month of Parliament not being able to proceed to other business because this government has chosen to paralyze Parliament rather than comply with this order, I hope that today might be the day they all go home, they reflect on what was said today, they wake up tomorrow with a renewed sense of democracy, a renewed sense of proper stewardship of taxpayers' money. That is my hope. It's not just my hope for myself, it's not just my hope for my Liberal colleagues, it's my hope for the Canadian people, so that they can once again have faith and confidence in their institutions. He talks a lot about institutions. He talks a lot about preserving the integrity of those institutions. Well, how about preserving the integrity of the institution of Parliament? How about restoring the integrity for the concept that taxpayers' money is used properly, and that the government doesn't reach into the pockets of the Canadian people through use of their monopoly on force. You know, nobody has the choice as to whether or not they pay their taxes. The government has that awesome power to force people to fork over when they decide to make them fork over. The very least, what should accompany that is that money that is raised in that way only goes to what the government says it's supposed to, and not to enrich well-connected partisan friends of the Liberal Party of Canada. So we're almost at the end of today's session. Let's all take that hope home with us. Let's all reflect on that tonight. Let's all send positive energy or say prayers tonight that we'll all wake up tomorrow, or at least they'll all wake up tomorrow, with a little bit more wisdom, a little bit more respect for the Canadian taxpayers, and comply with this production order so the RCMP can get to the bottom of this sordid affair. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government's House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I know that you know that I love being able to contribute in a positive way, and hopefully the member opposite will understand why it is that I would rather not take the Conservative advice. After all, what they're suggesting is there's nothing wrong with the production of papers, that all we have to do is just get the information and hand it directly over to the RCMP. Now, Madam Speaker, here's a quote that I'd like to provide the member opposite. And I have a choice. Do I listen to, let's say, the Commissioner of the RCMP, or do I listen to the self-serving Conservative Party of Canada? Here's the quote. RCMP. There's the quote from Mike Duhane. There is significant risk that the motion could be interpreted as a circumvention of normal investigative processes and charter protections. That's not me or the Liberal Party, the government saying it. This is the RCMP, the Commissioner. Now, that's reinforced in different ways by the Auditor General of Canada, by the former law clerk of the House of Commons. This is something in which the Conservative Party completely ignores. So when he talks about a lack of respect for the institution, Conservative members need to look in a mirror. And it doesn't surprise, because he was a part of a government when his leader of the Conservative Party was the parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister that was the only Prime Minister to be held in contempt of Parliament. I'm wondering if the member opposite would share with us why it is the Conservative Party believes that they do not have to be responsible because they're in opposition, when I would argue there are some things that they could do. Show some goodwill. Get the leader of the Conservative Party to agree to get the security clearances.
The honourable member for Regina Capel.
That last point was just a ridiculous red herring that has nothing to do with the debate at hand. But I want to go back to something that my colleague from New Brunswick said in response to my question. Why are we here today debating this motion? This party, this government party, has a whole bunch of people that sit around the cabinet table. I'm not sure how big cabinet has expanded to these days, but a lot of people sitting around the cabinet table who were aware of what was going on. They did nothing. Not only did they do nothing, they tried to sweep it under the rug. This whistleblower had to come to committee to testify because all of his efforts to get the due diligence and the proper oversight and scrutiny fell on deaf ears. And again, what can be so problematic with complying with a production order if several departments have already complied? Again, I had hoped that I had preemptively addressed that, the hypocrisy of the member's position. When many departments have fully complied, but many haven't, then the argument can't be that any compliance with it will somehow taint the process. At the end of the day, if we go back to that beginning point, had the Liberal government done their due diligence and said, hey, wait a second, these people that we appointed to the board were doing something wrong. They were funneling money into their own companies. They placed themselves in conflict of interest. They had this scheme where one person would leave the room and the rest of them would vote in favor of the funding going to that person, and then that person would come back in the room and do it for their friends. If they had said, whoa, that doesn't fly, we're calling in the cops, we're handing them all the information, we wouldn't be here today. But they didn't, because all those people around the board making those decisions, funneling that money, were their partisan friends and supporters. And that's why we're still debating this motion.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm almost regretting the moment where the member for Regina Capel was the leader of the Conservative Party. He said that earlier we needed to take some time to think about it and gather our wisdom here in the House. But I'm wondering, is it truly wise to come to this House and to say that, for instance, nurses are not going to work because there's no heating in hospitals, that teachers aren't going to work because the schools aren't being heated, that people are asking for medical assistance and dying because they can't afford to eat, and that electricians, by miracle, can catch lightning to be able to light up rooms? Is this true wisdom? And I feel it's also interesting to hear the member for Regina Capel to talk about the trust that we need to have in our institutions. Well, I have this idea here that a party that is filibustering Parliament, that wants to trigger elections, but that is not, is trying to make the population even more angry toward government. I feel like this party is doing everything but improving the trust that people have in their institutions. I wonder what my colleague has to say about that. The honourable member for Regina Capel. Well, it's not us who decided that Parliament should be debating this motion. It's the Speaker who decided this, and it's the government that decided that they weren't going to comply with the Speaker's order. And that is why we are continuing to debate this motion. It's not up to the Conservative Party, it's up to the governing party, it's up to the Liberal Party. Only they can follow the production order by the House, and the government needs to comply with the order of the chair. Nobody here in the Conservative caucus can call the government and say, all right, send in all these documents. Only the governing party can do that. Only the government, rather. The only reason why we're here tonight is that we're debating this motion is that the Liberal government.
The argument that the member makes about all the hardship that is facing Canadians, I will point out that every time the government pretends that they're trying to make life better for Canadians, they make life worse. Let's take housing.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I've shared many times throughout the day in the recent days, Greens have supported the original opposition motion from the Conservatives to look into the mismanagement of SDTC back in June. We support the terms of this motion as well. But the member for Regina Capel just finished sharing with the member for the Bloc Québécois that, that this is actually, in fact, on the government side, that they're the ones who are continuing this debate. I wonder if you would test that theory. If only another Conservative wouldn't get up after he spoke, what might happen next? Can he tell us what would happen if another Conservative didn't speak after him? What would happen next?
Well, member for Regina Capel.
I can tell the member what wouldn't happen, and what wouldn't happen is that the government wouldn't comply with that production order. So again, this all comes back to this. You know, it's a little bit of the, you know, who made who type of thing. You know, let's go all the way back. Corruption happened at SDTC. Liberal insiders lined the pockets of their own companies, put themselves in conflict of interest, knowingly put themselves in conflict of interest positions. We had one of the board members actually run away from a Zoom call. She just darted off the camera because she didn't like some of the questions that she was getting. Government officials, including senior cabinet ministers, knew about that, did nothing, didn't call in the cops, didn't try to get Canadians their money back, didn't try to hold anybody accountable. They tried to sweep it under the rug. And as the details came out through committee, they continued to filibuster, to stonewall, to try to prevent Canadians and parliamentarians from knowing what happened. Our last recourse as the opposition was to use our powers as a collective to produce these papers. They continue to refuse to do that. That is the reason why we're still debating this motion.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Madam Speaker, actually, I would like to hear a response to the question that came from the member for Kitchener Centre. It was an excellent question in terms of what would happen if no other Conservative stood up and spoke to this sub-amendment on the amendment on the motion. It would be a really great answer if we could get that from the Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Well, I did already address that, Madam Speaker, because what's important is what wouldn't happen. The whole point of being here to get this information is to prosecute those wrongdoers and try to get Canadians their tax money back. But you know, I ran out of time to talk about what happens when the Liberal government tries to fix things. They only make it worse. If we could look at housing, our leader had a fantastic announcement today talking about axing the tax on new homes.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the House Leader for another excellent speech. Now, one of the things that he mentioned was that this was another GC Strategies, but I think, in fact, it might even be worse, because when he was talking about the cycle company that had one of the committee members give money to it, and it more than tripled in value, I believe the Minister of Environment and Climate Change is a part owner in that company, and he, as a Minister of the Crown, was part of the GIC that appointed the committee member. So if he's receiving a benefit, isn't that in direct violation to Section 119(1) of the Criminal Code that says a holder of public office can't take an action that benefits themselves or their family?
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Well, a fantastic and timely point made by my colleague, and perhaps she's on the right track to find the motivations as to why the Liberals are going to such great lengths to keep this hidden. I mean, I know what it's like as an opposition House Leader, as someone who was Speaker, as someone who sat in the government benches from 06 to 11, losing a month's, being willing to sacrifice a month's worth of House time is an incredible price to pay to keep corruption hidden. So there clearly must be something devastating in these documents that they're willing to go to this great length to keep this information hidden. And I'll just point out again, every single time the Liberals try to solve something, they make it worse. Housing costs have doubled under this government. That's why—
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'd like to start where the member from Regina Capel. Underneath this Liberal government, housing costs have doubled. And I'd also like to thank him for yielding that additional 7 minutes to me. So now I believe I've got 27 minutes to speak. So that'll be fantastic. No, that's not the way it works. Okay. Well, we'll carry on. I'll try and condense this into 20 minutes. But let's start out and let's try and get down to sort of layman's terms and enable to explain this to Canadians what has gone on. There's lots of acronyms. There's lots of terms of arts, lots of legal terms from the various conflict of interest, ineligible.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton on a point of order. Yes, we do. Yeah, we have 20 members in the House. Yes. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
No. Thank you very much, and thank you to the member for being attentive. But usually when I speak, there's usually lots of people in the House there, so that's not usually a problem for me. But let's get back to matter of hand. There's lots of technical terms that we can utilize. There's lots of sort of legal, linguistic terms and acronyms and SDTC and of course different names. But at the beginning, what we really need to understand is that there is a pool of money. This government establishes a pool of money of nearly $1 billion. So now they entrust this $1 billion to a group of individuals who are coming underneath the auspices of the SDTC and of the then Minister Navdeep Bains, eventually the current Minister of Innovation. And so they're given this $1 billion, and they're told, here's what we want you to do with this $1 billion. What we want to see, what the Canadian public wants to see, or what they're selling, what this government is selling to the Canadian public, is this $1 billion will be used to get a cleaner, greener economy, to get a more efficient, more productive economy. And let's not forget where that $1 billion came from. That came from single moms. That came from seniors. That came from high school kids. That came from folks working 2, 3 jobs trying to get by in this ever diminishing liberal economy. And the reality is that you might say, well, we're going to get this money from the wealthy. That's not the reality. A large portion of Canadian tax dollars come from the most vulnerable. In fact, the poorest of our society. For example, people would probably be shocked to know that with clawbacks and taxation, there can be folks who are earning less than $40,000 a year who are paying more than 70% of their dollar to clawbacks and to income tax. So it's that. So they're taking this money from people who are struggling every day to get by, just struggling to get that last meal of the month out the door. And they're taking those millions of dollars. In fact, as I said, $1 billion. So now they've taken all this money, and you don't get a choice. The taxpayers don't get a choice whether they pay or not. It's either they pay or they go to jail. And so they take this $1 billion of this hard-earned tax dollars that are taken underneath the threat of force. You either pay or you go to jail. And what are they going to do with it? Well, they're telling the Canadian public, we are going to make the environment clean. We're going to make it more efficient. We're going to make it more productive. We're going to get patents, intellectual property that will generate and grow our economy. And nothing could be further from the truth as to what actually happened. And so in this cabal of individuals, we saw that $58 million were given to 10 ineligible proposals. What that means is that they did not fit the criteria. So once again, there's that $1 billion, and so attached to that $1 billion, there were rules. There was an agreement of how that money was going to be spent, because it came from all those hard-working Canadian taxpayers. And they said, these are the people we're going to give this money to. And 10 accounts so far that they've found, they just flagrantly disregarded that. $1 billion out the door that didn't fit the criteria of making the economy cleaner or greener or more efficient or more productive. And the question has to be asked, well, why? Or who did they give these $58 million to? And why did they do that? And that's what we'll talk about in the latter part of the story. There were also 186 cases in which board members were held to conflict of interest. Okay, so we get back to that. Okay, we've got this group of individuals who are in charge of this $1 billion. And so it would make sense, like I said, it was to give an efficient, more effective government and our more economy. It would make sense that it wouldn't be there to benefit one of the people. I mean, just think of this, like you don't need complex conflict of interest regulations or policies. If we give you $1 billion to spend the money to grow the economy, one would just assume that that money is not going back to the people who are deciding where that money is going. So let's say that again. So one would presume that that $1 billion would not be going back to the individuals who are deciding it, because obviously they're not going to be objective, and it creates the opportunity for corruption. And clearly, we have seen some things that Canadians wouldn't be proud of. And there were millions more given to contracts that didn't exist, didn't perform the contracts. And so they were given money based on certain, you'd be given, the way that this works is that there are tranches of money that are given out. And usually, if you're in, certainly in the private sector, if you don't meet that certain criteria, that specific performance is a legal term, then the rest of the money is not given to you. In this case, the money kept flowing and flowing and flowing. So we've seen so far that we've got millions of dollars of this billion-dollar pot that was given out to either where there were conflicts of interest or to where contracts were clearly ineligible. And what is it that the Conservatives asked for in their motion and now in the privilege motion? What did we possibly ask that is trampling the rights of the Charter or interfering with a police investigation or these other red herrings that the clerk, the parliamentary clerk clearly said is not the case, that in fact the people and through their representatives have the ultimate unfettered right to ask for any documents that they require. And so what is this awful step that we've taken? We've just asked for documents. At the end of the day, we want more information to find out what went on so that the RCMP can proceed with their investigation unimpeded by this Liberal government. And so what might happen is that the member from Winnipeg North, is it Winnipeg North? Winnipeg North? Winnipeg North might say that, well, we should just let the RCMP decide that. And that would be fair and well if what I'm going to describe didn't happen, which is a series of different scandals that have occurred over the last 9 years. And this sort of forms the context as to why Conservatives feel it's important that we help get those documents across the way to the RCMP. We have to just go back to December 2017, where just 2 years of the Prime Minister elected, Canada's Ethics Commissioner ruled that the Prime Minister had broken the conflict of interest rules by accepting vacations, gifts, and flights in 2016. He'd been elected for less than a year and already started this pattern of corruption. It was the first time that a Prime Minister had ever been found guilty of such a transgression. Then we fast forward. There's been a number of things in between there. I think clam scam was in there as well, and a number of other scandals. But we'll just jump forward and we'll just hit some of the highlights here of the corruption. So in February 2019, former Justice Minister Jody Wilson-Raybould accused the government of inappropriately pressuring her to help construction giant SNC-Lavalin avoid a corruption trial. Public Works Minister Jane Philpott also quit, citing loss of confidence in the Prime Minister. The Ethics Commissioner ruled that Trudeau and officials had, my apologies, I take that back, I withdraw, that the Prime Minister and officials had breached ethics rules. In 2020, of course, we had one of the larger scandals, and there are quite a few, when we had another $1 billion scandal with the We Charity. And of course, in the We Charity, the government took the opportunity, just like SDTC, I guess, took the opportunity of the cloak of COVID in order to promote their corrupt agenda, which included a $912 million program that the Prime Minister promised as part of a $9 billion COVID-19 financial aid for post-secondary students. Shortly after the Liberal government announced it was awarding the sole source contract to We Charity, and it came to light that the Prime Minister's family had a connection there. And so we saw underneath the cloak of COVID, this government taking the opportunity to stuff the pockets of Liberal insiders full of hard-earned Canadian taxpayer dollars. We go on with the scandals. Of course, we jump forward then to a more recent scandal, which was the Arrive scam scandal, which occurred in February, or came out in February 12, 2024, with the Auditor General's report, in which she said there were so many dollars spent, and the bookkeeping was so bad that it's impossible for anyone to know, including the Auditor General, exactly how much was wasted on the Arrive scam. Just so everyone remembers, of course, the ArriveCan was an app that came out that IT professionals said could have been designed and completed in a weekend for $250,000. In fact, we said because the bookkeeping was so bad, they couldn't even determine exactly how much how many resources were dedicated to the creation of the ArriveCan app. Estimates put it at least at $60 million, and it resulted in a single update sending 10,000 Canadians to quarantine despite doing everything right. It resulted in a massive scandal involving dozens of senior officials in the public service. As I said, it should have cost $250,000. Instead, it ended up costing $60 million. And the app had numerous other issues. An interesting one is, in terms of corruption here, is that so after so many issues, no doubt, with the Ethics Commissioner, all of course self-inflicted, they actually attempted to appoint the sister-in-law of the Minister of Public Safety, as the interim Ethics Commissioner. You sort of wonder what the Thanksgiving or Christmas dinners would look like, right? You'd be sitting there having turkey, discussing, how the grandkids, they're great, and what about that little ethics violation I had there? We'll be able to take care of that, right? Over a couple wings of turkey and pass the cranberries and eliminate the corruption, please. As we go. Of course, in May 2022, the Ethics Commissioner opened up an investigation into the Minister of International Trade's conduct from spring 2020, involving approximately $17,000 in a contract for media training given to a company co-founded by a Liberal strategist. The Commissioner determined that the Minister broke the rules for refusing to recuse herself from the process that led to the decision to award the contract to a public relations firm due to her nearly 20-year friendship with the firm's co-founder. So in that one, what you had was a Liberal consultant who was actually getting onto the payroll for media training for $17,000. Of course, the Ethics Commissioner found that, of course, broke the rules, but that should be no surprise to anyone. Here's an interesting one, given that the themes today seem to involve foreign interference. I'd remind the member from Winnipeg North about this. It became well known that the communist regime in Beijing used donations to the Trudeau Foundation to attempt to influence the Prime Minister. Information published by La Presse and the Globe and Mail raised even more concerns about the $200,000 donation directed by Beijing. The foundation misled Canadians when it said that the controversial donation made by two Chinese businessmen qualified as a Canadian donation. Testifying before the House of Commons Ethics Committee, Pascale Fournier said her predecessor, Maurice Rosenberg, told the National Post in December 2016 that the foundation didn't consider the donation to be foreign money because it was made by a company incorporated in Canada. We see over and over again, and from the sponsorship scandal on out, this culture of entitlement and of corruption, where when times are tough for Canadians, when that single mom is desperately working that extra overtime shift just to make sure that she has enough money to pay for her son's hockey or her daughter's soccer, that this government just takes the opportunity just to stuff their jeans full as much cash as they can underneath. In this case, it was underneath the COVID, underneath the cloak of COVID, And one has to remember that actually, if it wasn't for the Conservatives, during COVID, if you can believe this, the then Finance Minister, Bill Morneau, actually came to this place and tried to sneak in a piece of legislation without, because underneath the COVID we were moving quickly and we were working largely by good faith and consensus, and tried to sneak in that the government could spend as much money as it wanted for whatever it wanted. And if it wasn't for our current leader of the official opposition, the then finance critic, that would have gone through. And we already see, just during this, so far, just in these recent days, that we've got SDTC, that's good for $1 million or $1 billion of corruption. We've got the WE scandal, that's $1 billion worth of corruption. And that's just what we've found so far. And there's more Auditor General's reports to come. So there has been, over the last week or 2 weeks, a lot of use of the word reflection. And I would like to see the Liberal caucus, maybe the Prime Minister and the Cabinet might be immune to this reflection. It appears as though the Prime Minister, when he has important decisions, that his max reflection time is about 18 hours or so. But I would hope that the good people, that the Liberal members back there would have some reflection as to what their government has become. A leader who's there's a reason why they are cruising towards single digits in the polls. There's a reason why Canadians, when I walk and talk to my constituents, I can tell you what the number one question is. The number one question is, when is the Prime Minister leaving, and can we help him pack his bags? That is what I hear, and that's not just from Conservative gals and guys. That is from some folks who I know have never voted for me and are lifelong Liberals, and they're saying, when is this guy going to pack his bags? At a certain point in the life of a caucus, you have to stand up for your principles and beliefs, and so you have to decide, is power really worth it? Is power really worth $1 billion in corruption through SDTC? Is power really worth it to have $1 billion taken from hardworking Canadians and attempted to give it to We Charity? Is power really worth it to support a Prime Minister who's habitually convicted by the Ethics Commissioner for ethics violation? Is power really worth it? So we are asking for something entirely reasonable. We are asking for documents to be handed over to the RCMP. And some government offices have already complied. They've already complied with this, so we know it's possible. And we are expecting, we're hoping that that reflection comes to folks as they think about their hardworking constituents who, just like my constituents in the great riding of Northumberland, Peterborough South, who are working day and night to get by in their family, and they're giving sometimes 60, 70, 80% of their paychecks to the government, that they will think, you know what, this isn't right, and we should have the RCMP. And you know what, there's going to be some discussion about how much discussion there has been about the House, but this could end right now. It could end right now. All they have to do is deliver those documents so that we can make sure, so that the RCMP can look into this, and hopefully, and I might be dreaming too big here, but the Canadians could get some of that $400 million back to help them pay for their kids' hockey, to help for them to afford their rent, to afford a meal, so they don't have to go to the food bank this week. Get that money back, get those documents, and let's end this.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the member was having some flashbacks, but they were limited to 2015. You know, interesting booklet, you know, abuse of power, scandals, corruption. The evidence is compiled. I'm talking about just Stephen Harper here. And I tell you, the list is long. 70, I think it's 70, at least 70. Senate hush money, contempt of Parliament, refusal to share budget information, cabinet staffers, immunity from testimony, falsifying reports and documents, repeated duplicity of Afghan detainees, CF-35 fighter jet scandal, blame Statistics Canada, lying, all sorts of stuff, Madam Speaker. You want to talk about abuse of power. But anyway, that's not what today's about. Today's actually about having the Conservatives shut up and allow the debate to come to a conclusion so we can actually comply with what it is the Speaker is suggesting. And that is that the issue be handed over to the Standing Committee of Procedures and House Affairs. No surprise, the Conservatives want to continue the filibuster at a great expense. They are serving the Conservative Party as opposed to the interests of Canadians. My question to the member is, why does the Conservative leader consistently, even when he was parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister, when that Prime Minister was held in contempt, I'm talking about Stephen Harper, why does he consistently do things against the interest of Canadians all the time?
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much. I find it, I'm going to put aside actually the irony of the member who has the most words on record in this debate calling us filibustering. But this can be ended today, and in fact, all they have to do is hand over the documents. And this is something absolutely in our rights. The parliamentary clerk referred to this. So we can end this today. Just go out there, bring the documents in.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Oh, thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I like the member. I've worked with him and enjoy his sense of humour. And as he knows, the NDP is supporting the motion. We believe that the liberal corruption, whether we're talking about the STGC, We Charity, or SNC Lavalin, these are all things that NDP members have been instrumental in getting to the bottom of. And to the credit of the Liberal government, despite the fact that there are these scandals, they have allowed this Parliament, because it's a minority Parliament, to get to the bottom of things. That wasn't the case, as the member well knows, during the Harper regime, where a Conservative majority steamrolled over Parliament and parliamentary traditions and transparency. And just to mention, because my colleague asked the question, is power really worth it? Was power really worth it for the $400 million ETC scam that we never got to the bottom of because Conservatives refused to allow us to get any sort of transparency at all? Was power really worth it for the $1 billion that was spent on the G8, another scandal that the Harper regime shut down? Was power really worth it for the $2.2 billion misspent on the Phoenix Pay system? Was power really worth it for the $3.1 billion that was lost in anti-terrorism funds?
I think we get the idea. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much. And it's I like the member as well, but it's not shocking that the NDP would run to the rescue of the Liberal government as they've been propping up this government, scandal after scandal after scandal. They look the other way as corruption happens, and for what do they get? They get fake promises of things that won't happen. And so it's not, this is what they've done. They run interference for the Liberal government. They run outside and they go, oh, these terrible Liberals, blah, 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 blah. And then, oh, it's vote time, 100% in. We're for you, Mr. Prime Minister. We're going to support you all the way.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Northumberland, Peterborough South, for his speech today and laying out all the various problems that we have with this Liberal government and the ongoing culture of corruption. Now, he mentioned a number of the scandals that are before us, including the one that we're dealing with the Green Slush Fund, where almost $4 million have been stolen by and misappropriated by Liberal insiders, also to the benefit of the Environment Minister. We also know, Madam Speaker, that when I first got elected here 20 years ago, we were dealing with ad scam, $40 million, kind of a small thing compared to this. It actually caused the defeat of the government of the day under Paul Martin, occurred under John Chrétien, the $1 billion boondoggle of the ineffective and useless long gun registry. And let's not forget, they lost $2 billion in Human Resources Skills Development Canada that nobody was ever able to find. So my question to my colleague, Madam Speaker, is why are these Liberals so corrupt so often?
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much to the great respected member from Manitoba there. It is, you know what, I really do actually wonder what happens in a Liberal's life. I assume they start like everyone else, that they want to accomplish good and they want to make this country better. And I don't know what happens to them in the process of being a Liberal member, that they start looking the other way to $400 million going out the door to an eligible conflict of interest, that they start looking the other way to billion-dollar WE scandals, that they start looking the other way to multiple ethics violations. And I ask again, it is a time of reflection. There'll soon be snow. Perhaps it's time for a walk. Is power really worth it?
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm back tonight to continue to raise the alarm on the impacts of the poison drug crisis on my community, and specifically tonight on the federal funds that are needed to act. The reality is, in my community, this crisis continues to have devastating impacts. This year alone, 72 more deaths from poison drugs. In fact, just in the period from October 11th to the 21st, earlier this month, 5 more suspected poison drug deaths. Each one a loved member of my community, like Albie, who I spoke about in this House recently, or my friend Hudayfa, who passed away earlier this year. Every single one a preventable death. Now, in the midst of this crisis, this federal government has a program specifically for prevention, harm reduction, and treatment initiatives. It's called the Substance Use and Addictions Program, or SUAP for short. It's a $359 million program. And good news for this government, we have 2 experienced, credible organizations who applied for this very fund from Waterloo Region, both Sanguine and Community Health Caring. Sanguine has even been funded by SUAP before. I was thrilled to join the then Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, our former colleague, Carolyn Bennett, alongside my colleague from Kitchener-Conestoga, last year to announce a previous extension of SUAP funding for Sanguine's Community Health Fan. Yet this year, both applications from Waterloo Region, neither one successful, meaning 0 SUAP dollars are going to Waterloo Region. Even if we got just the average across the country, while in recent years, program funding varied between $104 to $145 million a year, if you average it out across the 5 ridings across Waterloo Region, it would mean between $1.5 to $2 million. At a time when we need more of everything in the face of this poison drug crisis. We need more treatment. We need more mental health supports. We need more safe consumption sites. We need more safer supply. We need more harm reduction. Instead, both provincially and now federally as well, our community is actually getting less. It's why I met with the minister and her team when we began to hear news of these funding decisions back in July. And, the best they can do is talk about a new fund that's being set up that nonprofits and charities in my community and others across the country won't even be eligible for, with a hope that more money might get announced in the future. And so what it means is that organizations like Sanguine and Community Health Caring are going to have to begin to wind down programs by March 31st of next year if nothing more is done, at a time when we actually need them doing more. The other reality, though, is beyond those 2 organizations, what we need is SUAP money to be delivered to communities like mine, not words of aspiration. And so my question again tonight is, will the minister commit to reviewing these SUAP decisions to ensure that hotspots like Waterloo Region are not overlooked?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The overdose crisis has impacted far too many lives across our country, affecting all Canadians. Each loss of life due to the dangerous, illegal, toxic drug supply is tragic, creating a heartbreaking reality for families, friends, and communities throughout our nation. This pain ripples through society, leaving grieving families and communities struggling to heal. The Government of Canada is deeply concerned about the devastating effects of substance use, particularly the ongoing overdose crisis. We are committed to taking decisive action to combat this crisis and save lives. Addressing the overdose crisis requires a comprehensive approach rooted in public health and public safety.
Since 2017, we have committed over $1.2 billion to support access to evidence-based prevention, treatment, and harm reduction services. We have also supported research and strengthened law enforcement efforts against illegal drug production and trafficking. Health Canada's program, Substance Use and Addictions Program, has invested over $650 million in over 420 projects, including over $15.5 million allocated to projects in my colleague's community of Kitchener-Waterloo. Community-based organizations across the country are working tirelessly to reduce stigma and provide vital support for individuals who use substances. In our ongoing commitment to address the overdose crisis through Budget 2023, we committed $144 million to fund more community-based supports and evidence-based health interventions through a national call for proposals under the SUAP program. This initiative garnered an overwhelming response, totaling nearly 700 submitted proposals and over $2 billion in funding requests. These proposals underwent an extensive review process, and successful applications were selected for their ability to deliver innovative, community-led approaches that could be sustained and scaled up. The unprecedented number of applications we received highlights the severity of the overdose crisis in communities across our nation. It reinforces that our work is far from over. Together, we will continue to prioritize the health and well-being of all Canadians and address this pressing crisis. Moving forward, we announced $150 million over 3 years, starting in 2024-25, for an emergency treatment fund available to municipalities and Indigenous communities. This fund will facilitate rapid response to critical needs related to the overdose crisis, including enhancing connection to treatment and expanding harm reduction services across Canada. These investments reflect our commitment to prioritizing the health and well-being of all Canadians. We will continue working with partners to combat this crisis effectively. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Kitchener Centre.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Speaker, I appreciate that my friend and colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, spoke about past funding that has come to Waterloo Region. But what I'm hoping that she and the Minister can realize is that the argument that we got a lot of applications and money ran out isn't good enough. First of all, because she's part of the government that set the total dollar amount. That obviously wasn't enough. But then secondly, that no one's done any thinking to say, wait a second, Waterloo Region is a hot spot. Wait a second, we've had 72 people die in this community this year already. That it's not okay in a community like mine to say, oh, we ran out of money. $0 for Waterloo Region in the midst of this poison drug crisis is not okay. And so what I've been trying to raise for months now is a request for this government to look at hotspots like Waterloo Region, find the money to ensure that we're not left without any funding at all to make sure we can stand up to this poison drug crisis.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Healthcare decisions should be made by experts. Funding decisions for that program are also made in partnership with provinces and territories, Indigenous communities, and people with lived and living experiences, because they are best placed to identify projects that should receive funding, not politicians. I know the member had multiple meetings with the minister and the minister office to discuss proposals from his region. We are happy to continue these discussions with him to make sure he understands how funding is allocated to achieve the best results and to fund the best proposals. Je tiens également à souligner l'investissement.
I also wish to mention the historic investment we made in healthcare in 2023. We acknowledge that provinces and territories are the best place to invest in what their health care priorities are. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising today to follow up on a question from June the 17th, admittedly a very long time ago, but the nature of the world of adjournment proceeding questions is that sometimes they follow considerably after the original question was asked. And by an unhappy coincidence, none of the issues that were raised on June 17th have been resolved. So, this relates to training in federal institutions, federal penal institutions. I had asked about non-Red Seal apprenticeship programs as opposed to Red Seal apprenticeship programs, which I'd asked about on another occasion. Non-Red Seal apprenticeship programs and why Corcan does not provide them. I'd like to expand on this question tonight and ask if the Minister has read the 2019/2020 annual report from the Office of the Corrections Investigator. Now, there are reports produced every year. I picked this one because it highlights points raised in 5 previous such reports from the Office of the Corrections Investigator. This report renewed calls from previous years to improve various aspects of offender correctional vocational training for inmates. There were 5 calls repeated from previous years, as I've indicated. First, repeated from the 2012/2013 report and from 2018/2019, a call for more meaningful work opportunities, including increased availability of apprenticeships and work releases. Number 2, from the 2014/2015 report, a call to modernize Corcan to retool the employment and employability program in demand areas, including significantly increasing Red Seal trades and apprenticeships, as well as sales, marketing, and IT training. Number 3, from the 2015/2016 report, a repeated request for the development of a 3-year action plan to meet demand for meaningful work, increase vocational training skills, and participate in apprenticeship programs. Number 4, repeated from the 2016/2017 report, a request for the Minister of Public Safety to conduct a special study on inmate work within Corcan. And finally, call number 5 was a repeat from the 2018/2019 report to modernize the Corcan manufacturing sector to ensure it aligns with current labor market trends. So, having laid those out, the question is this: will the Minister commit to modernizing Corcan's employment and employability program, as well as Corcan's manufacturing sector, to better provide inmates with current workplace skills to better reduce recidivism? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Official Languages.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to say I always look forward to my colleagues' comments in this House. The member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston always seems to elevate the level of debate and discussion in the House of Commons, and I always look forward to his interventions. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to rise in the House this evening to speak to the positive benefits offered by the Correctional Service of Canada's employment and employability programming. Madam Speaker, employment programs and services help build essential skills related to employment while connecting offenders with resources that assist them with finding community employment after release. The benefits associated with correctional programming have long been demonstrated. In fact, going back a decade, research has noted a direct connection between employment and positive reintegration results upon release. We know that those inmates that participate in Corcan employment programs while incarcerated are more likely to be granted parole. Similarly, inmates that participate in Corcan employment programs while incarcerated are more likely to get a job in the community. Also, offenders under community supervision who find employment in the community have reduced recidivism rates. Without the holistic approach of the Corcan Offender Employment and Employability Program, offering a diverse range of correctional interventions and services over the course of their sentence, offenders would not be as well positioned to find employment. As research has demonstrated, programming works to build safer communities for all Canadians to enjoy by providing them with the skills necessary to safely adapt to life upon release. But that is not the only benefit to Canadians, Madam Speaker. Additionally, community programming works to save Canadians money. The daily cost of maintaining an inmate in prison amounts to 6 figures annually. When an inmate can be safely returned to the community and find employment, they are working to financially support themselves, are required to pay taxes, and are no longer incurring 6 figures to the Canadian public. And that is why I'm happy to note that there has been a year-over-year increase in opportunities for inmates to undertake CSC programming. In fiscal year 2023-24, employment coordinators, including staff and contractors, directly assisted offenders under community supervision to obtain 2,441 community job placements. In 2023-24, on-the-job training opportunities were provided to 2,624 offenders, with one of Corcan's 5 business lines. And I'm proud to note that a total of 22,300 vocational training certificates were earned by inmates of all backgrounds in 2023 and 2024, representing an increase of 5,855 from the previous year. Throughout the apprenticeship program, offenders have the opportunity to register, accumulate hours, and take block training to become Red Seal journeymen in a specific trade. Since September 2020, a total of 201 offenders participate in apprenticeship programs, of which 68 have completed their certifications, with many more continuing to work towards it. Madam Speaker, it has been alleged that vocational certificates offered to inmates are meaningless participation awards. And this is an unfair characterization, considering the nature of the Correctional Service of Canada's agreements and partnerships for vocational training and employment services. For example, CSC forms partnerships directly with Indigenous communities to further increase project availability that provide Indigenous offenders with additional on-the-job training opportunities. CSC also works with provincial trade associations to track apprenticeship hours in a number of different trades. CSC also works directly with colleges and universities, as well as private industries that provide established curriculum to provide vocational training to offenders. They are also offered to Canadians coast to coast and in the ridings that we represent in a number of different trades and jobs. Madam Speaker,
the honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope the Parliamentary Secretary will understand my point when I note to him that one of the numbers he cited makes the whole point here. 68 inmates have completed Red Seal certificates since 2021. That's 3 years, 68, what's that, 22 per year, 23 per year. That ain't much in a country with thousands of inmates like Canada. And this points to the whole problem that the reports I was citing get at. Our programs are vastly inadequate, whether it's in scope, which would be probably what's going on here, or perhaps in direction. Can I just make the suggestion, Madam Speaker, that what we could benefit from, perhaps more than anything else, is looking at the successes that have occurred in some other systems. There are many other penal systems, most of which have some form of attempt at retraining inmates for reentry into the community. Some of them, no doubt, are worse than ours. Many, I suspect, are better. We can look at all of Europe, the Americans, the Australians, and so on.
Gary.
Speaker, as stated, correctional interventions work to provide meaningful employment and employability program opportunities for offenders, increasing the likelihood of safe and successful reintegration. As part of this, CSC works with partners in the academic, private, and not-for-profit sectors to access learning materials that mirror those available to the general public and to develop courses in line with community employment standards. The resulting vocational certificates are issued in most cases by the third party. The collaboration between CSC and existing partners provides offenders with the support, referrals, services to address their employment needs and contribute to their ability to find and maintain employment in the community. Research clearly demonstrates that offenders who are employed in the community are less likely to reoffend or return to federal custody. This benefits offenders by providing them with the means to support themselves and their families, and by creating community support networks. For Canadians, there are benefits in safer communities through less recidivism, as well as by adding to the workforce availability and through the socioeconomic benefits such as offenders.
Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York.
Madam Speaker, we're back this evening to try to get to the truth behind why the Prime Minister, who once held NSICOP, the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, in such high esteem, has suddenly changed his tune. The Prime Minister had once said he thought NSICOP was well suited to examine foreign interference in Canada's democracy and our democratic institutions, but that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. Madam Speaker, what was the reason for the change in the Prime Minister's glowing support for NSICOP? What brought about this change? Could it have been a release of an NSICOP report that shed some light on the willingness of some members of the Liberal Party to accept political and financial benefits from foreign sources, most notably from agents of the Chinese government? Madam Speaker, I had asked the Prime Minister if he still felt that, quote, Canadians need to have faith in their institutions and deserve answers and transparency, end quote. His words, Madam Speaker. Or had his party's Beijing masters intervened and indicated a need for reversal in that faith? In the reply to my question, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Public Safety had the audacity to suggest I was making things up. Madam Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. And it's not me saying these things. The Minister knows that NSICOP, the Hogue Commission, even national media have done some deep digging to get to the bottom of foreign interference. Madam Speaker, the truth is, the Liberal government does not want what's been uncovered to come to light, and perhaps most importantly, it does not want Canadians to know about it. After all, if everything is going so well in the government's eyes, why is it that the Canadian people are still in the dark about the so-called 11? Why are these people not arrested? And why are they not before a court? Madam Speaker, there are laws in the Criminal Code that address treasonous acts. Section 46(2), C, D, and E, to be precise, sets out what constitutes the act of treason, and it's quite clear. Section 46(2) states that everyone commits treason who, in Canada, C, conspires with any person to commit high treason or to do anything mentioned in paragraph A. D, forms an intention to do anything that is high treason or that is mentioned in paragraph A and manifests that intention by an overt act. Or E, conspires with any person to do anything mentioned in paragraph B or forms an intention to do anything mentioned in paragraph B and manifests that intention by an overt act. Additionally, Madam Speaker, Section 46(4) notes that, quote, where it is treason to conspire with any person, the act of conspiring is an overt act of treason, end quote. So, Madam Speaker, how is it that those unnamed 11 people are able to evade our laws, our courts, and our justice system? Madam Speaker, who are these special 11 people benefiting from the Liberal government's tacit, if not implicit, protection? Why does Canada even have treason laws if the government of the day decides by itself to suspend the use of these laws? For some time now, Canada's democracy has been under attack by authoritarian regimes, and chief among these is the People's Republic of China. Madam Speaker, I hosted a press conference earlier today where I was joined by 3 leading experts on foreign interference. We wanted to address a question that many Canadians have been asking. Who are the parliamentarians who have been identified in that confidential NSICOP report? Madam Speaker, how can Canada have an election if Canadians don't know whether the people they're voting for has their best interests at heart? Some observers may also wonder if this government is serving another master. Now, nearly every opposition party leader has called for the names of the parliamentarians identified in the NSICOP report, but the Liberal government still refuses to do so. Why? So, Madam Speaker, my question to the Parliamentary Secretary is simple. Why won't this government come clean to Canadians and defend our democracy? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, it is my pleasure to rise today to speak to the vital ongoing work the Government of Canada is doing to protect Canada's democratic institutions. As all members of this House are aware, threats to Canada's democracy do not affect only some Canadians. They affect all Canadians. That is why the enhancements to safeguard Canada's democratic systems and processes against foreign that are set out in Bill C-70 are supported across party lines. Indeed, the Government of Canada's ongoing work to protect Canada's electoral systems and democratic institutions includes efforts to maximize public transparency while protecting what and how government documents are shared. This is because the nature of some records and how they are intended to be used is fundamental to the functioning of our democratic system of government.
I would like to take this opportunity to make clear what cabinet confidences are and why they are treated so carefully by the government, so that any misunderstanding along these lines can be put to an end. Cabinet confidences are documents that are prepared for members of Cabinet. They include memoranda to Cabinet, discussion papers, records of Cabinet deliberations or decisions, records of communications between ministers, records to brief ministers, and draft legislation. The Canadian government is and has been since Confederation a Westminster system of government, and this means that the principle of keeping Cabinet confidences secret is older than Canada itself. It originates from the United Kingdom's Westminster Parliament, which dates back many centuries. Cabinet confidences are central to how the Westminster system functions because of another foundational principle called Cabinet collective responsibility. These principles complement each other, as members of Cabinet consider all material at their disposal and deliberate, and even disagree, freely around the Cabinet table. Once the deliberations are finished, Cabinet makes a collective decision, and all members are responsible for it. The secrecy of these deliberations, Madam Speaker, and of the materials that are used to make Cabinet decisions is therefore paramount to the system functioning as designed. This has long been understood by successive Canadian governments, who have upheld the principle of Cabinet confidences. In addition to the government, the Supreme Court of Canada has recognized that Cabinet confidentiality is essential to good government. Protecting Canada's democracy also means protecting our democratic institutions and ensuring that they can function as intended. Protecting Cabinet confidences is not a nefarious act, but rather a fulfillment of the government's duty to uphold the long-established principles of Canada's system of government. While fulfilling this duty, the Government of Canada continues to support the ongoing work of the public inquiry into foreign interference, as it has since the inquiry was established last year. The set of Cabinet confidences specified in the terms of reference for the Commission have already been provided during the Commission's first phase of work, and those terms of reference were developed and agreed to by all recognized parties in this House. As it has done all along, the government will continue to provide thousands of classified documents to the Commission, and will continue to make government witnesses available to answer the Commission's questions. The Government of Canada looks forward to the Commission's final report in December and will consider how its recommendations can further help to enhance Canada's measures against foreign interference in its electoral systems and its democratic institutions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Spadina-Fort York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to wear my country's uniform, and I take my oath of allegiance to Canada seriously. Does the Parliamentary Secretary? Because let's be clear, if foreign interference had permeated elected officials in the U.S. Congress and Senate, there would be a special prosecutor appointed within minutes. And this government is dragging its feet on getting to the bottom of this. Why? Why, Madam Speaker? Because reluctance is abetting. Why is this government protecting individuals who are out to harm our country, our democracy, and the Canadian people? So, Madam Speaker, I call upon the Liberal government to tell Canadians why, because I, for one, am fed up with paying for it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The Government of Canada continues to support the important work of the public inquiry into foreign interference, as it has done since the inquiry was established last year. The government continues to provide thousands of classified documents and to make government witnesses available to meet with the Commission to answer its questions. And while supporting the Commission's work, the government will also continue its ongoing work to protect Canada's democratic institutions. Protecting Canada's democracy is not a partisan activity. It requires constant vigilance, an ongoing effort to meet the ever-changing threats to our democratic systems and processes. The Government of Canada takes this duty seriously and welcomes the efforts of all parliamentarians who are committed to this important work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.